Hello, everyone. Welcome to another rendition of Sassy Saturday with myself and graphically Alex. Alex, how are you?
I'm good. It's good to be an evil internet villain on the show with you since, we got the feedback. You all hate it. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't care if everyone hates it. We have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. No, but it's hot. It's hot as balls. I'm in the South. That heat wave is real. I'm telling y'all. That's not a psyop.
So. I'm just really glad I have AC and have not gone outside at all today at all. But I'm going to be in the woods all week next week with no AC. And so we'll see how that goes.
But your weather was fine. I saw the forecast. That is nothing.
It's going to be great. It's going to be perfect. There's it's supposed to be cloudy and overcast, 70s and 80s with maybe rain in the morning on one day. But it's going to be perfect other than that.
It's perfect for being nude in the woods.
And there will be nudity in the woods. There's actually, guys, for if you don't know, I'm going to be at Pork Fest all next week, which is the great libertarian festival in the middle of the woods. And there is, so it's held at a big campground, and there is actually an adult naked area. And there are nudists that do come to Pork Fest. They have a whole naked hot tub set up. There's also there's clothing optional yoga that you can participate in. But predictably, who do you think shows up for clothing optional yoga?
Probably older people.
Men. It's all men. It's all men that show up for clothing optional yoga.
Well, in some ways I could see it being an asset. Naked, but in other ways it might not be. So.
Well, Alexandra says, can't watch live tonight, but enjoy the drama during work tomorrow. Enjoy your beers and ciders. You're going to need them. I do have some beers with me, and I'm starting off with a beer. Actually, I was thinking about drinking it yesterday, but I'm glad I waited till today. It's called High Five Saturday. And it looks a little woke. It looks a little diverse. A little bit, but it's not bad. It's
diversity in and of itself isn't bad. Not until they ruin it every time.
Exactly. It's a very dark beer, so I have my woke diversity quotient. It's a Vienna lager, and it's okay. It's a little spicy, a little boozy, but I'm gonna drink it. Don't get me wrong. George says, go ahead. You have a nice tea?
I have a little bit of cultural appropriation because it's very Asian-y. And Arizona is not from Asia at all. So
that doesn't look like that's not what Arizona looks like at all.
Well, right. And I just wanted it because it's cheap. So
I used to drink Arizona iced tea. I don't drink iced tea anymore, but I used to drink it all the time, and I really actually liked it. Maybe I'll start drinking iced tea again. Who knows? You live in the South though, so you're basically obligated. But it's kind of sacrilege to drink it out of a can, isn't it? You're supposed to have someone make it. And make it in the proper way where you're putting in the sugar at the appropriate point. I don't know.
I'm not that fancy. I'm very lowbrow. But I'm drinking tea. That's as good as they're gonna get.
Well, George says, hey guys, did you convince Joshua to watch today? No, Joshua takes his weekends off. He doesn't do anything work related. And Joshua doesn't like Sassy Saturdays because he thinks that we're not constructive.
He's a hater.
He is. Yes.
Haters back off. No, I'm just kidding. Like Miranda Sings used to say.
I personally think that we're very constructive. And in fact, I'm going to make a special effort to be particularly constructive in this episode because tonight we are watching the two internet nemesises, Keri Smith and Mike Harlow. And before we get started, I want to just do a little review of how this stream came about, because you can testify, Alex. You had been wanting to do a Mike Harlow stream, and I kept shooting that down. I was like, nope, not doing it, not giving him the attention. I think he wants it too much.
Also, he didn't have anything.
Well, he also didn't have any content. That's very, very true. But something happened during last week's Sassy Saturday stream that is basically the impetus for why we're doing this stream today. And I just want to do a little review for people who are not aware. So basically, literally during last week's Sassy Saturday stream, where we were not talking about them at all, we were talking about John Doyle, Mike Harlow posted this thread on Twitter lying about this woman, J.M. Tropolo, I don't even know who this woman is, a random person on Twitter who she had happened to post a positive review of my book. And as thanks for her posting a positive review of my book, Mike Harlow posted this long-ass thread on Twitter blatantly lying about her and defaming her and declaring that I had paid her to write the book review when I hadn't, and I'm going to prove I hadn't, beyond even her posting on Twitter that she did not get paid to write this review. And I was like, dude, like, that's uncalled for. I understand that I'm gonna have people on Twitter writing threads about me and attacking me. That's like,
Right.
I understand that. Where I start to get a little bit pissed is when people attack my supporters for liking my content just because they like me. I just find it to be a little uncalled for. What did you think, Alex?
I think it's really shitty internet etiquette and just understanding of social media. It is definitely one thing to call out an influencer or a public person. So that's you, right? Anybody has a right to do that. They can rail and rant and rave forever. It's not good to lie about people, though. That's never okay. And you can be sued as well if you lie about somebody and you can't back certain things up.
Yeah.
But especially as another influencer, you know, so if you're also
wannabe influencer, we're not going to call him an influencer. He's not an influencer, but he wants to be an influencer. Definitely.
Whatever, whatever he is. But I'm just saying that when you are online, it is expected for public people to be criticized and even bashed. You know, it's just a part of the game. It's how it is. I think when that happens as a creator, it's okay to respond to any criticism that you choose to. It's okay to ignore it if you choose to. It's okay to, I also think it's in a creator's right to respond to random people that are hate commenting. But if they're commenting about you specifically, then I feel like you have a right. So like when I made my video about Mike, if he wanted to rant and rave about me, that would be called for because I made something specifically about him. He has a right to respond or to ignore it or do whatever, which I think the way he handled it was really bad. But he obviously, like you said, he's not an influencer. He's not good enough to be one. So he doesn't handle it right. You're supposed to ignore it or respond to it, Mike. Not whatever you did. You did a weird thing that was in between. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Like lying about a random person on Twitter because you're pissed that someone else said something about you or criticized you it is really uncalled for. It's really
bad. And not only that, but you know, this person, she has a bit of a following herself. So it's like you're kind of demonizing somebody who you supposedly are in agreement with. You know, this woman, she's a Christian conservatarian. It says on her Twitter, like, she's not anybody that would be considered problematic in the unwoke space in any way, shape, or form. Her views are not particularly bad or radical or anything. She supports fighting the woke. We all should be doing that. Like, if you're supposedly on this side of things, there's absolutely no reason to demonize somebody for supporting content that is about fighting the woke left. It's not even about Carlin personally. So it was so uncalled for. That's why I made my video, because he really breached a whole other level of, and he attacked one of Carlin's supporters that was not even talking about him. And that's just really weird and inappropriate. And so I just was like, I'm going to say something because this is ridiculous how he was acting. I mean, again, it's one thing, you guys have your personal thing. If you guys want to go back and forth forever, that's your prerogative. But he doesn't have anything personal with your supporters. That's very bizarre. Like, and for me, I would never go back and forth with him because I don't have anything personal with him. I said what I said, and that was it, pretty much.
And to be really clear, this is not the first time he's attacked one of my supporters before. And so and this whole Twitter horde does exactly that. It's not like, the reason I started talking about the Twitter horde was not just that they were coming after me, personally attacking me. They were doxing my friends. They were private messaging my supporters and harassing them. They actually, did you know, Alex, that they private messaged this week the chair of the Libertarian National Party to try to discredit me with her? Now, luckily, I happen to be on friendly terms with her, so she messaged me and told me what happened right quickly, and it was a non-issue. But it's the fact that they're going after everyone connected to me that really makes me pissed off and makes me want to respond to it. And this was like, what they did to this woman was not just write a whole thread lying about her for writing a positive review. They actually searched her down and found her on websites that had
terrible.
nothing to do with the website that she posted the review on. So they actually stalked this woman for God knows how long to try to discredit her to somehow get back at me when I don't even know this woman.
Right. And it's just so uncalled for, especially, you know, you expect this from the woke left. You expect this kind of harassment from those types of people. But for somebody who's supposedly on your side in this, it is so uncalled for. It is just crazy. And I don't know about this horde, what side. It seems like all sides of the aisle are in this horde. I mean, they're just all for, I don't even know what the goal is. I guess they have no lives and they just want to hate somebody every day.
Yeah.
That's the most exciting thing about their life, pretty much.
It's like sport for them. A lot of them are leftists. And I just want to point out too, so what we're looking at on the screen is this woman was like, they not only posted this about her, but of course members of the horde went into her Twitter feed directly and started attacking her. Keri Smith went after her directly. And so she ended up tweeting this out saying, I just want to set the record straight on this, Mike Harlow. I was not paid by Carlin to write my review. You lied about that. I am a freelance writer who gets paid to write content for other people, but I wrote my review of my own accord. You assumed and are wrong. And I just want to note this too. And I only discovered this last night. I was like looking at some of the reviews that I've gotten for the book on Amazon. So let's just scroll down to the reviews real quick, just to really hammer this point home that I did not pay this woman. Here she is on my Amazon, leaving a really long book review saying that she first heard about me like in 2020 when I was on Glenn Beck and all that stuff. And it's a verified purchase because you cannot leave a review on Amazon without buying my book. So if I really paid for her to review my book, why did she buy it on Amazon and leave a review there as a verified purchase? It makes no sense at all.
It doesn't. It's just grasping at straws. And I feel like it's, you know, it's just crazy. I don't know. And I can't stand, you know, I will respect at least that Mike, he does, you know, from what I looked at, I did a little bit of research before the stream. He does say that he's on the left still. So I'm glad he still admits that, because
where did he say he was on the left?
It was in this interview. I mean, it was a couple of years ago. It was an interview. There's a clip on, there's a video on Keri's channel where that has the two of them in fall of 2018. And he said he was a classical liberal. So he said he was still more on the left. And so I can, you know, and Keri says that as well. So at least they're honest about that, because at least I don't have to claim them. They're not conservative. I can be like, bye, Felicia. Like, you are not mine. I have enough issues with conservatives. So like, you know, I'm trying to wrangle in the conservatives to be okay, but they're not mine. So I'm like, ooh, like, at least they admit that. But the thing is, like, there's a fine line between a lefty and a leftist, and they're like really skirting it. And I don't think they have that self-awareness to understand the difference, because freedom of speech, freedom of association, these are things that a lefty would understand that a leftist wouldn't. And they're not getting it. You don't have to like Carlin. Hello, everybody. You don't have to like her.
You don't have to like me.
You don't have to comment on her stuff. You don't have to watch her, but harassing her supporters, that is a leftist move. You've transitioned into leftist territory, and that goes to Keri as well. So if you're claiming to fight something, and, you know, if these people, because they always talk about how awful the leftists were to them and all this stuff, it's like, if you know what that feels like, then why are you doing it to somebody else? Have some self-awareness, please. It's not that hard.
Yeah. And so this was actually interesting timing, because Alex and I have been talking about maybe doing a stream about Mike Harlow, and I kind of kiboshed that idea because I frankly didn't want to watch him for an extended period of time, and I didn't want to give him the attention, because I think that what he wants more than anything is the attention. But the other factor is, and you already kind of alluded to this, Alex, we tried to find content of his to watch, and he doesn't make any content, and so we had nothing of substance to react to. But then, like a gift from the universe, it was like God knew what we needed. And what happened is that on Monday, you'll see right here, Keri Smith did a stream with Mike Harlow about Alphabet Cult Month. And I was like, I saw this. I saw them talking about it. I was like, God damn it. We're going to have to react to this stream, aren't we? And it's like a part of me almost wonders if they baited us with this stream. A part of me almost wonders if they were like, Carlin is not reacting to the video I want her to react to for Sassy Saturday. So now we're going to give her another option. I really wonder if we're kind of walking into a trap. But here's what I did. Here's how I chose to handle this. I basically hang on, that's not what I was. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh no, there it is. So I basically conferred with Alex, and we decided that we were going to do this stream, but it was conditional. It was conditional, and we gave them an out. We said, dude, all you guys need to do is apologize to this woman that you lied about, because Keri Smith lied about this woman too. You can see here are these were the replies to Mikey Harlow's tweets, and she was calling her a sycophant and like complaining about her. And Keri actually went into this woman's feed too and was harassing her. And so basically I put this out and I literally said, if you apologize to the woman that you lied about on Twitter, we will watch something completely different. Like, it didn't have to be this stream. I was totally prepared to watch something else. But then, of course, Mike Harlow says, laughing my ass off, Saturday I will be at the Friends of the Park, and she will be exactly where she is every day and every night, alone and raging about other people. Place bets over under 8 hours. She must have a toilet built into that chair, right? An extremely mature response.
Sorry, I'll give him that. That was a little funny. But you know what I see here is I see salt, because, you know, one of you guys is married and the other one isn't. So
the other one of us can't even hold down a relationship for more than a couple of months and is upset and doesn't even like straight men. P.S. Doesn't even like gay men. Strike that, reverse it. Mike Harlow doesn't like gay men. He likes trying to sleep with straight men. And he wonders why he can't hold down a relationship.
Salt. Let the salt flow every day, because you're not alone. You have a husband. Yep. Hello, people.
I do. I do indeed have a husband.
Okay.
I do indeed. And I'm so alone that I managed to get nominated by a party for governor, like a political office. Like, people hate me so much that I got nominated for governor of my state. But then Keri responded too, and she says, lolcow stalker, gonna lolcow stalker, which is a deeply Christian response to saying you really should apologize to a woman that you lied about. Is that what Jesus would do, Alex?
I think that's what a lefty would do. Lefty is as lefty does. Always a fat joke, always, you know, attacking appearances. It's always appearance with the left. That's even for you center left people out there. You need to watch that. It's not a good look. And it's very common. And that's what I see. Whenever you attack somebody's appearance, you're acting like a lefty and not the good part. We love the more accepting, non-judgmental part of lefty. Hate the super focused on looks, being really nasty and attacking somebody's identity and looks part of left.
Well, to be fair, conservatives do that too. They do. I have been called a cow by conservatives more than any other group, Alex. It's true. But here's the thing. It's like, if you're attacking oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I think it's a lot of ex-lefties in the right now, and I'm scared. Well, I'm trying to slap them.
You are.
That's not what we do.
You had a great video this week where you were telling them off.
I didn't tell them off, but I just said, don't be like this. And I'm like, come on, y'all, speak up. I need the normal conservatives to speak up. But no, to me, it's like, I attacked Mikey Harlow with very, very harsh, very serious criticism. And I never attacked his appearance. I never attacked his anything, nothing about him other than how he's handled the gay issue. I don't like the way he's handled it, because I feel like he disparages gay men a lot, or, you know, he's a little too harsh on it.
He hates gay men. He really does. Hates gay men.
It's not good. And that's the kind of stuff I don't like, because especially if you're speaking in conservative spaces or to conservative audience, you don't want to, you set the tone for how people should treat you, right? So if you as a gay man are bashing gay men and stuff, and I do criticize gay men, I really do, especially, but I always differentiate. I say deranged leftist gays. That's a very specific group. Unfortunately, it probably is the majority. I hate that. It really pains me. But there are still those that are not. And I do differentiate it. And it's never just that they're gay. I don't think there's anything wrong with being gay, but there is things wrong with being a deranged leftist. So the point is, I would never attack him for that. And he would. That's all he said to me. You're her gay pet. You're her gay this. I'm not Carlin's gay anything.
No.
I am not her gay anything. I am Carlin's friend. I am her ally in the fight against the woke, and I'm also her enemy. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, these streams, I mean, to remind people, these were your idea. This was not my idea. This was your idea. And I said, that sounds like a great idea. Do you want to come and stream with me? And you said yes.
Right. No, and we do, I do this. This is how I can support Carlin in different ways. Because I don't know, I bring the conservative judgment. I bring the hellfire and brimstone that Carlin lacks, so
yeah. And the thing, and guys, and I want to support Alex and what he's doing with his channel, so please subscribe to Alex's channel. It is in the description below somewhere. He's posting content every single day. It's really hard to do that, and it's just like a personal vlog, but I think it's interesting. I think you've got some really good takes.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm really focused on, my main goal with my channel is to just represent normal conservatives. So conservatives that are what conservatives are. And I'm trying to represent that not just to other conservatives, which I think it's nice for us to have an influencer. If I ever became one, that would be a good thing, in my opinion. But it's also for center left, libertarian, just centrist, these different groups of people to understand more about the conservative mindset and the conservative, that kind of stuff, like how to work with it, how to understand it. If you want to hate conservatives, I at least want you to know what they are. Yeah. I want you to know what we are. That's my point.
I think it's great. I think the more common sense people we have on the internet, just like saying things that are like, really, honestly, you're not saying anything that's like that controversial, I don't think. But like in the land of the internet, people just, they get attention for saying the craziest things. And I just find it to be grossly irresponsible. And I think the more normal people just speaking up and saying just like normal things and being like, this is stupid. Why can't we all just wrap our heads around the idea that this is stupid? I think it's a positive thing.
Yes. And I'm very much still a big tent conservative. I want us to win. I care very much about winning. I was fighting with conservatives, but I can handle fighting with conservatives because it doesn't hurt my feelings because I understand where they're coming from, So, but I had one today. He was like, no, like everything is in black and white, and we must always fight against evil no matter what. And I was saying, like, not everything is black and white. And when he said that, I was like, that is thinking like a leftist. That is how leftists think. And I'm just trying to explain this because I do feel that conservatives can be reasoned with. I think a lot are just upset with how things are. And they're just so angry and so hurt and just betrayed, by everything that happened since 2020 and COVID and, just everything that's happened, probably even the last 10 years. And I just think, it's like most times with conservatives, if they're allowed to just speak and it's not as judged as harshly, then the anger quells. So I try to provide that area for, but I will still respond if you're a dick. And I don't take shit from anyone. Like I said, I'm not anybody's gay anything.
I love it.
The only one that I am something is my boyfriend. So I am boyfriend. That's about it. So, but thank you.
I want to take some super chats. George said, I already told you, point out to him that nothing remotely controversial is quite the opposite. The same thing happens here. This is about Joshua, by the way. I have been trying to explain to Joshua that we give I think, really constructive advice and even some sage wisdom on these streams. And I want to say this too. Listen, of course, Alex and I are going to watch the stream and be just the tiniest bit bitchy, just like a little bit. But like,
Yeah,
if they make good points, I am going to make it a priority to say that I agree with them. Like, I don't believe in just ripping people down just because I don't like them. Like, if they make good points, I will say that I agree with them. If they make stupid points, I will say that it is a stupid point. If they say something that is directly contradictory to their public actions, I will call them raging hypocrites.
Yes.
But this is not just a stream to hate on them the entire time. I really want to have it be a constructive stream where we're, talking about life and lessons and all of those things as well.
Yes. In my perfect world, people like them would be able to hopefully help to de-radicalize some on the left. As fellow lefties, they can understand it better, just as I'm trying to de-radicalize those on the further right, because I can understand them better. And people in the center, we need to be making active efforts to de-radicalize people, because we can't fall for the psyops of the system. No. I'm sorry, like that's what this is. Like, and we have to come together and it has to stop. So whatever your role is, you got to do it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel.
Yeah. About it. Definitely. And I'll say this too, like someone said to me after Nothing Remotely Controversial this week, they said, you're just jealous of Keri because she had a profile in the Epic Times. Well, first of all, I didn't even know she had a profile. I literally didn't even know she had a profile in the Epic Times until that person said that to me. So I was like, okay. But secondly, I want Keri to be profiled in the Epic Times. I have said it a million times, and I do actually genuinely mean this. Although I think Keri is a deranged psychopath in regards to me, like Keri is actually like a good person in regards to other people in her life. She just has a weird freaking psychotic bend about me that I haven't quite figured out. But I want Keri telling her story. I want Keri being on shows. I want Keri writing books. I want Keri's story to be featured. I think that Keri is very good at waking people on the left up. And to be honest, and I've again said this a million times, I learned a lot from Keri Smith before she turned completely fucking psychotic on me.
Right. She's very good at speaking to the left. And I do think that Mike can do that as well, because I can't really do that. Like, I'm kind of mean, and I'm not a left-wing person. I'm just not. So I get along fine with a lot of center-left people. Don't get me wrong. But the thing is, like, it's harder to especially de-radicalize somebody, because if I talk to a woke leftist, they're just going to say, oh, well, you're just a self-hating gay. That's all they're going to see because I'm conservative. Or they'll just say, you can't be a conservative. And they'll just be this weird thing and it'll be derailed. Whereas the way that they talk, it's like a different energy. But for me, like I can talk to the hard right pretty well and I can handle the arguments. I don't get triggered. It doesn't bother me. And you can have more understanding, and that's what we need to be doing is just bringing people more towards the center. And not the authoritarian center, but the libertarian center. I will agree on that. I'll say it.
I'm going to make you're going to become a libertarian. So
no, I'm not.
2024. Yes, you are. I'm going to get you. You're going to be joining the Libertarian Party. You're going to be wearing gold everywhere. It's going to be great. We're going to work on it, Alex. Okay.
No. But the furthest I could ever be is like a conservatarian. I could never be fully libertarian because I don't like it. But I'm saying, like, we don't want to go towards the Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, George Bush center. We want to go towards like the Rand Paul, the more Trumpy, right? That more center.
No, libertarian. Rand Paul's a libertarian.
I know. Well, I'm saying like, we want to go more towards, letting people live their lives. It's this crazy thing.
So libertarian.
Not libertarian.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We're gonna.
Although I have to give you guys one thing.
Okay.
Libertarians actually stopped talking about drugs and cops for 1 second and open borders for 1 second. And it was actually in your stream, Carlin. You did that. So I have to congratulate you because you talked about the farmers and the milk. That is such a good idea. I was like, oh my fucking God. a libertarian, really brilliant idea that conservatives would be more than willing to steal and then take credit
Hey
for.
man, check out the Libertarian Party Twitter. It is not the same Libertarian Party Twitter as it was a couple weeks ago. It is a completely new Twitter with completely new messaging. The Libertarian Party is changing.
And Republicans, we need to poach that shit, and then we can take credit for it.
Hey man, I don't care who gets credit for it as long as it's done.
You want it done.
George also says, the audiobook turned out great. I'm starting part 2 tonight. I avoided watching the recordings to get the full impact of the final cut. I'm leaving the review tomorrow. Thank you, George, for that. And if anyone doesn't know, there is the audio version of my book, Actively Unwoke, has now been relaunched with me reading it instead of the Crypt Keeper. And so people do seem to be really liking it. And I definitely, if you read the book, if you got even the hardcover, the Kindle version, or the audio version, please leave a review, a real review that I didn't pay for. 5 stars only. If you have anything less than 5 stars, keep it to yourself. But like, please leave a review and let people know what you think. And I really appreciate it. All right, go ahead.
And let farmers sell raw milk to people who want to buy it.
Yes, let farmers sell raw milk. That's pretty basic. And then Chris Baker says, do an analysis of deranged corona fascists and corona zombies. I know some who seem to be good libertarians before 2020. I have one person in mind. Chris, if you have a video that you want me to react to, send it my way, buddy. And we'll see what's up with that. Thank you for the super chat. And I just want to mention Caleb's chat too. It's not a super chat, but I think it makes a really good point before we get started. Caleb says, Carlin made one video about Brandon and has never talked about it since. The difference is that Brandon left her the fuck alone. They continuously talk about you and then are shocked when you respond. This is a really good point. I made a video stating very clearly why I left the walkaway movement. And yes, I left the walkaway movement. I know for a fact they were planning stuff for me with other events. And I said, fuck you, I'm not doing this anymore. And then I let it lie. And Brandon hasn't talked shit about me online and hasn't talked shit about me in private that I know of. And so, you know, there's really nothing else to say.
Right. And I think I even said that in my video about Mike. I said that if he stopped, I was like, Carlin may tweet about you once or twice, or she may tweet about you for a little bit because she's still pissed. But if he stopped for weeks, you would stop. Absolutely.
I mean, it wouldn't even have to be weeks. Like, if he just stopped talking about me, I have absolutely, and you know, this is something too, is like, we really do intend this to be the last effing time we talk about these people on Sassy Saturday. There are other people that Alex and I want to watch. This is just, the timing of this is good, and we think they deserve a little bit of punishment for not apologizing to that woman. But I don't intend to talk about these two anymore. Quite frankly, I'm really bored by it. I don't think that they have any original takes at all. I mean, maybe I'll be surprised in this video, but we really... We do intend this to be like this is like our grand finale, Alex. It's like you said before we started streaming, our graduation moment. Except if they do a live stream about me in any way, shape, or form, I will respond. And I would even do one better. In fact, Keri, I would love for you to do a live stream about me so I could do a meta reaction stream, which is streaming you while you're streaming live, responding to you live and what you're saying. Please do it, Keri. Please, please do it. I am dying for a meta reaction stream, Keri. I would love it. But if they keep their fucking mouth shut, this is the last time I'm ever going to speak about them.
Well, I think we needed to do an episode about Mike. It needed to be done. Absolutely. And I think that this is a graduation. Like I said, this is the last one. And we're moving on to bigger and better things in the future. And also, I consider this the end of season 1 of Sassy Saturday.
We made it through a whole season, Alex?
Yeah, well, the spring. We're going to go into summer.
And you haven't defected to the Horde yet, which they all thought you would.
No, they're like, oh, I give it 6 months and da-da-da-da-da. And they have like a fetish. They probably like sexually fantasize about us having.
Well, I know some people in the Horde are sexually fantasizing about me.
Oh gosh, that's
another topic.
Truth.
Another topic.
But
that's absolutely the fucking truth. But it's not a topic.
But what I will say is, they are obsessed with the idea of us splitting, and it's like, well, if it was going to happen, it probably would have already. There are a lot of takes. There's been many a time when I have been angry with Carlin, even before I was more active in her Zoom. You know, Carlin did trigger me a bit with the why did an Ethereum moment. I will admit, Carlin, I was like, oh my God.
Who was right? Who was right? Say it.
Carlin did trigger me about a lot of different things.
But
I get it. But she has been right about certain things, and it's really horrible, and she shouldn't have been right. The conservatives should not have made her right. Do not make her right. Please. If that's the only thing you hear of fellow conservatives, make Carlin wrong.
I was right. I was right with 100% of the things that I said.
Please
let
make
this
Carlin
be a
wrong.
lesson. Let it be a lesson to all of you. The Carlin is right tip jar. Every time I am right and you are wrong, you owe me $2. You have to super chat in $2. Well, okay. The really last thing I want to say before we get started is, and this is serious. I just want to mention this because I know I'm going to get, feedback about this. Mike Harlow did say on Twitter this week that something is going on with his dad. And I don't know what that thing is. And, his dad is a lot older, and Mike, he really does love his dad. They have a special relationship. I was with him in Arizona when he got off the plane and found out his dad had a heart attack. I saw how he reacted to that. And I know that his whatever's going on with his dad is serious, and I hope he gets better. I genuinely mean that. I don't want people to be sick, even though I do think people create their own sickness. I don't want people to be sick. I want people to be well. I want people to be able to spend time with their families. And I really did consider for like half a second changing the video just out of respect for the fact that he seems to have something going on with his family. However, he did post on Twitter today that he went out to a picnic in the park. And so I don't feel so bad about us doing this stream. I do hope his dad is okay, but he actually seems to be just fine. And so I decided to go through with it.
We're not going to be commenting on his dad. We aren't leftists. We don't attack people that associate with people that's leftist shit that these people do. We don't do that. Me and Carlin, neither one of us are leftists. We don't act like them either. So I will not say anything about his dad whatsoever in this stream, and neither will Carlin.
I will say that I hope his father, in whatever is wrong, has a speedy recovery and is able to spend tons of time with his family and enjoy that time. And, there's no shade on his father. And, I hope he gets really good care taken of him. And, I'll send him positive energy, and that's the real, there's real world and there's internet bullshit. But I also know that none of them have cared about my mental health as they've been attacking me incessantly on the internet. And so fuck them. He seems to be just fine. We're going to proceed as planned.
Yeah, we are.
All right, Alex, before we get started, we have hang on. Dragonwater has a super chat. Dragonwater says Carlin is right and is usually right. Best wishes for Mike's father. Yes, please all send positive energy and prayers to his father. And we appreciate that. But Alex, we have a little tradition on Sassy Saturday, which is that you, as the Christian among us, will lead us in a moment of prayer for our grace and salvation. And
I'm
whatever
not
you want
allowed to say no. I'm just kidding. But okay, let me calm down the rate. It's going to be a little hard. I don't know what it is, but something about Mike really triggers the hell out of me. So I'm really going to have to, you're making me do the Christian work now. Now this is becoming a spiritual exercise.
Well, you have to demonstrate what a good Christian is, because God knows Keri Smith isn't.
Oh God, well, she needs to learn for sure.
We need to provide positive role models.
Okay. Let me try to get my heart of stone to like soften for a second. Okay. All right. Dear Lord, I do want to go ahead and pray for Mikey, especially Mikey's father. I pray that Mikey's father will have a very quick recovery from what has happened. I don't know all the details, but I hope that he will be okay, that he will make a speedy recovery, and that, they will still have a lot more time together in life. I pray that it will bring him and his father closer, and that it will hopefully bring Mike some peace. I do want to pray for Mike as well. I want to pray for you to help him when it comes to his struggles with his sexuality. I want you to please help him when it comes to, any kind of self-acceptance in terms of who he is or any of these different things. Please, Lord, heal the insecurity that he has about anything about himself, as we are all created in the image of you, Lord. And I pray for Keri as well. I pray that Keri will please, see the light. Please draw her closer to you. And, please cleanse her heart of this hate and derision and, these toxic tendencies that she has. Please heal her of those things. I know that you have healed them in me, Lord. So I have all the faith that you can do that for her as well. Even if it may take time, please work with her and heal her of her past hurts and make her brand new, like fresh snow. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Alex, that was a lovely prayer.
Thank you.
A little slightly passive aggressive, but
well,
lovely.
I'm trying to be real, and the Lord loves the truth. It's the truth. But
he knows.
Yes, I want her to heal from this, definitely.
Mm-hmm. All right. Everyone, please mount that like button before we get started. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not already. We will not be doing Sassy Saturday next week. Can't even speak. Sassy Saturday next week because I will be in the middle of the woods, but we may come back the week after. All right, Alex, any final thoughts? Let me make sure I get this positioned correctly before we get started.
We better come back a week after because I already have something that we need to watch. So.
Oh no, does that have to do with John Doyle?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a smidge. Just a smidgen. But
a smidgen, like what my grandmother used to try to get us to sneak her into the nursing home.
Oh my God.
She would always say, bring me a smidgen. Bring me a smidgen.
But yes. Oh, I forgot about her little intros.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've never watched. This will be actually my first time watching Keri's channel. So I have absolutely no idea. But I do want to keep the chat on too. Let me change it to all chat because I think the Queen from England makes an appearance in the chat, and so I want to watch that too. Just down in the corner, just so I can see it. All right,
the last one, Carlin. It's the final, final moment. Not of Sassy Saturday.
Not of Sassy Saturday. Well, I mean, listen, Alex, inevitably they're going to eventually do a stream about me. We know this is going to happen at some point. And then we will be able to have a reunion. We'll be able to do a reunion special. We can call it a reunion between you and I and Keri and Mikey, in which we won't actually be on the same stream, but we'll fill it as a reunion.
Maybe that'll be in season 3. Yeah. I go by seasons of the year. So we're finishing spring. We're going into summer after Pork Fest. So we have a little hiatus and we're coming back.
We're coming back. All right, guys, let's get this party started. It's really loud. What the hell?
I'm nervous.
I'm so confused about what's going on right now.
Ew.
Huh. That was an interesting intro. Okay.
That was very weird.
Hello, and welcome to a live kerfuffle break on Deprogrammed. I'm here with my guest co-host today, Mike Harlow. Mike, I told you I was going to bring you on after the announcements, but I decided to surprise you. And
I know. I thought I had time to be a vain bitch and fix my hair. Someone tweeted us and was like, "Oh, you got to bring your good hair game."
Oh, and now God, this is gonna be so hard to watch. I don't even like these already.
I think that my guests need to wear a hat. I'm like, why? I mean, if they want to, I love hats.
Oh God, thank God I have beer.
But
no one can compete with your hat game. That's why.
I got a new hat yesterday. Well, a new old hat. It was our anniversary. It's our 1-year wedding anniversary, which because you were here a year ago. I can't believe
that was the best wedding ever.
I'm kind of partial to it.
Because I hate weddings. I hate all the pageantry and it's the most not romantic thing ever.
Is that crackling for you?
It is for me, yeah.
I think that's their audio. I don't think that's mine. God. I think that's theirs, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, Queen from England's already in their chat. Oh, great.
Oh, what is he saying?
I don't. Someone just says I see his name.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Grasping for relevance, the Queen is.
So you're like the perfect wedding because it wasn't
Sometimes-
about all the bullshit.
Yeah,
Keri,
sometimes there
stop
can be a
fucking
lot
with
of
your mic.
bullshit, formative bullshit. This was just kind of come and have fun, and that was before we had air conditioning in this house. So a lot has. We were just Anthony and I were talking about all the stuff that's happened in the past year, and it's a lot. We have AC in the house. We have some running water. Yeah, we don't have a shower yet. Working on it. We've got plumbers out. They've been out this whole past week, and then this room that I'm in. I'll just give you an update on what we're doing. This whole wall has been torn down.
What? What was that?
Somebody said they're trying to open a chip bag. That wasn't chips. This is cherries. I am a good boy. I eat healthy.
Cherries. Oh, that's a nice snack. So I just want to say, so Keri moved into this house that I think they're renovating, and the only reason I know this is because actually almost a year ago at this time, I went to VIP art weekend because, you know, I spend like way too much money on art and it's a problem and I really need to stop. It's like an addiction. But I was at VIP art weekend, which is what you get to go to when you spend too much money on art. And I bought a painting, and the Twitter horde gave me so much shit for daring to buy art. And they said that I was poverty shaming Mike Harlow because I went to art weekend and bought art and posted pictures of the art that I liked on Twitter. And I was like, hang on a second. Keri has a whole fucking Instagram account about remodeling a house. Do you think that is more or less expensive than my art?
Probably
it's just like probably a little bit more, but you know, it's just the raging hypocrisy that bothers me. Anyway, she's renovating a house. I actually think it's kind of cool, to be honest with you. I think that's a neat project.
Yeah.
Because we had to take out a chimney that was crumbling, but we're rebuilding it. And tomorrow he's going to start rebuilding the adjoining room, which is going to be his recording studio. So it's very exciting.
I love your house. That's so beautiful.
Yeah. I mean,
what about the kitchen? I need to know about the kitchen.
The kitchen has been completely deconstructed.
Might be Mike Carlos.
So right now it's like a temporary kind of setup in there. Anthony put in this temporary kind of camp kitchen area where we can cook and stuff. And we do have a temporary kitchen sink now, but it's all just kind of deconstruct is the best way to put it. Yeah, that room is like probably number 4 on our list. First on our list is the guest bath, just so we have a working shower. But anyway.
By the way, side note, if you're hearing fucking salsa music, this is what they do.
Definitely his mic. This is definitely Mikey's mic.
Some kind of buzzing when you're talking now.
Yeah, it's his mic, not us.
Do you guys hear that buzzing?
Yes.
Hey guys, hey chat.
We all
wait.
Yeah. Do you?
Hey, Rita, Lisa, Therese.
If you guys hear that noise, let us know.
Oh yeah, can I? Yeah, I just got a mic, but I was like cheap.
There's a crackling noise. So you know what?
I swear, if it's this new mic, I'm gonna be so pissed.
It is the new mic.
I'm gonna switch mics.
Okay, try the new one.
What about now?
That sounds good.
Oh,
okay.
I'm good. This damn thing. I knew it.
No, you just have to test it out. So really quickly, I didn't do the announcements because I just brought you on. I'm just going to say, guys, if it's your first time watching, welcome. This is still a relatively new channel. I'm excited because we've almost hit 10,000 in just a couple of months. So if it's your first time here, you can hit subscribe if you like it and help us hit that goal, at which point we'll have some kind of party. I don't know what it'll be. And also, we do have a Subscribe Star and a Patreon. Just look for Deprogrammed if you want to support the show financially, and a Locals. We also, let's see, what else? Oh, okay. So I'm going to tell you about the event that just happened, but just coming up this week, if you're in the Dallas, Texas area, I'm going to be at the Friday Night Tights meetup on Thursday night. It's free. Come on out and say hello. There's going to be a ton of people there. I'm really excited. My husband's coming with me. And then I'm sticking around for Fan Expo. I've got a friend who's has a booth and is selling her artwork. So come say hello to her. Her name's Julia Mann, Art by Julia Mann. And then the following week, I'm going to be in New York, so I'll get to see you. I'm going to be at Minds Fest on June 25th, which is a Friday, and they have a great lineup. So check it out. If you're in New York, it's oh my goodness, they have Cornell West, Zuby, Tim Pool, Libby Emmons, just a
Tulsi Gabbard, Blair.
Oh yeah, they announced Tulsi Gabbard. It's crazy. So
I don't like Tulsi Gabbard anymore.
I think that's it. I think that's all the announcements.
She bores me now, to be honest with you.
Anyway,
I think she's
thank you for waiting.
Yeah.
I know exactly where we're going for dinner, by the way.
Oh, I trust you. You know all about. You're good.
That's where I grew up. I grew up like 2-3 blocks away from the theater that it's at. So by the pier there, they have this amazing like outdoor bar restaurant. It's like one of the few things left that are still nice in New York.
Okay. I'm excited. I'm just kind of this month is sort of jam packed.
I want to point this out. So there's a woman in the chat, Lisa K. This bitch.
Oh gosh.
She was fucking paying to be in my locals to spy on me. And I discovered it when she finally tweeted what her locals handle was, because she has her own separate locals. And so I went in, and sure enough, she was in my locals fucking spying on me. So I blocked her ass. They all do that. It's the weirdest thing. It really is like a cult.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? Let's do it. So one of the things that happened this past week, and the reason I didn't do a Friday show because I had an event on Friday in Austin, and this was at
no, not you, different.
It was called Women Leading the Left, and it was a discussion with myself, Megan Murphy, Mary Lou Singleton, and Michelle Evans, moderated by Isabella Malvin, and it was a great, interesting group of women because although we've all left the extreme left, we haven't all ended up in the same place. We don't have the same opinions on everything. We even disagree. We did a video discussion before the event a couple weeks before where we talked about abortion, and everybody has a different perspective on it. But the one thing we have in common is that we support free speech, and we think the left has gotten pretty extreme in the past few years, especially. So this event was supposed to provoke dialogue for women in Austin who feel politically homeless. And I'll just say, overall, it was great. We had a great turnout. I met a lot of new people. I met people who are just leaving woke, and, there's tears, some of these women. And I understand that because they're losing everything. Like during the Q&A, one woman said, I'm losing my whole family. They're calling me a bigot and a Trumper and all this stuff. And so it's really great, I think, for a lot of people who are going through this, if they're just going through it now, to come to an event like this and see we're not the only ones. There's other women here, and
yeah, I just want to say, like, that is really sad, and I understand what that's like, and I like that Keri's out there doing this stuff.
I do too. I'm really
I think
happy
that's what she should be doing, because there are so many people who you don't know where to turn when you leave the left. And when I left the left, Keri Smith was the person I turned to, and I learned so much from her. And so I think that I love that she's doing this event. I love that, and I love that resource is being provided. There needs to be more resources like that. Unfortunately, Walkaway is not providing those resources, even though the entire mission of Walkaway is supposed to be about getting people to leave the left, and all they do is hold events with conservatives. I've never understood it, but I mean, I do. That's where they raise their money, but I'm really glad other people are holding these events.
Yeah, I think maybe we need more than walk away. If anybody's center lefty and you guys are realizing this, please do something. You guys need to help.
Yeah.
You need to do something. We all need to do something. So
it's very
I'm
true.
glad she's doing that. I am glad. That's really good to hear.
No, we're not all the same. We're not all conservatives. We're not all liberals. We don't all agree on policy, but we have this experience in common with walking away from the radical left. So anyway, it was great. That being said, there were a lot of protesters, and
you met my old friends.
I did. And they banged on the windows the whole event. So we had to speak over them. You saw the video I did from
Don't their
inside.
arms get tired? Like, it doesn't seem like they've got a whole lot in the way going on of biceps.
So-
Not that I'm one to talk.
Okay, this is what Mike Harlow does, and this is what really bothers me about him. Is like Keri's actually saying something of substance right now that is actually a really good thing to say, and he's just like inserting himself like with quippy side remarks. He's like the he is. You know what he is, Alex? He's the literal fucking definition of the gay sidekick.
I'm telling you.
That's what he is. That's what he's
Projection.
doing. Am I right?
He's very stereotypical, and unfortunately not in the good ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's tragic, but leftism and gayness, they combine into this huge mental prison for gay men, especially. It's insane, and I hate it because it makes gay men way less attractive. And I like gay men. I know that's a shock.
No, I'm deeply shocked at this. You know.
So I want gay men to be as attractive as possible. So I like it. You know, that was one of the best things about my coming out and coming out and accepting and all this stuff is that, you know, I felt the call to the liberal prison or the leftist prison, and I rejected it. I said, you know, I fought to accept myself and to live my life the way that I wanted to from, you know, my conservative family. So, some of them, not all. I don't know what is with conservatives. They are so split on this issue. It is so weird. It is so weird because it's like a 50-50 shot with conservatives. They're either going to be totally cool about it or totally not cool about it. And it's
This is an area where conservatives really need to improve. Like what goes on in the bedroom is none of your effing business. I'm sorry. It's not your business.
And it's just not helpful. It hurts gay votes, obviously, and gay activism within the right, which is bad. And then gays and women are often very close together. So it does hurt the votes of women as well.
Well, do you know what the first party to fight for gay rights was, Alex?
I don't know.
The libertarians. Libertarians! Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Ugh.
Libertarians win again.
Libertarians strike again.
But really watch this. Watch every time Mike Harlow interjects in this stream. I'm putting money on it now. He is going to say nothing of substance. It's just going to be like the quirky gay sidekick. Watch for it. You're not going to be able to miss it.
Stereotype. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
They did. Okay, well, that's kind of funny because towards the end, like right before the Q&A, we noticed because it was really hot that day. It was over 100 degrees here in Texas, and most of them were wearing masks outside.
Oh, wait, can you pause it for a second?
And
yes,
and they're kind of
forgot to
fake.
Go ahead.
finish my point. I had a brain fart. So my point was, like, I fought with my family and everything, and I wasn't gonna immediately just listen to the left. I was like, bitch, like I did all this so I could be free and be myself. I'm not gonna be what you think I should be. Like, bye, Felicia. And I had already split with my family, you know, that I wasn't working out with and all that crap. So I had already paid the price. I was not going to sign up to go be in this leftist box of what being a gay is, being the gay pet, the gay sidekick and all this crap. I'm nobody's fucking sidekick. I'm the star of my own fucking story, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all. And oh my God, I got so much hate, by the way. Oh my God.
I bet you did.
There's nothing more than they hate than a gay person who does not be in their box. They hate it. Oh my God.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Well, Smoony is sending a great super chat. If you're looking for a future happy hour, check out a video called The Trouble with Capitalism, the case for anti-capitalist feminism. I'll link it in the Yes, Smoony, please link that in the comments section. That is, I won't be doing happy hour next week because, again, I'll be in the middle of the woods. The Wi-Fi is going to suck. I already know that. But please link it. I would love to do that for a happy hour. That sounds fascinating. And thank you.
You're gonna kill us.
And they were by the
It'll
end.
be fine. We'll all survive.
It kept getting weaker and
Listen,
weaker until
Alex,
the
happy hour has been our training for Sassy Saturdays. It has been like if we can sit through a 2-hour woke training and not lose our minds, we can sit through this. It's okay.
The one yesterday was bad.
It was really bad.
It
We
was
watched,
really bad.
for people who don't know, we watched a video about milk and racism or milk and whiteness, and it was literally a video about why these women in Britain think that milk is racist. Only milk that comes from cows. Milk that comes from camels is fine, but milk that comes from cows is racist. It's amazing. If you want to go watch it, it's on my second channel, youtube.com/activelyunwoke. It was the stuff of legend.
It inspired me to buy ice cream. I ate it.
Mm-hmm. That's what it'll do.
It was chocolate ice cream too, so it was double problematic.
I made a burrito with lots of cheese on it because cheese is also racist. Butter is racist. Ice cream is racist. They were trying to get rid of everything dairy related. It was amazing.
Oh gosh, they suck.
They did suck.
Q&A. They just kind of like trickled away.
You guys have to go look on Keri's Facebook. You got to upload it to YouTube or something because this video of her confronting the protesters is just comedy gold. It should just be called, because you guys know Keri. She's like a freaking angel. So it should just be
not.
Called.
Yes, exactly,
Sure.
Keri. You are not an angel.
Wheels. You're the nice one.
You are not an angel,
But it should just be called like sweetest person in the world comes face to face with Antifa and stands her ground. But it was so entertaining because you were like, can you do the middle finger again? It makes for a better picture. And then there's the guy in the mask screaming. Oh, sorry, you're going to show it. I'm giving it all away. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll just play it. I'll play it. Yeah, I don't know how to take it off Facebook, but I'm going to try and figure that out. But I'll just play it from here right now. You tell me if you can't hear it. It's not that long. So this was a live stream from while we were waiting to start the event because of all the noise disturbance. So this is the current state of things at our panel in Austin for women leaving the left. Let's see if I can turn this around. How do I do that?
That's legit, man. I haven't seen a good Antifa sighting lately. Good for Keri.
Oh my god.
Good for her.
Ugh. I'm glad she's doing stuff.
I am too.
So they've just kind of posted up at all the entrances with their signs, and some of them were making a primate kind of gestures with their groin, and it kind of feels like we're in a zombie movie and we're inside the library hiding from the zombies who want to eat our brains. So because this lady hi.
They're all wearing masks. How tragic.
So I'm just taking you on a walking tour of what the scene is. And
look at these cowardly people outside.
Could you do your middle finger again? Okay. Could that woman
Can you please make merch? Can you do the middle finger? That woman, I don't know if you noticed, but that woman
is so fangirling over Keri.
He does this every time. Every time.
So hard.
Things in her hand, I think.
He does that with everyone.
She was standing with her back to the window trying to break the glass, and when she saw my camera, she walked away. That's what just happened.
Feisty.
Yeah. And could you do the middle finger? Sorry.
This is much less brave than Mikey made it out to be. Keri is inside with a barrier. It's not like he confronted her. If you have a barrier in front of you, you're being less brave.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I took a photo a while ago with their big sign, and it was a pretty good photo to show you what was going on, except they made it better because then they all put me off. So I got a second picture. If you take the mask off,
that guy's having some feelings. Holy shit!
It's hard to hear you through the door and the mask. Okay, well,
that's not Antifa, by the way. That was a lie. That's not Antifa.
So these are. I think we're just waiting. We're starting a little late because we're waiting for.
It's a nice room.
Security.
Yeah, it is.
Just because of the noise disturbance. I'll take you outside.
Oh, good. She does go outside.
Okay.
This is my beautiful friend, sitting out here.
I'm significantly
doing the
more impressed
door.
now. Does she have anyone with her?
I'm sorry.
That's
about
actually
all this.
legitimately brave if she went outside with no one with her.
Yeah.
Even
Does
though
she
she's
just
filming.
work there?
No, she's so.
What the hell?
No, she's one of my good friends, and she.
They really
Give
were
her
making a lot of
credit.
noise.
Here
This is
to
what happens
work
when
the
you live in
door, and
Austin.
She had to sit there close to these guys the whole
Have
time.
to give her
And I'll
credit.
tell you something briefly.
Her poor nostrils.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I went out
Oh,
there a few times
God.
because
It's
what
his
happened
computer.
was
My,
that as
Okay, so fun fact, 2 years ago, Mike Harlow spent his last remaining dime on a expensive MacBook with the intention of using it to produce more videos. Has he produced any more videos, Alex? No, he has not. He has not. And apparently now that MacBook is failing because the sound fucking sucks.
I know. What is going on? This wasn't during Mercury Retro.
No, but like I want to say, like Keri is legitimately brave for going outside with no security.
Yeah.
I would not have left that building with no security. So you know what? Good for her. I'll give her
And
props for
again,
that.
I want to reiterate my bitch point, which is, I'm a major fan of Carlin, but I do not kiss Carlin's ass anywhere near the amount that Mikey kisses Keri's.
Alex, can't you just say I'm stunning and brave and beautiful and amazing and an angel? Can't you just do that in like extra gay voice right now and like flip your hair when you do it?
I don't think I can. It's not in me. Because I do give you credit, and then I also give you criticism.
Yeah, you give me a lot of criticism.
I give you both, but I support you. I really like what you do. I really fucking do. And I like you as a person. I like your personality. I feel like, we're both Slytherins. We get it.
Definitely a fucking Slytherin. I'm even wearing green today. I'm even wearing leopard print for like extra feistiness.
I'm not wearing that, but I do have a Slytherin scarf that I will wear this fall and winter. And I am just saying, we have that connection. Like, I get it. I totally get it. So we're cool. I'm not Carlin's gay anything. I'm Carlin's friend and ally in this political battle.
I actually like it when people stand up to me. I do. When they're making good points. The problem when people stand up to me is like most of the time they don't make good points. They just say something like, here's what conservatives do. I make what I think is a very valid point about conservatives turning into woke leftists, which you've now agreed with. And then conservatives come back and they say, well, don't you think a lot of yourself? And I'm like, that's not actually an argument against the point I'm making. And they're like, you need to humble yourself. And I'm like, no, I really don't. You need to actually argue the substance of the point.
Leftist.
But that's what they do. And then they get pissed off when I don't instantly agree with them. I'm like, you literally haven't argued the substance of my point at all. You're just insulting me. Like, what do you want me to do?
Saying you need to humble yourself. That's about as SJW as it gets. Why don't you just say check your privilege? Why don't you just do that?
I'm just saying that Mikey might actually say that exact line somewhere in this video. And I know that because I caught about 30 seconds of the stream when it was live. And that might be the section of the stream that I caught.
I'm okay. And I'm saying we're MAGA Trump now on the right. We are not Evangelical Bush BS. If you missed that train, I'm sorry. You're too slow. Hopefully you'll catch up. But it has been 6-7 years now. It's time to catch up. And on that side, we don't tell people to check their privilege. We don't do that type of shit. We don't say, you need to humble yourself. No, you just, if you want to be a bitch back to Carlin, then go for it.
But don't expect that I'm not going to be a bitch right back to you if you're not arguing the substance of my point.
And you can fight it back and forth and you can fight it out. And like I said, I'm very much in favor of conservatives speaking their mind, getting things out. The more you express, the better you get at it. And it needs to get better. It is bad. So it is bad. I'm going to be honest. I call the conservatives the girls. The girls do not know what they're doing when it comes to speaking. It's terrible. And it's because you haven't practiced. Just practice. Do what I did. Get a job as a call center agent. And then you can learn how to speak. But
or come to my locals. Come to the community Zooms and locals. The community Zooms and my locals were originally started just to give people a place to practice speaking. That was the original purpose of them.
You have, because Oh, this is the thing where, again, I love conservatives because I am one too, right? And I love myself. Oh my gosh, heaven forbid I ever say that, but I do.
Mhm.
So I love conservatives and I love non-leftist deranged gays. Okay. And I love most people actually. And then I also don't like a lot of people, but that's another story for another day. But the point is,
I only love gay men. Lesbians are on probation until they prove themselves not to be insane. I mean, I like some lesbians are fine. I'm not shitting on all lesbians, but like gay men, I'm on board with. Lesbians, probation for a little while just to prove you're not insane.
as long as they're not a deranged leftist, lesbians are great, gays are great. Love them to bits. Love you. Don't care if you're center left, libertarian, conservative, whatever. If you're communist, I don't think I'm gonna like you that much. I'm sorry. But as far as anything else, it's like I love it. But the thing is, like, you know, I love the conservatives, but they sometimes they just don't. They're so slow. I don't know. Sometimes they can be slow.
Yes, a little
I
slow.
love you. I'm slow too, so I get it. But it's like, please, like, like, please, just we want to win, and I know it. And conservatives want to win so bad. They want to win so bad, and they just don't act in the way to win. It's like, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're acting like. This is the conservative energy. Let me just, I'm having a moment right now.
Do it. Hang on. We'll do this. Do it. Have your moment.
Conservative energy is a girl that is dating a guy and she's like so in love with him and he loves her back. And the girl, she's like laying it down in bed at night. They're not living together or anything. And she's just like, she's having an anxiety attack about her boyfriend. And she's just like, oh my gosh, like my boyfriend, like he's probably talking to some other bitch right now. Like he's not talking to me. Like he's this, he's that, very 9 of Swords energy to get the libertarians and stuff to understand. This is conservative energy. And she's ringing and she's like, he doesn't even love me anymore. Like, I don't even know why I'm doing this. And so then what does she do? She texts him in the middle of, I don't know anything about this. I've never done anything like this ever. But she'll text him in the middle of the night and she'll do a bunch of weird shit at him. Or then she'll try to break up with him because she's like, oh my God, like you don't even love me. Like, this just isn't working. I don't know if we can do this anymore, blah, blah, blah. Just stop. It's like, just stop. You love him. You're going to get married to him. You want to win, conservatives.
Stop pushing him away by acting insane.
Yes, you want to win, so win. If you are going to be in charge, you're going to be considered normal. If you're considered normal, then you need to act normal. If you act normal,
not like a crazy ex or a stalker
or an SJW, like just stop. Like it's fine. Like people do not hate you as much as you think. Like just stop. They just hate the and the cringe and the weirdness. Like, just stop it. Just have respect and people will respect you most of the time. And trust me, if they don't, or if you're dealing with a deranged leftist, by all means, let it loose. And especially if they're a politician, you put the pressure on the politicians beyond.
Exactly. Those are the people you fight, the politicians. They have to be nice to you. They want your vote.
Oh, and conservatives love to give people like AOC, Joe Biden, everybody hell. Do it. That's how you do
but
it.
But not their own politicians. They need to give their own politicians hell.
They do. Yes. If they vote for gun restriction and stuff, you need to give them hell. Absolutely. They need to know that that is not acceptable. And so use that energy for that especially. And then if woke leftists are attacking you, then by all means, you know what I mean? Like fight back, definitely. And do not ever cave into that. But remember that you're dealing with most of the time, center left, centrist, libertarian, if you're not dealing with other conservatives, and act like that. You're not dealing with people that are loving bringing their kids to drag shows. Most of the time, you're not. Most of the time, you have center left, they're quiet about it. They're like, I don't know, but they don't want to be mean, so they don't say anything, even though they should. But they're not thinking this is okay. So don't attack them like they do. just please. And it's like, oh God, I just wish that like I could flip a switch and conservatives, like the light would just turn on and they would understand that. And if
Dude,
they would,
me too.
I'm trying to translate Carlinism into conservative speak.
That's
I'm
your
really
job.
trying.
Your job is to translate every smart thing that I say that they don't effing listen to at all and make them understand it, Alex, because even
Yes.
though I'm a libertarian, I legitimately want conservatives to be better.
We need to all be working together. I want everybody to be better. Yes, do not act like an unhinged ex. Don't be the girlfriend that's trying to break up with the love of her life because she's anxious about it. It's like, just stop. Put the phone away. Let it pass. It's an
Put the
anxiety
drink down. Go get
Yes.
some chocolate. Go do what? Go get an ice
Calm
cream.
down.
Whatever you need to do to soothe that
Yes.
maid.
Just calm down. It's going to be okay. You're going to get married and it will be fine. Let yourself win. Just let it happen and do it gracefully and it will be great. It's your moment. Just let it happen and don't be nasty. I don't know. You're nasty against the wrong people.
It's the truth. You're nasty against the wrong people. It is the truth. And you drive people away who would have otherwise voted for you.
Exactly. And just stop. Please. I hope that you hear me. I'm going to start praying about it every night.
Like, please, Lord, let them see the light.
Please, just understand. Oh, okay.
All right. We need to get back to our video because people are guys, mount that like button if you would actually like Alex and I to watch the video you came here to watch. But that was an important message, Alex. Thank you.
People were arriving, by themselves or in pairs or in small groups. These protesters were trying to
damn that
intimidate
fucking
them.
crackle.
They were screaming at them.
Can we
calling them
crowdfund
turds
Mike
and
Harlow a new
Nazis and
computer?
telling them that
And
they
we
had
give him the
added
computer if he
their,
apologizes to that woman he
their
lied
picture
about.
to a white supremacist database. And so I went out there for a while and just as
Look
people
how
came up, I was like,
self-conscious he is.
hi,
He's
like, come on in.
He's like not even listening to what you say.
So that they weren't just facing hatred outside. And so I had already walked out here a couple times just to welcome people. But my friend had to sit there listening to the, you can imagine it's kind of disturbing. It caused anxiety. I had even heard people who were coming in. The reason I went out there is I heard people who were coming in and they were saying, gosh, my heart rate's racing, like I didn't expect that. And really sucks. I think I have a crackle too.
People see though that they came to the event, they had that happen, they got nervous, and they were okay. These people are just classic folks. You stand up to them and they melt down, as you can see. So that's what people realize, that you don't need to be afraid. You can stand up to these
Mikey,
people.
your computer is dying.
Look at them. Look at them. They're not that scary.
Mikey, your crackle is back. Try muting yourself. I just want to make sure it's you, not me. Mute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
There's
definitely
something
you,
on
Mikey.
your end with your audio.
Yeah, it's you, on you, not your microphone. On you.
Try leaving and coming back.
Yes.
Because this happened last time
So bad.
with a guest, and he left and came back, and it was fine. I'm trying to remember who that was. Anyway.
Yes, Mikey. GTFO. All right, this is much better already.
Okay, so while we're waiting for him, I'll just finish playing this video. Oh, hey, Dangerous Rhetoric is here. Your audio is pooping. Yes, it is pooping. Hi, Brentley. Okay, we'll just this video is almost over, guys. We'll just play. This is the kind of
George says it happens. That happens when the computer settings are too loud. It's not that complicated. You would think with Mike Harlow being an expert in content creation and creating so much content on the internet, you would think he would learn how a microphone works.
It's like I said, leftist levels of tech. There's on the hierarchy of tech, conservatives are near the bottom, and I am not an exception, unfortunately. I'm horrible with tech, but leftists are even worse. They're even worse than we are. We saw from that milk video yesterday. It was really bad.
God, it was so bad. It was so bad. I just don't understand how people are so bad at technology when we've been forced into using it for a couple years. And I suck at technology. I don't know what happened, Alex, but I swear to God, the moment that I hit 38, I don't know why it was 38, but it was 38 specifically. I went from being able to know how to use every piece of technology to being able to know how to use no pieces of technology. It was overnight. I was like, I have no idea what's going on anymore. My time has passed.
Personal, where you can see it's really impossible to talk to people who are like this. So some people were saying, because I was live streaming this, they were saying, interview them, ask them, what is a woman? You can't get a word in edgewise because they're just screaming at you. So I just felt like, well, let's just get this on cameras to show people what it's like. And there's another thing you're about to see them do, which is they kind of engage in this make-believe that they're filming you, they're filming people who are coming to the event to try and intimidate them. And they're yelling stuff at them, and they yelled stuff at me about how, I've scanned your face and I've added you to a database of white supremacists.
Oh my
Get
God.
ready. And it's like, okay. They do all of that to
Weird.
scare and intimidate people. But if you
That's
turn
not
your
real, by
camera
the way.
on,
Right.
I mean,
they
I believe
engage in
Keri.
this
I believe they said
make-believe
that to
you're
Keri. I'm
putting
saying
your
that's not a
lives
real
in
thing.
danger now because you're recording. And so what they usually do with these kind of protests is, if you start recording, a bunch of them will surround you and try and put their signs in front of your camera so you can't film anything. And you're about to see them do that. And what's funny about it is that they're trying to cover up this guy who starts screaming at me. But if you'll remember from just a minute ago, that same guy was perfectly fine being on camera when I was inside. He was the same one screaming at me in his mask. They're not actually afraid of being on the camera. They're just doing whatever they can to be offensive and to escalate things and to try and provoke you. So all of this is meant to silence, intimidate, provoke. So yeah, there's really no way to engage with it.
Play the video, Keri. I want to see the
but
video.
I don't.
I do.
couldn't
I
have
want to
asked
watch the
them,
video.
I couldn't have asked them questions. No.
Oh God.
Okay. I know, but I want to see more people. I know, but I want to see more people too. I just want to see more.
Who the? Wow. This is like. This is like, seriously, this is like, okay, so the business that I was originally going to do with the Queen from England, it was all about like a traveling art exhibit where we were actually going to stage like basically theatrical performances and art installations illustrating what the woke left has become. And
wow.
one of my favorite ideas, and I would legitimately like to do this at some point, is I wanted to stage a scene at Faneuil Hall in Boston, which if you've never been to Boston, it's like this big kind of like open market, and it's a very touristy area. There's always lots of people there, but there are always street performances. And what I wanted to do was basically get a mob of people like dressed up in like cloaks, looking like they were in a cult, and chasing and shaming like a young, really innocent blonde girl into like calling her like a witch or something like that, and then following her around the whole square, like saying, witch, 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 shame, 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 or something like that, until she eventually got assimilated into the cult. And this is what this reminds me of. Honestly, they're like literally surrounding Keri, calling her a TERF.
Crazy.
Like that's like, this is like legitimate, like burn the witch, burn the witch. It's so cult-like.
It's so much worse than it used to be too. Like, at least like the only time I've ever been around protesters was back in 2016. I was trying to go with my gay friend, who's also femme too and not woke. Thank God. We went to go see Milo because
oh God,
2016 vibes, and there were protesters, and they were like, they were better than this. So they've definitely gotten worse since then, because they were kind of being weird. They were telling Milo to go back to his home country, which was weird because they were like supposed to be not
that is a little weird. That seems kind of like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. but and then it was no Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. That was their favorite one. I'm sure you remember that one.
Oh, I do. Well, you know what I was just looking for? I actually have a picture of me and Mikey Harlow when we were still friends at a walkaway event in Chicago, where those protesters came out in Chicago. It was actually kind of amazing. So we did this rally right in front of Wrigley Field. It was kind of incredible. And we had a whole bunch of Black people speaking, like Maj Touré was speaking, Olivia Rondo was speaking, Shamika Michelle, obviously. And Black Lives Matter showed up to protest, and they brought all those drums and like were banging things and trying to drown out Black people. The ironic part is that they were all effing white. So the Black Lives Matter crowd that showed up trying to drown out the voices of literal Black people were all white. And there was a police line in front of us. It was actually pretty cool. Of course. Yes.
People think BLM is just Black people. It's not.
No, it's mostly white people. It's mostly white people.
Because we had these little like dolls that were under our Christmas tree on Christmas. And I told my grandma, I was like, they look like little BLMers. Little white dolls. And she's like, oh, you're right. Like, it's a lot of white people in BLM. And I was like, yeah, they would all be in it. I was like, I should make them little masks.
Oh, you should. Make them little masks, little t-shirts.
They're like my great grandma's, which my great grandma has passed, but she liked all these dolls. And they're like kind of like 1950s style, but they were very mischievous looking. And they were like, I was like, they look like they would have tore stuff up in 2020. So.
Oh, man.
A lot of
There's one right Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I just wanted people, because we're waiting.
These people are mentally ill.
Okay.
They're bad.
I just wanted to give people. You don't get to tell me to be quiet. It's okay. Oh, if you take the mask off, I can. But if you take the mask off, I can. Fuck you! Fuck you! Okay.
They're really not very.
If I take the mask off, I can.
That's what Keri gets for moving to Austin, you know? This is what Austin's like.
Yeah.
Wow. These people are mentally
Kind of what's
ill.
happening.
They can't even form a coherent sentence anymore.
Wow.
Okay. I am. My heart racing.
Yeah, look at Mikey celebrating humility after
I
he
am.
refused to
It's okay.
apologize for
I just
lying
wanted
about
to
someone.
meet you. Okay.
Mikey wants humility for everyone else, not him.
Yeah, humility for thee, but not for me is what Mikey wants. Okay, I do have to give Keri major props there. That was a good fucking video. Like, props to Keri for that. I have no problem with anything that Keri has said or done so far.
Good job, Keri.
Good job, Keri. Good job, Keri. Yes.
Really good.
That's enough. Am I okay?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great. No crackling.
Oh, I'm on the microphone again. Okay, whoever said turn the thingy down. I'm smart, as you can tell. It's Pride Month, Keri. Pride Month.
God, here we go.
How could you do such a thing on Pride Month? First of all, these people. Okay, so this is Pride Month. Then they have the History Month. Then they.
We're only like 20 minutes in, Alexandra. You're good. You're good. We've only got through 20 minutes of the video. We've been going for an hour and a half.
One of the other, like the 1 months maybe that they don't have, as if.
Oh my God, Carlin and Alex streamed for 17 hours.
They. Oh man, where do I start? Somebody in the chat said. I saw it go by. Somebody said they seem demonic. And yes, I do have some other videos of them I haven't uploaded yet. And they did remind me, some of them reminded me of people possessed. Two of the women, the woman who kept yelling that she had scanned my face, you know, for a white supremacist site or whatever. She seemed very possessed. So there, and I do have some of her on camera where she was using this mocking voice that it makes you think of the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz, and kind of like if you've ever had someone in your life with a personality disorder of a certain type where they kind of they go into
I know nothing about that,
really
Keri.
gross mocking kind of tone. She was doing that, so she kept calling me little girl and darling, and she'd be like, she'd say like, darling,
I definitely do that, to be honest. I absolutely
it's like,
do that.
creep.
Was that one like the yellow or that thing next to you?
Crackling,
I'm sorry,
fuck
no
you,
disrespect,
Mikey!
no disrespect, but like, oh, I could smell him through the screen.
Oh, hey,
the guy with
Jacob.
the blue hair. Well,
And in 100-degree weather.
yeah, something interesting about that guy. So the whole time he was standing right beside me and with his arms crossed, and he just kept saying, shut up, be quiet, shut up. And he also kept saying, when I said, oh, I want to see more of your signs, he kept saying, we don't want you to see us. We don't want you to see us. And we don't want to see you. And so anyway, he showed up, he showed up on my Instagram after this. And the first comment he left
on
was,
Instagram?
I found you. Kind of, it's meant to intimidate, like, he knows where I am. And I just said,
that's interesting that Keri is pointing out that someone stalked her and found her on Instagram, which is really creepy and wrong, and no one should do that.
Right.
And the reason I bring that up, Alex, is that a member of Keri and Mikey's Twitter horde is threatening to show up at PorkFest to see me at PorkFest. That happened this week. Yeah. I'm just saying. Now I'm gonna be surrounded by. I mean, at PorkFest, like literally, men wear guns at PorkFest, like women wear jewelry. Like Victor is gonna be walking around with an AR-15 strapped to his back. It really is. Like I will be surrounded by men with guns, so I'm not afraid. But I find it a little ironic that Keri's horde is doing to me what this guy then did to Keri, and we're gonna pretend they're not leftists.
Well, fine line.
Oh, hey, I said, hey, I remember you. I said, something I meant to ask you. This is a real question. You kept saying repeatedly that you didn't want to see us and you did not want us to see you. So why did you come to our event? Like, it doesn't make sense. You clearly want to be seen. And like
Sam says, didn't Mike stalk people reviewing your book? I think it was the Queen from England that stalked the people reviewing my book, and then he passed that information on to Mikey, which Mikey presented as though it was his own. But I don't think it came from Mikey. I think it came from the Queen from England. But Mikey certainly used the information that was gained by stalking someone on the internet. Just saying.
Gosh.
Nothing they say, not even these sentences that are kind of throwaway sentences, they don't mean anything. They're not rooted in any truth. So even something like that, you're not speaking the truth, dude. Like, you want us to see you, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And pounding the whole time we're speaking,
They're insane. It's like, well, so like, because I've been protested by people like this so many times, and the thing that's always stood out the most about it is just the glazed over look in their eye, the just totally vacant look, and the hatred that there's nothing in the world, there's nothing you could say that would ever make these people not hate you. And they're so misinformed, it's bizarre. By the way, I didn't know that a lot of those like white supremacist databases were still around. I got put into one of those back in like 2016 or something, before I even did any of this. And it was something that was like in the school systems, that they had this like website they would put people in. So I looked in what they put me in there for, and it was like someone who followed me followed another person, and that person said something. So that's why I was in there.
And you got added. Yeah, the purpose of those sites, Antifa people run some of these sites, and they do it to intimidate anyone who speaks up against them, so you can imagine. See, when you call someone something as vile and horrible as a white supremacist, which that's vile, that's a horrible thing to be. And so if you do that dishonestly, you're committing several different kinds of lies when you do that dishonestly. And one of those kind of lies.
Tell us more about dishonesty, Keri. Tell us more about dishonesty.
Attacks on that person.
Really?
by branding them something evil that they're not.
Huh.
And that's what they do.
I
They
have
put people in fear. They want
experience with
you
this
to-
at
they
all,
want
Keri.
people to be afraid of, you know, Antifa showing up at their house or something. And yeah. But
I have no experience at all with Keri Smith running around Twitter for the last year and a half, calling me a narcissist and a sociopath and a psychopath and a stalker and all manner of things.
And
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Which parasite is literal, not
Oh yeah,
propaganda.
She called me a parasite. She called me a
Yes.
monster. She called me a vampire. She has reached out to people in their DMs calling me those things. She has targeted prominent influencers that I had relationships with to call me those things.
Right.
I have no idea what this experience is like, Keri.
Keri would know.
Indeed she would.
But that guy, I'll just say something about the green hair guy. So he kept commenting on my Instagram, and he said,
Yeah. Care Tifa.
at one point,
Care
he started
Tifa.
arguing with some other guy who follows me, and that guy has his own company
Vampires
and
are
his
hot.
profile. And so green-haired guy says, oh, and he names his company. He's like, oh, good luck with such and such. I'm sure it's going to be a very profitable company. And I looked at his profile and I was like, dude, you work at Target, like, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's actually, it's very
It's actually pretty
respectable, and
funny.
I'm glad you have a job. Like, but
That's shocking. But
but don't throw
Progress.
stones when you live in a glass house. What is wrong with you? And then if you just barely scratch the
Yeah,
surface, you find
sure.
they have a problem with truth on every level, because that bothered him. And so he said, yeah, I worked at Target 2 years ago, and I've since started my own company. I'm like, actually, this picture says it's from March of 2021, and it says new team member, and it's you in the bathroom at Target with your uniform on. Like, you just started there a year ago. Like, don't why
maybe
are
he
you
was not
lying?
playing.
Yeah,
I find it unbelievable that he would have a job.
yeah. But
Yes, he does.
it's hard talking.
He
to them
does
because,
indeed.
as you said, they're sort of.
What does he smoke?
I feel like they are possessed by something, even
Like
if you
cigarettes?
don't believe in
Oh.
demons, like as an entity.
There's
Not
so many
me.
They're
options.
possessed by something
Okay.
like a kind of madness or hatred or ideology, and it's hard to get through that.
And it's not only this that we see this in. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Scientologists, but the Scientologists that will follow people with cameras.
By the way, he started talking about Scientology when I started talking about Scientology. When I was taking the Scientology quiz, and I was really considering fucking with the Scientologists for about 3.5 seconds before I moved on to something else. And they still email me to this day, by the way. But somehow Mikey Harlow started talking about Scientology around the same time I did. Isn't that a coincidence?
You know he watches every single thing.
Mikey,
every
we know
day.
you're watching right now, Mikey. We know you can't resist.
Every day.
Every day, every way.
Cameras just like screaming things at them. It's really similar actually, because I'm working on a video now that I'm putting out this week that's about cults, and especially in relation to the
He's
alphabet
not working
cult.
on any video.
And one of the things that they always do
That
is
is a
they
lie.
invent words. Cults basically try to rewire your brain. So they'll invent words.
Wait, what was that?
I have a hard time believing that, because I watched his stream with Keri in 2020, and he said he was making a production company or something. And
Red Brand was his production company.
Wow.
And then he relaunched Red Brand at the beginning of, like, I think 2021. Relaunched, never did anything with it. I'm waiting for another relaunch any minute now.
He didn't even launch his locals. I've relaunched my channel before he did anything.
Oh my God.
I kept it going. Which, by the way, I have relaunched my streams. I think I'm going to be streaming on Thursdays.
You're doing a great job with your streams. Like, consistency is the biggest problem with streams, and you're figuring out the consistency thing, you know?
Yeah, well, I think YouTube, it really is just consistency, and there is an expectation for anybody who wants to be a YouTuber. Like, I know some of you guys in the chat do. Daily content is expected these days. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't do daily content, that's okay. But at least just like if you're starting a YouTube channel, start like with a couple of times a week, but be super consistent about those times. Like super, super consistent.
Yes. And I do appreciate Carlin's YouTube advice with certain things.
I don't really know what I'm doing on YouTube, so I don't know if I'm the best.
I know, but you help more, I guess, with the the activist side.
I'll promote your stuff. I'll comment on it. I'll
Well,
share
you
it.
helped me because I was trying to. What Carlin helped me with is like I was trying to figure out a way to fight the, the sort of woke right, and just just having that space to vent to you about it and just be like, okay, so I could kind of think about it, because she knows that it's like to be getting hate comments all the time and stuff.
Yes.
So, because you have to fight back, but it's like hard to know how. It doesn't really hurt my feelings anymore, but it's like, I don't care about me necessarily in that. Like, I want to know how to fight it,
And you know what you do when you get a hate comment? Block.
I don't block everybody. I'm not like you. I'm not there yet. I'm trying to be like,
You'll get there. You'll get there. It'll be fine.
Oh gosh. I mean, I probably will block leftists. I'm sorry. I know that that's not fair, but I probably would.
They're gonna be dicks on your channel. Listen, I have leftists that come on my channel. I have leftists that comment on my channel, but you know why they're not blocked? Because they're not dicks. Like, the no dick rule is like consistent. If you're gonna come on my channel and insult me or be a douche, you're going to get blocked. It's like they're like no second chances. One strike, you're out. But if like you're coming on and you're leaving constructive comments, even if you disagree with me, I don't really care. Just don't be a dick. That's all I ask.
Yeah, we'll see. No, I'm just kidding. No, I will say, I will represent some of the criticism against you. That's what I hear the most is, well, she blocked me and da-da-da. So you maybe slightly heavy-handed, just a criticism.
No, but the thing of it is I will unblock people if they email me or like get in touch with me and ask. I have unblocked I have unblocked every single person that has ever reached out to me and said, Carlin, I know I was a dick. Would you just unblock me, please? Like, that's the requirement. If you reach out to me, like if I block you from YouTube, I'm going to know why I blocked you, because it's going to be from a dickish comment, or from Twitter. Like, I will be able to go back and look and see the tweet that caused me to block you. So it's like, just admit what you did, apologize. I mean, you don't even need to apologize. Just say, I'm not going to be a dick in the future. I promise, just unblock me and I'll unblock you. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, and I just, I've never been blocked. Not yet.
You probably have been. You just don't know it yet.
What?
You've been blocked by Keri and Mikey.
Oh, by them, yeah. But I'm saying I haven't been blocked by you. I was like, no, I haven't.
No, I haven't blocked you. No, I would never block you.
I've been around for a long time on her channel.
And by the way, if you come in, if you leave like positive comments and participate in the chat, I will excuse dickish comments. If I know who you are, and if I know who you are, because I do pay attention to the people who interact with me on a regular basis, you can totally be a dick with me if I know who you are. But if I don't know who you are, then you are on. There are different sets of standards. Okay.
Right, but just remember, Carlin, I never ever criticize anything you do. I never hold you to task for anything, and I just
you've definitely never yelled at me when you thought I was wrong. That's never happened. Never happened,
you guys, ever. And oh my gosh, one of my people on my channel was like, well, why don't you post about how you disagree with her on this channel for your audience? I'm like, I already have multiple times. I'm like, I could list 4 videos right now.
You should do a whole video called Why Carlin is a Bitch.
Oh my God. Okay, everybody would probably love it if I did that, but I mean, we're not there yet. I don't feel that way towards you.
Neil, he blocked me too. He blocked me after I called him out for his girlfriend being a psycho, which I'm completely right about, and he blocked me too. And George says, you have arguments with people on chat all the time, but as long as they keep it civil, you even give them the attention and they are not blocked. That's exactly right. Just don't be a dick. That's all I ask.
Control language. If they can control how you speak, they can control how you think. And that's exactly what these people do with turf or cis or any of their language. And that's exactly what Scientologists do, is that they create these words, thetans and squirrels and all this stuff. So like they call a squirrel like someone who runs away from Scientology, that doesn't want to take the
very good,
anymore.
Mikey. Fact check true. Yes, very good.
Just like doing their daily routine, their daily lives, screaming like squirrel, squirrel. And it's exactly this. They're screaming turf. These aren't real words.
No.
Well, squirrel is a real word.
And people who are rabidly possessed by ideology.
I've had a lot of people since I put up a picture of their sign that said no turfs on our turf. And I had a lot of people asking me what's a turf. And I think this is in the way that they use that word. I know what it really means, right? But forget that, because the way in which they use that word, they literally use it for anyone who knows how to define woman. So let's just pass that on. That's the new definition. Like, what's a TERF? Someone that knows how to define woman. That's it.
Well, even their made-up words mean nothing to them, though, because what it apparently stands for, trans exclusionary radical feminist. A friend of mine, though, I don't know if you know Mars, but a friend of mine, he has a great podcast. He's amazing, but he's a transgender man who's kind of conservative. So I all the time see them screaming, raging in his comments, calling him a TERF. I'm like, wait a second. So you're saying he's he's trans exclusionary, but he is trans, and you're also saying he's a radical feminist, but he's not even a feminist, let alone a radical. But like, their words just mean nothing.
Yes, that's why
he's speaking in friggin' clicking sounds or something. It would make more sense.
Fucking microphone.
Yeah. They don't. That's why. I mean, even they call people white.
They even blocked Sin.
They were calling all the people who bought tickets to this show white supremacists. I mean, they don't mean anything. Yeah.
The black face of white supremacy.
Yeah. Well, it was all in all, it was a very interesting experience, and we are going to be doing more of these. So we're looking at other cities, and I'm excited about it. I love these women. I'm going to be talking to, hopefully this week, Mary Lou Singleton. So she was on the panel with me, and she's just a wealth of information. She comes from the midwifing community, and she was one of these. She got canceled for speaking out when they tried to change all the official language for midwives and make them refer to mothers as birthing people.
That's kind of bullshit.
So I'm gonna get her whole story, and anyway, I'm very excited to speak with her. So
she's a mid spouse.
Oh, I didn't even think of that, mid spouse. Yes.
No, that's good that you haven't.
So what have you been up to? I jumped right into what happened on Friday. I know you have a lot going on.
To jump into. God, we should introduce them to the screaming bald lady. She's my favorite. She is my favorite one that I've met along the way of people screaming in my face.
Which lady?
You've never seen the screaming bald lady from San Francisco?
I don't remember. There's been so many.
I need to make her my phone background. You're part of my phone background now, the Breakfast Club. James Lindsay, we took our Breakfast Club photo. No, I need to make the screaming bald lady my next background. It was when.
Are you trying to say something?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
So this is just a point of personal privilege.
You have to say that with emphasis, Alex. Point of personal privilege.
I can't do it. It's too cringe, Carlin. I will die.
I will make you a libertarian yet.
I will only ever be appropriating libertarian culture. I will never and I will gladly appropriate it where appropriate. But what I will say is there's just something about Mike's energy. It's just, I don't know, like, and this is just honestly criticism. Like there's something, you seem super anxious. Like he seems very anxious, or just like, it's like,
relax.
This, yeah, like it's just like, oh my gosh, like it's just, it's not good. Like you need to work on your presentation. It's not good. It looks weird. Not that I'm not trying to be nasty or anything. It's just, it's not going to help with an audience, because people like people who are more calm a lot of the time, especially in today's world. There's a lot of just and craziness. Like if you look at how Keri speaks, she's a pretty good example. She's pretty calm the way that she talks. She seems relaxed, especially talking politically and stuff. I mean, you can be supercharged and whatever, but he's not really supercharged or calm. So it's not a good frequency, or as Carlin would say, vibration to be on. It's not a very good vibration.
It's hyper self-conscious. is what it is. And that's what I think it is. And it's like
Okay.
I can feel the self-conscious wafting off of him. Like he always wants to look just right and like all of this, except he doesn't shower or like clip his fingernails ever. But like, he's always finicky about how he looks. Brandon used to yell at him to clip his fucking fingernails. I'm not making that up. That's a real thing. But it's just like you can't get comfortable watching someone that is obviously self-conscious about themselves
or just uncomfortable. Yeah, like, and I don't know, because to me he's just very, very erratic. Somebody said erratic. It's just it's bizarre to me. Like I feel like it's hard because especially from like a YouTube perspective, your audience wants to be able to, people like to categorize content in their head, right? So like if somebody wants to see a stream of crying and they'll go to Carlin. No, I'm just kidding.
Only every once in a while. I have produced over 1,000 videos and maybe 3 of them have been crying. So let's talk about a percentage, Alex.
No, but if they want to see somebody being angry or yelling or whatever, like I'm going to out John Morgan. So in my stream, he said that he used one of your videos to attack his noisy roommates. So he blasted you yelling at them.
Did he really? John Morgan.
Like he has that in his mind as a viewer. Like if I want fiery but mostly peaceful, I'll go to Carlin's channel.
I'm gonna make a t-shirt that says fiery but mostly peaceful.
You do need one, absolutely, because you are, and you could even maybe put your face on it or something, because seriously, that is you, like 100%. And for me, like people they like they like me complaining. I don't know why. People love to hear me complain on my channel. I don't know. Maybe it's cathartic. Maybe most people don't like to complain and be like a bitch all the time. So they like to come to my channel and just hear me complain. So for me, it's like complaining, drama, and just gay and being very like
extra.
Yeah. Well, and very, very like, 17 magazine vibe, like just very like not tabloidy necessarily, but something like maybe Cosmo or something. If you come to my channel, it has that Cosmo vibe where it's really cheesy and femme and there's drama. It's dramatic. That's it. That's the word, drama for me. It's dramatic. So that's where people categorize it. So they know with me, like there'll be high highs and low lows and they don't know what they're going to get. So there's an element of surprise too. Because with me, it could be like, this is so awful, oh my god, or it could be like, this is amazing, I love this, or it could be like, here's my plant just growing. You never know. It's just going to be something random. And people like me too, because a lot of people, they find my voice soothing, like it can put them to sleep.
I like your voice. I think your voice is good.
People love or hate my voice, so I get both, but I have heard it's relaxing. So some people like to listen to me to relax, especially like my streams and stuff, because it makes them fall asleep. So I can do that as well. But for Mikey, the feedback is you need to have something, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to have something going on. There's not anything there. So like if I look at you as a viewer, I'm like, who is this person? What is this energy? It's like, it's bizarre. There's nothing there. Like show more of your personality, like bring it to the table and, share your thoughts and be less self-conscious. ASMR. Thanks. Thanks, Deborah. I know that's so funny that there was a magazine that said that, but the point is like people want to categorize you as a content creator. Like I know with Carlin, she brings me the Trump energy. She brings me the I know she's going to piss people off with whatever she posts. I know that she's going to yell about something.
I don't always yell. Sometimes I do. I don't always yell, though.
It's very often.
I mean, most of the time I'm watching woke leftist content. It's like mind-boggling.
No, it's bad. Like the one yesterday was a doozy. It was bad. Like I don't know how you do it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. It's so bad.
I feel like I'm expressing the righteous indignation that everyone else wants to express.
Well, to me, I feel like it's cathartic. Like, I just love the and like yelling and anger and everything, but that's the vibration I'm on. So it's like you said, like, people go to who they want to go to. If you want calm and peaceful and blah, 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 then you maybe go to Keri's channel, right? 'Cause she's more calm. But if you go to Carlin's, then you're going to get there's more fire. There's a lot of fire.
Fire.
I love it. So it's like, Mikey, you need to have your thing. It's like, it's branding, right? Isn't that branding?
Well, Mikey is a Taurus. And so whatever, like, if he actually leans into who he is, he's going to get it's going to be boring, to be honest with you. Like, I bet Keri's a water sign. I'll bet you Keri's like a water sign.
She's a Libra.
Is she? Oh, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Can you find out her birthday? Do you know what her birthday is? Like the date?
I don't know, but I feel like somebody knew it. Somebody said it once.
If someone can tell me what Keri's birth date is, like the month, the day, and the year, we can run a chart on her. I just need to know the month, the date, and the year.
I can't find it, but
George says, Carlin doesn't yell, she gets invested. That's right. I'm passionate. I'm deeply passionate about these subjects.
I know. I love it. I do.
Wait.
I do love it. I watch.
I'm gonna be hanging this painting on my wall though behind me.
Oh,
I got my Aries Ram, so people will know what to expect.
Yes, that's true. You are very Aries for sure. Very much so.
Yep, it's true.
I don't think Taurus is always boring. I just think Taurus is usually, it's definitely more calming, and homey vibes. Like, I've seen certain YouTubers that are Taurus.
Oh, he's definitely a fucking homemaker. Oh God, yes, he is. Yes, Mikey used to do cooking videos. Actually, he used to do these videos where he was and he's actually a really good cook. Like his chicken, what the hell is it? Oh God, chicken parmesan. It's really good, really good. And I was always telling him, I was like, why don't you just do these cooking videos? Like, you like this, you're passionate about this. Why don't you do this? And he never did.
Well, it would be kind of funny to see like a political cooking channel. That would be really weird. Like, you could smash genres together too.
That would be amazing. Mikey could talk about politics as he's showing people how to make a really good sandwich.
Right.
Like, nothing wrong with that.
No, it's a different vibe. You get different people. That's what we need. We need everybody doing different things. It's just a suggestion. But yeah, if you're saying Taurus, it's homey, it's calm. You need to calm down. He needs to calm down. Yeah, he needs to find his passion. I agree.
Sam says, what a horrible Taurus. Heart, hygiene, and confidence. Sam, you are I feel like Sam has Leo in him too. Sam looks like he's got a little Leo in him. Leo, just a little bit. Not like as his main sign, but a little bit.
He's got, I know more about him than I should.
No,
I'm kidding. No, I know that he has Gemini in him. So it's Gemini Taurus.
Oh, all right, Sam. All right.
Taurus. He is a Taurus, but yeah, that's probably what you're seeing.
We're going to have to run everyone's chart in local so that everyone knows what they are. It'll be a project.
Geminis are very ego oriented. They have a big ego. So love him.
I love him too. Sam is the best.
And we did a walkaway event in San Francisco, and they canceled it like 2 hours before. So we're going to have our event in front of the building.
Fucking computer.
And, was it ugly? Screaming baldly, just screaming at the sky, screaming in the face of a drag queen who then starts clapping, and it was just like the highlight of my life.
Wow. Mikey, you're popping. Your microphone is popping again. Just FYI.
I have no luck. I have no luck with technology. Okay, I will try the third microphone for today. Let me see. Oh wait, God, I'm like a fucking grandma.
What's your new microphone? What kind is it?
It's a piece of shit, obviously.
It's not his microphone, it's his computer. Is what's going on.
That's not what it is.
What about this? Better?
That sounds better.
Okay, that's my stupid Mac.
If Keri fucking has to tell him
to. I got this nice camera, and I accidentally got the one for desktop that's magnetic, so it just falls down whenever it wants. I am a mess with my technology. And most
Leftist levels.
But
Everywhere.
tell me about, you've been working on a lot because it's Pride Month. I know you've been.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
You have a
I've been so
what's
busy
his name?
doing
Jeffrey
absolutely
Marsh, that
nothing.
annoying guy from TikTok.
Wait, what?
Don't you have a Jeffrey Marsh video?
Oh yes, and Dylan Mulvaney one. Apparently people tell me they like when I make fun of people, so or do my impression.
Oh,
I'm working on it. Jeffrey Marsh. I'm still trying to get the voice.
Really, Mikey? Really? So you're making a whole series of videos making fun of people, yet we're not allowed to have Sassy Saturday?
Interesting.
That seems a little hypocritical, doesn't it, Alex?
Well, as I've stated, Mikey is definitely one of those people, rules for thee, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
He is so that you'll see it every time. You'll see it every time.
I think that people like Sassy Saturday. Mount the like button if you like Sassy Saturday and you want to see Sassy Saturday continue.
Yes, this is our season finale.
It's our season. We need to go out, and you guys got to remember, Keri and Mikey's Twitter horde are going to be coming in and downvoting this video because that's like what they do. It's all they know how to do because they've all been blocked on this channel, so they can't chat in for shit. But if you want to counterbalance what Keri and Mikey's Twitter horde is going to do, please feel free.
Down, but it's like it is very much like a phone sex operator.
Yes.
Who's trying to hypnotize you, but also
Metastep got it.
Metastep
got it. Metastep got it. Metastep, if we're the win, Metastep, October 9th, 1973. Keri is 8 fucking years older than me.
Well, Metastep is a Scorpio, I believe, but
holy
good research skill. Meta.
I'm gonna pass this on to Joshua. Be like, run this chart. Joshua's gonna be like, no, fuck you.
He's gonna really hate it.
If I ask Joshua to run Keri's chart, I'm gonna get such a fucking talking to.
But you need to for closure. You
I'm gonna be like, Joshua, I asked you to do one thing.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy that Metastep found it. Triple Scorpio, yeah.
Thank you,
Scorpios
Metastep.
are great researchers. Very good researchers.
Triple Scorpio. Holy shit. Man. Metastep, you should come to PorkFest. We can hang out. I know he lives in Vermont. He should come to PorkFest. No excuse, Metastep.
And trying to keep it together.
He's been doing this for a while because before TikTok, he was on Vine. And yeah, he would, and in fact, in some of his videos, he says, I always, you can learn a lot about people just in the first street. He's like, hang on, I'm Jeffrey.
Metastep, you can still get tickets to PorkFest. People are selling their tickets. A lot of people are selling their tickets. Go into the PorkFest plans group on Facebook, and there are people that can't make it to PorkFest that are selling their tickets because they want to get rid of them. So you can probably get a really good deal right now. There's a lot of people who are selling tickets. So no excuses, Metastep. Just come to PorkFest.
Also, too, no one needs to fear Scorpio. You just have to be respectful towards a Scorpio and they won't do anything.
Yeah, there are lots of different types of Scorpios. It's not just all the scorpion. There's the eagle and there's the other one.
Well, I have a Scorpio rising and
You're the scorpion.
Well, I guess rising. I'm a Leo. You know I'm a Leo.
Yeah.
Marsh, Vine superstar.
I can't with these. And then the other one was and like 6 months ago going on the friggin' Price is Right. Oh, if you want to see the most cringiest thing on the internet other than me, just look up Dylan Mulvaney, The Price is Right. It is just like everything I hate about theater people, like dancing and doing.
Look, gay best friend saying nothing of relevance.
Look at me, and the ultimate way to do that now is to just change your gender.
I have something else to show you. Okay, let's see. Since it's Pride Month, I'm not sure what things you wanted to talk about today.
Oh yeah, Tom J. Then what's her birthday?
A lot in the news.
Tell me her birthday, Tom J.
There's plenty of subject matter there.
Wrong one.
Yeah.
Wrong one.
So out of all the corporations and companies and IPs that are putting the rainbow on, this one just made me giggle a bit because Mystery Chris and I had just done an episode last week about Michael Crichton, and he has this really great essay called "The politicization
I didn't think
of
Keri was that
science,
much older than me, to
and
be
it
honest.
comes from the afterword in his book State of Fear.
Well, then how?
It's
If you don't know her
excellent,
birthday, then how do you know that was
essay.
wrong?
I wish you were around today because
I'm gonna trust Metastep unless
anyway,
you give me a
we had
better
just talked
option.
about Jurassic Park. We just talked about Michael Crichton, and then I saw this. So for anyone listening, it's the official Jurassic Park Twitter feed, and they have a picture of a dinosaur. It's hard for me to see. I think it might be a T-Rex. And then they have a big old rainbow flag draped across him. And the tweet says, "Here at Jurassic Park, hate is the only thing that's extinct. We stand where their
That's really
LGBTQ
fucking
plus
cheesy.
friends
Come
during
on.
hashtag Pride and all year round." And then they have
on.
a rainbow flag and a trans flag. Life finds a sleigh.
Oh, God. Why is it so impossible for people to accept? No one hates you. No one cares. No one cares. Who hates you?
Do you feel like, have things changed? Because you're relatively young. So within your lifetime, have things changed? No, I knew that.
Not as young as he wants people to think he is. Hang on. Mike Harlow is 32 years old. He wants people to still think he's in his 20s. He is not in his 20s. He's 32 years old.
Damn. Oh my God. Well, my whole thing is, okay, here's another, this could be a win for the right, okay? Don't be cringe about gay. Like, when I see that post, it makes my soul just, oh God, it actually makes me mad more than anything. Like, it's horrible. It's like, I never say slay. And second of all, slay is from 2014. Like, whoever wrote
for
this,
real. Like, come on, man.
It's like, dude, that's like calling, I don't know. That's like when they used to say queen and king and stuff. That's old. That's like 2014. It's so out of date and just so badly done. It's like, all you need to do is just not be cringe. And to be honest, you don't ever have to talk about it. I think just shutting up about the issue entirely would be the best thing that conservatives could ever do.
I agree.
I really do.
Just eliminate. So you know what? So in the Mises Caucus, because I'm going to make you a libertarian whether you like it or not. In the Mises Caucus, there is a specific plank against identity politics. It is one of the top priorities that we will not engage in identity politics. And last year for Pride Month, there's this guy within the Mises Caucus who just creates all these graphics that people use like all over the place. And he made a whole bunch of Pride graphics last year, and he was slammed to high heaven. And it's not because they hate gay people. They're like, we do not comment on identity politics. And he got put in his place right quick. And it was made very clear, like, we're not doing Pride Month bullshit. That's not going to happen. Yeah. And it's not because they're against gay people. It's just they don't want to comment either way because it's not the priority.
Also, too, it's not helpful. Like, these kind of posts, if somebody is homophobic, they are actually going to be more homophobic after seeing this post. It will actually make it worse. And people that think that they're, so helpful or so virtue signaling, it's like, to me, it's not helpful. It's cringy. I don't feel love from Jurassic Park. I feel embarrassed. It's embarrassing. Like, your sexuality is something personal. It's not a political statement, not anymore. Like, the closest thing you could have was the gay marriage argument, but that was 7 years ago. It's been a long time. Like, it's time to move on and just be normal. And sexuality is a private thing. And it's embarrassing. It really, like, I'm telling you, as a gay person, this is embarrassing to me. So it's one, embarrassing, and two, it inflames people who are homophobic. The best thing you can do with homophobia for a lot of people is to just not talk about it anymore. If people don't feel like it's being shoved down their throats every single moment of every day, when it really doesn't need to be, because it's not, there aren't that many gay people. Like, there just aren't. It's like, whatever. I don't care if you hate gay people. I don't really care. I'm not going to put up with your shit. I'm not going to take your shit, but we don't have to see each other. I don't have to hang out with you. You don't have to watch my content. I don't have to be in your life at all. I'm perfectly fine. There are plenty of people that don't hate gay people that I have no issue with on all sides of any spectrum of politics. I do not feel limited at all. And if you don't like it, that's completely fine. I don't care. So just forget about us. That's the best thing.
Alex, are you suggesting that dinosaurs have nothing to do with your sex life?
I'm suggesting that, and I'm suggesting that I'm sick of Democrats using this to quote unquote get votes when it's not even working anymore. And secondly, I'm upset with them using it mostly to inflame homophobic people. That's why they do this, because they want conservative tears. They want the re of the right that doesn't like gay, which, like I said, it's about a 50-50 split. So about half of them don't. Half of them are fine. But the thing is, I don't have to really engage with the half that don't. And I don't need to change their mind. I don't need your mind about gayness to change for me to be okay with who I am. I don't need that.
Well, and that's a really good point. Like, you don't need validation from anyone else to be who you are. You only need validation from yourself. That's it.
Right. And I just need to be left alone and be able to live my life and do whatever I want to do. And if you want to live your life that way, whatever. Who am I to say? Who am I to judge how you live? Like, if you want to not have any gay people in your life, I hope you don't have a gay child. I hope you don't have anything like that, because that's, you know, you don't always get to choose that either. But the point is, I think you should just get over it. It's not that big of a deal. But I understand that the Democrats, they don't ever want the hate to go away. Their biggest fear is for gay people to feel free, to feel unafraid, and to feel like they can vote for whoever they want. That is their biggest nightmare, because guess who they wouldn't vote for if they felt that way? Democrats. Guess who they'd be pushing people to vote for? Anybody but Democrats. And that's the issue. And gay people make great advocates, like Scott Presser, for example. He is amazing. And the thing is, he's not afraid, right? And they hate that about him.
They hate it. They hate it. And Sam says, live and let live. Very libertarian, Alex. Welcome. Welcome.
No, I take it back.
we know you're libertarian, even if you don't want to admit it yet.
No, ban everything.
Way the mainstream culture either rejects or embraces gay
Yes,
couples.
God, yes. And obviously I never.
So, you know, he doesn't talk like this in real life. Like these grand gestures. It's like, oh, yeah. He doesn't talk like this in real life.
How does he talk?
Just normal, like a normal fucking person.
Oh my God. Why is he doing that? It's not likable.
I don't know. I don't understand.
I talk like this in real life.
I do talk like this in real life. I basically have announcer voice in real fucking life. I really do. I know I'm trying to work on it. I don't know I don't know why I can't, but like, it is what it is. I am who I am. I can't stop.
Because we talk on the Zoom, so we know how people talk. And I pretty much talk the same too.
It's true.
Encountered nearly the worst of it. But it's like a different planet. When I first came out, I was 18, and like, yeah, every day it was some sort of issue. I wouldn't say it was hate, but it was like always some, you know, like friends at the time who were straight, as you go to hug them and they'd be like, whoa, or some stupid shit like that. Nobody cares now. Nobody cares. It is a total non-issue in my life. The only time it's an issue is whenever leftists hate you. And of course, the first thing they bring up is your sexuality. That's it. And like, it's so frustrating. I always hear from people about, oh, these conservatives. I've traveled the entire country speaking to conservatives.
Okay.
One of the worst things.
Okay, hang on. Go ahead.
I don't think it does any favors to act like there isn't an anti-gay sentiment out there. Yeah. There is. There is. But it's not like you're going to be burned in the streets or killed. What's going to happen is you're going to be told it's a sin. You're going to be told that you should repent. You're going to be told that it's wrong. You're going to be told that that's basically it, to be honest. It's cringy. It's unlikable. I don't think the right should do it at all. I really, really think it's bad. But you're not going to be killed. You're not going to be maimed. You're not going to be beaten up. Like this type of stuff, it just doesn't happen anymore like it did. You know, it just is different now. It's like
They're just going to complain about you, and they're going to say they don't belong in the MAGA movement, and they're going to say some Christian things, and then they're going to say, I'm not going to congratulate you for having kids, Dave Rubin, and then it's just going to be like a Christian thing, and then they're going to go off and do whatever they do.
Right, and it's a lot of right-wing virtue signals. You have to act like you have a problem with it when you don't. That's a huge thing on the right, which is stupid, and they need to just drop it because it has never won the right any votes ever. For the record, it really hasn't. So
and it never will.
It never will, and especially as time goes on, it's just not going to help at all. So just stop. Just don't talk about it at all. That would be the best thing you could do. Honestly, that's all most gay people want, is for people to just shut up about it, please.
It's true. It's true.
You know, oh, they're against this. I'm like, I think that's only like a handful of loud people on Twitter. Like
we want to be
traveling the entire country, talking to mostly conservatives. You want to know the worst thing anyone's ever said to me about being gay?
Hang on.
One time.
I just want to point out that Mike Harlow just said he just traveled the country talking to mostly conservatives. Does that mean that no Democrats are coming to walkaway events?
Oh.
Why would you be interacting with mostly conservatives at walkaway events? I'm just saying.
True. And I just
it disappoints me. And here's the thing. It's like, I offered that. I was like, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? No, didn't want to do any of that. Because all they want is to appeal to conservatives.
There's nothing wrong with appealing to conservatives, but call it something else then. Because you're not walking away from it. Walk towards, maybe. Should we go walk towards the Republicans? I don't know. Do whatever you want, right? But it's not a good brand. It's not working anymore. They need to change it then, if that's what they're going to do.
Don't pretend you're trying to get people to leave the Democratic Party when you're not actually talking to any Democrats.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
No.
So, and then I just want to reiterate, gay people want to be the ones to talk about it. They don't want straight people telling everybody what gay is when you don't know it as well. So just don't talk about it at all and let gay people fight it out and be bitches to each other about it. And that's what you should do. And that's what I deal with most of the time. Most straight people do not give a fuck at all whatsoever. And as a gay person, you do have to explain it a lot to people. And the truth is, let me spill some tea here. It's not all that different. It really isn't.
I wouldn't imagine it would be.
You just would have fertility issues, obviously. And pretty much other than that, it's pretty much the same dating drama as heterosexuals. It's pretty much the same. I'm going to be
maybe
honest.
A little bit more drama. Maybe a little bit more drama.
Not even anymore. The heteros have gone down. They've dredged downwards towards gay levels of cringe. So now it's even. So it's bad. That's really sad, by the way, that the heteros have degraded down to where we are. So even in that sense, it's the same. It's the same drama, same fighting, same everything. And the left, they want nothing more to be special than to be special with zero accomplishments, similar to Mikey himself. But I would say that being gay is not that special. It's not that different. It's very, very little different. And I wish that we would point this out because it would help people that struggle with it.
Well, Mike Harlow knows that it's not different, especially because he mostly sleeps with straight men and not gay men at all.
Oh, God. I look down on that so bad, but I'm just going to save my thoughts. But I will say that, yes, people are people, and, have some self-respect for yourself. Don't sleep with straight people because it's really weird to try to do that with somebody that would never love you.
Well, there's a reason that he's doing that, right? Because he's not comfortable being loved. He doesn't love himself, so why would he be comfortable allowing anyone else to love him? That's why he goes after straight men and not gay men. Just saying.
And that's really, 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 really toxic and really, 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 really bad and really, 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 really weird. So I would say, do not do that at all. And
it's not a good idea.
No. And if you point out, plus it can be messy because it can go south real fast and you can end up in a dangerous situation. It can be dangerous to do that as well. Because sometimes those guys are cheating and you don't know about it. And oh my gosh, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You better watch yourself. Which I always say, I would never ever sleep with somebody married because I'm going to end up like Candy in the utility closet, because there's something with me. People think I'm having sex with everybody I talk to, and I'm not. Even like me and Carlin, the horde was saying I'm her husband, which is so bizarre.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. No offense,
I
Mike,
know.
but like obviously that's not going to work.
Yeah, and obviously if even that is being accused, could you imagine if I was actually sleeping with a married man? I mean, even if it was for nothing, like I had zero connection to him, that other bitch, whether it's another gay or a woman, they will try to kill me and I'll end up in a utility closet. Or a utility room with an axe. I'm telling you, I would never do that because people are weird with me. It might be the Scorpio energy. I don't know, but me and Carlin are not, we have zero romantic feelings for each other.
We've never even met in real life.
Exactly. And there's just no conversation like that has ever been had in any shape or form.
Well, that's never stopped someone accusing me of wanting them before. If there's never been any romantic conversation or sexual conversation, apparently that doesn't matter in the land of the horde.
Gay. Carlin is very much a woman. Just ask Matt Walsh; he will tell you that she is a woman. It's not going to be that way ever. So no, I'm not her gay pet, and I'm not her husband. That is crazy. What else are they going to say I am?
Well, I'm sure we're going to find out after we do this video. But Deborah's bringing up an interesting point I hadn't considered, and Deborah's a therapist, so she might know. Mikey may also sleep with straight men because he is angry about some straight man in his past. Interesting, Deborah. I had never considered that a possibility. All right.
Time. Somebody said, I don't agree with your lifestyle, but I respect you. That's the worst thing.
That's the worst thing.
That was once.
Wow.
That's
but you also got called the F word by some leftists.
The leftists.
A long time ago.
Pretty much on a weekly basis, at least for all of 2020. They're the most miserable people in the world. And I think that also has a lot to do with it now. The reason that it's such a non-issue in my life, because people who are wrong thinkers or more right-leaning just do not care. And it's when you're around leftists,
a lot of them don't.
Rainbows and pride flags that are the ones that, you have about something, they'll be called the world. Like you'll see their true colors. So I think it's just part of that also is not just how much society has changed with that, but like not being around these people who define everyone by just their immutable traits.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that it's changing? Because it's hard for me to get a sense of the culture at large, because obviously by the nature of what we talk about and who we hang out with, we are going to come into contact with gay and lesbian people who are walking away from the left. That's just what's going to happen, or who disagree with the narrative at least. Do you think that that's just because of the people we interact with, or do you think that's on a grand scale that's happening?
No, it's no one cares, honestly. Like I can't think of a time. I mean, other than, leftists, like I said, like Antifa types or BLM types. Other than that,
some care, some don't. I'll tell the truth.
It's just such a non-issue.
Wait, say more about that.
So he's talking about the right?
Yeah.
So
I think so.
Some people do care. You will get it. I get it a lot. I do. But I also don't get it, right? And I'm talking mostly on my channel specifically to conservatives. So I will get the, oh my gosh, you're gay or whatever. Somebody told me I was jealous of John Doyle, which I'm like, of what? What would I be jealous of? I just wanted to see what they said. And can you guess what they said, Carlin?
What did they say? That you weren't a conservative?
No, they said, you're jealous of everything. It's probably a young
in relation to John Doyle. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, no. But no, I don't know. I think a lot of like cringe right wingers, they get upset or weirded out because I'm not jealous of straight men. Like I don't want to be straight. I don't. Like I'm fine with where I'm at. And they're weirded out by that because they're like, the hard Christian right. So they're just like, you should want to be this or that or whatever. And I don't. I just accept who I am. And so I I don't know. It's just trippy to me. But no, you do get it, but it's not that bad. That's what I want the gays listening to hear, is it's really not that big of a deal. And they don't really harass you about it like endlessly. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It just isn't. And they were only saying things because I was attacking John Doyle. So if you, because they like him, so they wanted to say something against me. You know what I'm saying? So I was being kind of a bitch on my channel. I will admit to that. So it's not that big of a deal. Just don't be that scared, but don't be shocked either if you hear something. You know, if something comes out, if somebody's homophobic, like Bryson Gray, or, you know, Elijah is very homophobic. Don't be like shocked if you hear it. But Elijah, like I said, he's not even conservative, but homophobia was always on the left too. You know, it was on both sides. So don't believe the narrative that only one side is, but also, you know, there's always been people all around that were okay with it and that weren't.
I definitely hear more homophobia from the left than I do from the right, but on the right, there is a segment where it is deeply pronounced, and it is the conservative, Christian, like hardcore, moral majority people. And it's real.
It is real. And I just want to acknowledge that, because I don't want you to go into the right thinking nobody will ever say anything. I just want to prepare you. Like, yes, there will be some people,
but most people don't care.
The vast majority don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
very, very true.
You'll be okay.
And that's not, I don't think that's a New York thing. I think that's an anywhere thing, because I've traveled a lot. It's just a non-issue. And the funny thing is, all these corporations that pretend to care so much, where were they when it mattered? Where were they when people were dropping dead of AIDS in the 80s? Not a word. But now that no one cares, and homophobia is like 90 to 99% a thing of the past, now suddenly there's rainbows everywhere, because now they have a product to sell. Now it's a very lucrative industry. God,
Mikey's correct about this.
Yeah, he's dead.
The car on the map had to be a rainbow, and then a guy screen capped this whole thing. Let me walk you through Uber's guide of everything I need to know to get in a cab.
It's everywhere. Okay, while you're pulling it up, I'll just say we were watching something last night, and I can't even remember. It might have been HBO, one of the apps, and everything on there is like, you know, they're trying to direct you into the rainbow. Watch your Pride film. No, I'm just looking for Blazing Saddles.
Yeah. Good. Look at this. Move with Pride. And then they have to show you all the initiatives for the LGBTQIA2S+ community. The National Center for Transgender Equality. This is 2 pages. The Right to Be Foundation. Like, I'm just trying to get to Midtown. Then the 5-step process of speaking inclusively with your Uber driver. Step 1, avoid gendered greetings. Step 2, don't assume cis heteronormative relationships.
That's fucking stupid. Uber
driver.
Step 3, beware of implicit bias.
Uh-huh.
Step 4, respect boundaries. What boundaries? What am I gonna grab my Uber driver's tits and be like, hey, toots? Respect boundaries.
That's a good point.
5, gender expression does not equal gender identity, does not equal sexual orientation. I'm just trying to get a ride, bitch.
Why is Uber
I'm actually on Mikey's side on this point. He's making
I think there's more, but I gave up at step 5.
That was really
the
bad.
car had to be a rainbow, and there were flags everywhere. Like, literally, I don't know if it's just in New York or elsewhere, but get an Uber and you'll see the car is just a friggin' rainbow.
What?
Really
bad. And let me tell you, this month is turning me into such a bitch. Not that I wasn't before, but like anyone.
Hang on, I'll pause.
I
jump at them.
Go ahead.
So Mikey is right too. It's very stressful to be gay in June now. Like it's a stressful thing. It's like it's a bad thing. Like it's a detriment now. You know, it never helped. And I've always said this, and I will always say it. I do not believe Pride ever helped. I don't. As somebody who was conservative, as somebody who had very, very hardcore issues against my sexuality at a young age, Pride never once helped me, because it just was a bunch of gay people acting like whores and all this stuff. It did not help a conservative family understand. It did not ever help me. So Pride has always just been for the left. ever since its inception. And it was only for Democrats to virtue signal, essentially, always since it started. So it never helped me. But at this point, it's so bad now. Like, it wasn't necessarily a detriment. You know what I'm saying? It didn't help, but it wasn't like, it didn't hurt necessarily.
Right.
Now it hurts. Now it's actually like holding us back, and it makes being gay in June actually really difficult, because you always have to see all this, and then you see the conservatives being bitches about it, and then you see the left virtue signaling about it, and you know they don't give a fuck. Any gay person with a brain knows the left doesn't give a fuck about you.
It's true.
You know it. And the right, again, they're all virtue signaling with each other, and they act like they care when they don't, just because this really disgusting example is lifted up on social media, and it's just horrible, and it just goes on and on and on. And it's like, I wish it was just a day. You know, why does it have to be a whole fucking month? Like, I like June. I like Gemini season. Why did it have to be ruined by this deluge of bullshit? And also, now the Pride clothes, this is kind of a side note, but all the Pride merch is so ugly. Oh my God. It's like, you want us to look ugly?
It's garish.
It is disgusting. It is, you know, there are obviously zero gay men behind any of that stuff, because it looks like crap. And I don't know what is the trend now with gays, especially like Todrick Hall. I was so disappointed in him when he was in Taylor Swift's music video. I know this is turning really gay, but I have to be real. He looked horrible in that music video. And I'm like, why though? Like, why do you have to look disgusting? Like, even if you're dressing in drag, like, why can't you look nice in drag? Why do you have to look like a clown? It's just so stupid to me. And it's certainly not going to help with acceptance.
No.
And I hurt for the gay people, the gays that are in conservative Christian families right now, especially in the South or anywhere that it's, you know, if they're in a situation where their family is very conservative, it must be so hard to be there in June.
It's turning their families against them because they have to deal with all this bullshit, and they may have been fine before that. And they're like, why the fuck am I seeing rainbow everywhere? What's going on?
And the thing too is, if you're struggling with your sexuality, it's a wound. It's something that hurts. And Pride Month is like putting salt in it. It's pushing on it, and it's a trigger, and it makes it harder. And the other thing too is, like, because of Democrats, when I came out, I had to deal with a deluge of accusations from my mother that I was going to get butt raped, that I was going to become a wild partier overnight, that I was going to be on drugs all the time. This is Democratic stereotypes that they have put out there all over every June for decades. You know, this has been going on for a long time, that it's like my life, because I'm a millennial too, right? So I mostly remember 2000s and 2010s. I don't remember 80s or 90s or anything. I don't remember that. But it's like, they have been pushing these stereotypes and reinforcing it every single June. And it doesn't help a conservative family. It doesn't help when you're in that situation. It doesn't help someone like that. It just hurts every time. And
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, if you're going to do something like Pride, please desexualize it. Get rid of the drugs. Don't have alcohol involved. Like, think about who you're supposedly trying to help. You're not helping the people that you say you're trying to help. You're hurting them every time. And that's every leftist policy in a nutshell. That is literally everything the left does. They are hurting the ones that they claim to help. Like, with all the spending, it causes inflation, which hurts the poor the most, for example. I mean, every time, but just think about who you're actually trying to help.
I agree. And I also want to say too, it's like Mikey could be making content about all of this.
Yes.
Like what he just did on this Uber driver, that's bullshit. He should make a video about it. Why isn't he fucking making content about this? Just saying, it's an option. It's an option. And you want to relaunch your YouTube channel again.
He could help by representing a gay man that is not crazy, not totally crazy.
Well,
and
he is crazy, but like in a different way.
I agree, but I'm saying, like, not leftist crazy, not druggy crazy. Like, just having that as an image out there would be so helpful to at least have a counter narrative to the democratic machine narrative that they put out. It would help so much, because then teens that are struggling, they could be like, well, look at this person, like, look at this, and that would help so much. It would have helped me so much to have that.
Mikey would be of service to people if he put out content like that. He would be helping people. He'd be making people's lives better. Savrit says, those who are gay are being used like all the other. That's exactly right. Yep. All right. We have an hour left to go in this video, Alex. We've only been going for 2.5 hours at this point. This is like every Sassy Saturday.
I know. Sorry, guys.
We have lots of things to say. It'll be fine.
We do.
So it just, there's so many things wrong with that. I mean, first of all, I'm a person who I do somehow get into conversations with my drivers. Usually if they're a talkative person, I'll talk with them.
They're always chatty to me. I'm like,
yeah, I'll talk with them, but never does it come up. I mean, why would any of this come up anyway? And you're not going to be referring to them in the third person because you're talking with them. So why would pronouns even come up? It's so stupid. Like, excuse me, what are your pronouns? Oh, good, because I might need to call someone and talk about you in the back of the car in front of you, but I want to do it respectfully.
It only comes up if I've heard a driver who's like hitting on me.
Oh my goodness.
Then they were never cute, so it didn't go any further.
Mikey thinks everyone hits on him.
I'm so over this. I'm so, like I said, everyone. I'm just like snapping. This woman came at me the other day on Twitter that she was like some pro-abortion thing, and I was just like, "Oh, go grab your wire hanger, Joan." I was like, "Ooh, this month's making me nasty." I'm just so over it. This friend of mine, Bobby, a couple years ago, I'll never forget it, sent me the most amazing quote. I think that I think it's from some stupid anime or something. Sorry, not stupid. I know the anime fans, they will like cut you, but it's from some anime or something. But I remember it said, "Pride is not the antidote to shame; it's its source. The only antidote to shame is true humility."
Humility.
We need humility month. We need humility month.
Somebody said that in the chat.
If there is one thing in the world none of us need right now, it is more pride. We are like the most prideful generation and the most.
I've just discovered that apparently someone made a video on me about YouTube fantasizing about Vosh.
Ew, what?
That's like the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life.
Ugh.
These people are so insane.
I know.
I hate YouTube. I really do. I really do. I fucking hate it. My God.
So to what he just said, I don't know. I think we need more indifference, probably. Like just I think what the gay community needs is more integration, not separation. I think it would help so much. And I think for gay people that are struggling with their sexuality to know that you can still have a normal life, that would have helped me so much. Oh my God, if somebody would have just told me, you can still do what you want to do in life, you're going to be okay, and you can be a normal person still. You don't have to be a freak. That's what I worried about. And I think that's what most people that struggle with their sexuality worry about. And if you could just say, like, if people just knew, like, you can still be normal. You don't have to be on the outs of society. You don't have to buy into the gay box of the leftists. I don't. They hate me for it. They really do. But they hate a lot of people. They hate Carlin too. They hate everybody. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not any different. You know what I mean? Like, you can join the group of the hated people, the people the left hates, which is so big now. It's like, gosh, the whole world is there, you know?
True.
It's not a limiting group. But it's, I think if you can just know that and know you don't have to be in a box and you don't have to do this crap, then it's just so much more helpful. Because I never feel like I'm in a subservient role because I'm gay. I never feel that way because I don't allow it. I don't ever allow that stuff.
Right. And it doesn't require being gay to not be in a subservient role too. Like, anyone cannot be in a subservient role.
No, but I'm saying, like,
yeah.
A lot of gay men put themselves into that role because they think they need to be for people to like them. And I say, no, like, I have been a mega cunt for years. Like, I'm serious. Like, there were some years where I was just really nasty 24/7. And I still had so many of my friends. I had a boyfriend that loved me when I was being so mean and nasty. Like, not that you should be mean and nasty all the time, but the point is, like, I made a point to not be in that box, and I didn't have to be. Nobody really has to be, you know. So now I don't have to be so extra because I'm not compensating or whatever. But
you know what box I would gladly put myself in, Alex? I would gladly put myself in the box of not liking anime and thinking it's stupid. No offense, everyone. I have not watched Avatar: The Last Airbender yet. I haven't done it yet.
You.
I promised I will at some point, just not yet. George says, he said anime is stupid. And then Savrit says, Vosh, ew, isn't he a communist apologist? Vosh is so many things that we're not going to talk about today.
Really is.
No, I don't even want to. No, I don't even want to think about Vosh. My God, what a jackass!
Most prideful time in the most prideful world. It is the last thing in the world we need more of.
Yeah.
It's the same way. It's the same way as, I mean, you know, it's just a community built around narcissism and mutual resentments. And it's the same way that they always tell them, oh, love yourself, love yourself. They love themselves. How about start teaching people respect yourself?
They don't love themselves, Mikey. That's the problem. They don't love themselves. That's why they're looking for validation from everyone else rather than looking for it internally.
Yeah.
When you love yourself, you don't need a whole fucking month about loving yourself if you actually love yourself.
Also, too, I mean, you need to know there are a lot of people that need religion, that need spirituality, and you are not closed off of that if you are gay. Absolutely not. So, and in fact, a lot of gay men in particular are highly spiritual, very highly. It's actually more genetically so. And
that's why I have so many gay male fans.
Yeah, because you're very spiritual and you talk about these things, and it's very much a thing. So don't ever feel like if you're gay, you are cut off from God, because you are absolutely not.
No, God loves you just the way you are. God thinks you're perfect no matter what you do, no matter how many men you sleep with. God still loves you.
I don't completely agree with that. But God does love you unconditionally. But God also would say you shouldn't be a hoe. And
there is a time for everything, Alex. For everything, there is a season. There is a season to be a hoe. I just quoted the Bible. You can't argue with me.
And God would say that, you know, you're not perfect, but I love you and you can improve. And, you know, and heaven is not a place on earth. It doesn't matter what Belinda Carlisle says. It's not. Heaven is somewhere else. That's what God would say. So don't worry if life sucks. Heaven is real. Heaven is for real. And you
what
will
if
be
God
okay.
was one of us?
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's the pride thing is a great point. And I saw someone put that in the chat, just saying, you know, we need a humility month.
Yes.
Here's
you're
the
making
part
me think of something I saw. I'm going to see if I can find it to show you later. Something I saw from my friend Lydia posted this weekend that
I just want to remind everyone that the whole reason this stream is happening is because Mike Harlow posted a whole thread lying about a random woman he didn't know, and Keri Smith piled on that random woman that she didn't know. And then when they were called out on being wrong with everything they said, they refused to apologize to the random woman that they defamed and smeared on Twitter, which would have required humility in order to be able to do.
That's a very good point. That would have been very humble.
It would have been very humble for them to apologize. I didn't ask them to apologize to me. I asked them to apologize to the woman that they defamed on Twitter, and this was less than a week ago. Now let's hear Keri and Mike talk about pride and humility.
It might make you cry, and I apologize in advance, but it was just so real and true. And anyway, if I can find it, I'll put it up on screen. Well, before I do that, I do have this one thing pulled up I wanted to talk to you about, and I'll look for this while we're talking about it. This I just saw this morning from Billboard Chris. And this is a new study that he's trying to draw everyone's attention to. And I encourage everyone to go and read this study. Let me see if I can get it up here. There we go. Okay. Can you see it? Oh, no. So the headline of the study, this is from the Heritage Foundation. Of course, anybody who likes to commit genetic fallacy will say, I'm not reading it. It's from the Heritage Foundation. But it's a study by Jay Green. And the title of it is Puberty Blockers, Cross-Sex Hormones, and Youth Suicide. And so what he's done with this study is he's really dispelled a lot of the lies, a lot of the untruths that they speak to try and force us as a society to accept genital mutilation on children, to accept giving children cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers and double mastectomies. And a lot of those lies, I'm sure you guys have heard them, and I see them all the time from parents in these parents of trans kids groups. They say, if you don't validate, if your child comes home and says, I'm trans or I'm non-binary or what have you, if you don't validate, and they say if you don't validate and if you don't use the pronouns that they want, that your child might end up killing themselves. And they also say, would you rather have, because when a person changes their name in the trans rights community, that part of social justice, they call it their old name, their dead name. And so they'll often say, would you rather have a dead name or a dead kid? And that is so emotionally manipulative.
They're
Keri's
emotional
right.
extortionists is what they are.
That's right.
Yes,
I agree.
A better phrase.
It's
emotional extortion. It is abuse.
Everything these people do is it is all the language of abusers.
Yes.
It's true.
I don't let people talk to me that way anymore in these kind of debates. Some people who found my Instagram after the event this Friday were trying that. They were sort of saying, you know, everything that you women were there saying that night leads to people killing themselves. That's BS. That's emotionally manipulative. It's language, and it's something an abuser would do.
I agree.
Stop doing it. I'm not going to respond to
Then
that.
what
Keri is correct.
What language was it that led to Daphne Dorman killing herself? What language was it that led to Wilson Gavin killing himself? These are all people who committed suicide. A gay man, a trans woman, after being attacked and attacked and attacked by the alphabet cult for stepping this much out of line.
Yep. Will you say those names again? Because I bet there's some people who watch my show who are not familiar with them.
Yeah, Daphne Dorman was a transgender woman. Dave Chappelle, she was friends with Dave Chappelle. She was a comedian. He talked about her in his last special, which made it so ironic, the hysteria over it, because the entire point of him talking about all that was a tribute to her. She committed suicide. She was attacked relentlessly by the trans community and the alphabet cult for being friends with Dave Chappelle and sticking by him. Wilson Gavin is another person. He was a young gay man who was 21. His big crime was that he said drag queens are not for kids. And he protested Drag Queen Story Hour, which a lot of people did when at that same event. But he was a young gay man, and like all cults, they do not allow dissidents. They will attack you more than anyone. So they went after him like you wouldn't believe until he killed himself at 21. And that wasn't enough for them afterward, because after that, they were all over social media celebrating his death.
Wow.
Taking great joy in it. So don't ever, ever, ever allow these people to tell you that it's just about love and kindness. We are way past that.
Yeah. I agree with them on that. I don't disagree with anything they're saying here. Savrit says all of these ideologies hide under compassion. Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think that the reason that, you know, people on the left do a lot of this stuff is because they feel like they need to do it in order to be good people. And they don't.
Right.
Yep.
They abuse those words. Like narcissists, they say what's up is down and what's down is up. And they accuse you of what they're doing.
Oh, really,
like those
Keri?
people outside the event. They're accusing us of what they're doing. Hatred, you know. I don't ever want to behave like those people. So, okay, so this...
You don't, Keri. You don't ever want to behave like those people? I may be a little bit triggered
weird.
by this. You don't have Keri, have you looked at your own fucking Twitter?
Yeah, that's a
all I'm
little
gonna
weird.
say. Yeah.
And
This study says
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I have more controversial takes about like TQ
Mm-hmm.
and the LGBTQ. I think, for me, I want LGB to split. I think it's time to break up. And I know that that's a hot take, but I just think that they lost me with the kids stuff. I cannot support it at all. It is just horrible. And I know more about like hormone health and stuff, and I just can't support people doing that. That doesn't mean that I hate somebody who's trans. I don't. It's just I disagree with it. I think it's wrong to do that to your body. But I would have nothing but respect for Blair White or whoever. I'm there's no hate. It's very much the whole like I don't even agree with people smoking weed. So it's like I don't agree with certain things. I don't
Fuck
think
you, Alex.
I know I just probably triggered all the libertarians, but I have to keep them, the libertarians, they need to be slapped by me a few times.
No one's requiring you to smoke weed. No one requires you to join in.
I know, I'm just kidding. But the point is, like, I don't know my views about like, what the government's role of when it comes to trans. I just do not think children should be involved at all. And I do think that there is a hard line there. I don't think children can consent to this. And again, I disagree with a lot of things, right? But that doesn't mean I hate people. Like, I disagree with abortion, for example, but I know a lot of women that have had them and I still love them, right? Like, you can disagree with very serious issues and still have love and compassion for people. And, but if somebody was asking me, should I get an abortion? I would say no, right? Of course, of course I would. And if somebody was asking me if they should transition, I would say no. Does that make any sense? So, but it's really that type of mindset. It's not about hate. It's not about harassment. It's not about anything like that. And if somebody's already gone through with it, I'm not going to say anything about it. It's like what's done is done. It's, it's that kind of thing. But I worry about their physical health. It's not a healthy thing to do. But again, when I say that, I actually mean it. I'm not like somebody who fat shames somebody just to be a bitch. Like, I actually care about these issues. And I just, I can't even imagine. Like, I've had dysphoria, obviously. Look at how fucking feminine I am, right? I was like this as a child. I had it myself. Not super severe because I was okay with my body, but I just didn't feel like I fit into what a man should be or whatever forever. And it does scare me to think that if I was young now, thank God I know my mom, she never would have let me do that. Right. But the thing is, like, as somebody who's 30, almost, I won't age myself yet, but I'm almost 30. If my mom had done hormone shit to me when I was 12, I would have been mortified and disgusted. And I'm so happy that that never happened to me because it would absolutely have been the wrong decision. I don't believe in changing my body to fit into what the far left or the far right thinks I should be. I'm going to be who I am. I am very feminine. I am a man. I have the mind of a woman in a lot of ways. But the thing is, I never have to change my body. And that's always going to be my position. You don't have to change your body. Mm-hmm. Society can just deal with you as you are. Or they cannot. But so many people don't care. I do so well now. A lot of people shit on me. They're like, your voice is weird or whatever. But I fit in fine. You don't have to change your body. And I would hope that as the pressure against gay goes away, then the pressure to transition will go away. Because I really think that they're linked. And the right, like John Doyle, I will harp on him forever. He's not helping.
No, he's not. He's not helping at all. And like,
But,
I generally think it's like, you know, I'm against medical transition with extremely rare exceptions
right.
under the age of 18. I just am. Now, I don't care if they socially transition, if they want to cut off their hair and dress like a tomboy, dude, I dressed like a
Right.
tomboy all through school. It was fine. I didn't change my name or anything, but if they want to change their name and go by a different name, then fine. But just don't cut off the body parts, dude. And I'm sorry, it's just like they can wait until they're after 18. And that is the part that terrifies me the most. I don't care if people are trans. I don't care if people are non-binary. I don't really care about any of that at all. But it's like, go through therapy before you start cutting off body parts. And I'm not talking about like 1 or 2 therapy sessions. Go through years of therapy, years of social transition. And then if you are sure, then do whatever it is you want to do after you become an adult.
Right. And like I said, I would say I much more advocate for you don't have to change your body. You know, you can be what you want to be regardless of anything. And especially in today's day and age, they act like having a feminine interest or a masculine interest changes your gender. That's not true at all. And so like I said, I'll always have respect for anybody as long as they're respectful, you know, like I would never, ever be nasty towards Blair White. And I will refer to Blair as she and her, because I feel like she's earned that, you know what I'm saying? She's earned that respect.
I agree.
So it's like, I never have an issue, but I would just worry, you know, about the health consequences and stuff, but it is their life, you know what I mean? And it's how they want to live it. And you can only do so much. And, you know, people do things that are horrible for their health all the time. So,
yeah, God knows.
yeah.
Alfred says, good and reasonable position you have, Alex. And Tom J says, here's to Alex's take for separating LGB from TQ. Long overdue. Let the T's speak for themselves, and Q is just a fad excuse for straight people to lie and virtue signal, and it messes up statistics. I definitely that last part about it messing up statistics is like a real effing thing.
Yeah.
That's real.
That was so dead on, Tom J. Thank you. So dead on.
Guys, as a reminder, Alex's YouTube channel is in the description, so please make sure you subscribe. You're here watching anyway. You might as well subscribe to Alex's YouTube channel. Follow him on Twitter. We need to get his Twitter numbers up. And, of course, mount that like button if you haven't already. And subscribe to my channel, too, unless you're a hater, and then you can fuck off. But if you're enjoying our content, you can subscribe.
As puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and youth suicide. That's the title. And I'm going to read you guys just a little bit of the summary and tell you about this. And we'll put the link in the description for today so you can go read the whole thing. So it says, lowering legal barriers to make it easier for minors to undergo cross-sex medical interventions without parental consent does not reduce suicide rates.
Oh, wait, but Keri, I was told that's not happening.
Oh, that they're not getting cross-sex medical interventions?
Not happening.
That's what they say first. First they say, oh, there's no kids getting double mastectomies.
That's not happening.
Then when you show them pictures and evidence and accounts of it, they say, oh, that's all faked.
Or no, or they say, if it's happening, it's a good thing.
Yeah, then they finally say, well, if it is happening, it's a good thing, and here's why.
And then they say, why do you care? As if, like, what kind of society would be giving double mastectomies to 12-year-old little girls and not care about it? And we're the assholes being like, why do you care? Why don't you care?
Right.
Is the real question.
Yeah, fair point.
Sorry, I'm like going off, but
oh, you're fine.
No,
mad.
You're fine. Yeah.
So this is the summary of this study, and again, you guys can find this below. If you're watching this later, we'll put it in the description. So it says lowering legal barriers to make it easier for minors to undergo cross-sex medical interventions without parental consent does not reduce suicide rates. In fact, it likely leads to higher rates of suicide among young people in states that adopt these changes. States should instead adopt parental bills of rights that affirm the fact that parents have primary responsibility for their children's education and health, and that require school officials and health professionals to receive permission from parents before administering health services, including medication and, quote, gender-affirming counseling to children under 18. States should also tighten the criteria for receiving cross-sex treatments, including raising the minimum eligibility age. And then here are some of the key takeaways. U.S. policymakers are seeking to make it easier for minors to access puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones based on the claim that doing so reduces suicide risk. That's all. That's it in a nutshell right there. They're saying, let us push through this what we want to do, this ideology, even though it's affecting children's bodies permanently. Let us push this through, or you want kids to commit suicide. That's freaking blackmail is what that is. And it's based on a lie. Studies find that gender-affirming interventions prevent suicide. Studies that find that gender-affirming interventions prevent suicide fail to show a causal relationship and have been poorly executed. And then number 3, a superior research design shows that easing access to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones by minors without parental consent increases suicide rates. So making it easier for kids to do this without their parents' consent, to get these hormones, to get surgery, it's increasing the suicide rates. And I'm not going to read the whole study. You guys can go read it. But one of the things they found is that in a bunch of these studies that are touting, that are saying, hey, look, it's reducing suicide rates, they're excluding all the people. In some cases, they're excluding in the study all the people who said they're not taking cross-sex hormones. So let's say you're responding to the study and you say that you've experienced gender dysphoria and you're taking the survey and it says, have you taken cross-sex hormones? And if you say no, well, then they discard the rest of your survey. So they're only looking at the people who've done it, first of all, which is bad methodology.
No, it's not. Hang on.
Well, and also what they're doing.
Hang on. It's not bad methodology. Listen, every single study that's done has inclusion and exclusion criteria. And so if the people that are in the study do not fit into the inclusion criteria, then they're probably going to fit into the exclusion criteria, which means they're not going to be included in the study. It doesn't mean it's a bad methodology, but where I do think Keri is correct is that people need to understand what the inclusion and exclusion criteria is. But to say that just because you're not including everyone makes it a bad study is not accurate.
And also, too, studies can be very easily manipulated to form certain narratives.
Yes.
Very easily. So you always have to look at their methodology, and you have to dive deeper than, a Twitter headline or
yeah. And the authors of the study need to be honest about what they're doing. They need, there should, in theory, be a whole section of the study that says this applies to these people with this. Studies are supposed to be very, very hyper specific. Most studies are not supposed to be generalizable to the broadest population. But it doesn't make them a bad study. It just means that it's about a very, very specific thing.
That I don't know if a lot of people realize, they're making it easier for minors to access these online without any sort of therapy. They could just basically place an order like Amazon and get hormones, and these psychos support it.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand how we're allowing this to happen when you can see 12, 13-year-old girls go on TikTok. You'll see it all over. I mean, how can you? I don't even understand how a girl that age hasn't even nearly fully developed breasts, and you're cutting them off.
Yeah. Would you mind telling me, when you were younger, do you think that you would have been susceptible to some of this?
100%. 100%. Because when I was, look at any pictures of me from back in the day, I loved David Bowie and Davey Havoc, and my style was kind of more like glam rock, androgynous kind of thing. 100%. And at the time I was like, oh, I don't want to look like a man or woman. I just want to look like an alien. And it was mostly a phase. I look a little freakish still, but just a little bit. So it was mostly a phase. But no, oh my God, I would have been the prototype of who they would have targeted. And it could have worked.
Me too.
Who knows? 100%. I would have been told that I'm some sort of trans or God. And I'll read these horrible stories. If you look at, I forget the name offhand, but there's some Reddit board where you find a lot of these. I read these horrible stories of these people who at ridiculously young ages were told that they're trans and transitioned. And there was one that I read recently from this girl sobbing, saying that she misses her breasts. I'm like, God,
I saw that one.
Horrible. Can you imagine? Like, and
yeah, I saw that one too. Did you see that?
Which one?
It was a story from Reddit of a girl basically saying, like, I cut my breasts off and I shouldn't have, and like I really miss them.
Yeah, I actually shared that on Twitter because unlike other people, I actually post things that are anti-woke and don't just talk about you all the time.
No, but I mean that story was heartbreaking though, and it's like there's so many, like all these, I can't even get in, and this is probably sounds incredibly selfish. I cannot watch this detransitioner content because I find the whole thing so depressing. I mean, look at like Gabrielle Clark, who we both know and love. Like she like this happened to her daughter, and so she's posting horror stories, and she's talking to parents, and she came into our community Zoom and just like was like so distraught over some of the things that she'd been hearing. What they're doing in the schools is it is indefensible on any level what they're doing in the schools. And so on this point, I don't have anything bad to say about them. I completely agree with what they're saying. And to be honest, like part of the reason I don't cover this content, I don't tweet about it, I don't do videos about it, is because I don't want to get my shit banned. And I understand like everyone's got to make a choice, and the choice I've made is I'm going to let other people cover this content. There are other things I'm focused on anyway, and like I'm genuinely scared of getting my Twitter or my YouTube banned if I broach some of these issues. So God bless them for talking about it.
And the crazy thing about that post is that the woman was 18 when she got her breasts removed, and she regretted it at 30. So being 18, it's not a safe, like you're not necessarily safe just because you're 18. Like you really, that's why I don't agree with it, and people would say, oh, you're so mean, but people say that to me about everything, right? But it's like, I just think, God gave you what you got, like just love yourself, like you said, it probably is a bit of a self-love issue in general, probably just across the board with a lot of people. Like you said, I think that is a huge thing in society. People don't love themselves.
Well, and the brain is not fully developed until you're in your early to mid 20s. And so it's like, even like making any cosmetic surgery decisions, unless it's like an emergency or like, you're like severely deformed because of like a birth defect or like an accident or something like that, like you really just shouldn't do it until you at least reached your mid 20s, because your brain's just not fully developed to process that. And like, waiting a couple years to have a surgery is going to be a lot more preferable to you having that surgery too soon and then regretting it later.
True.
Mm-hmm. And Savrit says the masses are dealing with ideological zealotry. Yeah, they are on all levels. And I mean, it almost kind of feels like it's like survival of the fittest. Like the people who figure out what's going on and how to handle it are the ones that are going to survive. The people who get taken in by all of this and don't use their critical thinking skills are the ones that are going to end up cutting off body parts and regretting it later.
Mm-hmm.
To think about, that's why one of the many reasons I think it kind of feels personal to me is that, like, what would have happened if I were growing up in this era? Would I have been castrated? Would I have gotten my body all surgery?
Hang on. I will say this. I absolutely agree with songs that are catchy in the chat. The right didn't care about detransitioners at all until a couple of years ago, and they only care so far as it helps their narrative. I 100% agree with you. The right cares about things, and I'm not saying like average people, but like the right cares about things as long as it helps their narrative. I 100% agree. And the minute that it doesn't help their narrative, they ignore it and they move on to something else. And whatever the influencers do, not all, but a lot of the average people do. What do you think?
I've known about that for a long time because I'm not as much of a fan of Blair White anymore, but I used to be, in 2016, 2017, 2015, right? That range of time. In 2018, I was a fan of hers for a while until probably 2020. Then I kind of lost, then I just didn't really like her as much. But she talked about it in 2017, right? So I knew about it then. So it was longer than a couple of years for me, and I am on the right. So that's not true of everybody, but I can understand the generalization. I think right now it's just coming up as an issue because the issue with the right, in my opinion, is they follow the left. Whatever the left harps on, then the right will harp on. They're always reacting. And so it's more so that the left is constantly pushing it now. You know, it's so much. So the right is reacting to it. So I do think the right needs to take more initiative. And that is one of the things I like about DeSantis, actually, is he takes initiative with different issues and being on the right. And then Alabama, our governor, will copy him. She's like always, she'll copy the conservative trends, which I think that's why we're probably going to keep her here, because it's the devil, you know what I mean? And she'll cave to conservative pressure. So that's good enough for people in Alabama.
Oh my God.
But the thing is, like, the right does need to go on the offense more and look into things before they become an issue. And this is libertarians as well, which everybody should be looking at these issues before. Like, we should have known about CRT in schools in 2016 at the latest.
Yes, you should have.
It took all of us years to get it together, you know? So this is a societal issue. We cannot just be following the woke leftists, you know? We need to be looking into things, which, again, one of the many things I like about Carlin. She looks into things. She takes initiative. Oh my God. But
I do original content. I don't watch other people's content, like when they take a Scientology quiz live on a random Tuesday and then copy it for months on end, Mikey.
Look, I have, again, anybody on the right wants to poach libertarian ideas, that's perfectly fine. I don't even think libertarians care.
No, I think libertarians would love it. They'd be like, yes, talk about our ideas more. You want to work with us? We'll help you pass a bill.
Pretty much that. And just don't bash said people that came up with ideas. You know, it's like, you don't have to bash everybody. Like, I understand as a conservative, we all love to judge on the right. It's everything to us, but you don't need to judge literally every single person ever, all the time. Nope. You know, it's like, and you don't bash Carlin if you're going to use her ideas, Mike.
Or Matt Walsh.
Or Matt Walsh, which I don't know enough about Matt Walsh, so maybe we'll have to do one.
He is a grifter and a shill. He copies every idea. Someone actually said, who said it? Someone said something about Matt Walsh. Nat D with a keen observation as always. I feel Matt Walsh is grifting on detransitioners. Matt Walsh grifts on everything. When CRT was the hot topic, what did Matt Walsh do? He went to a completely different state to make a speech at a school board meeting that he knew would get him the most press. He blatantly stole my cameras in classrooms idea. He grifts all the time on everything. He has no original ideas of his own.
We love the sass. We're going to have to watch him at some point for sure.
God, don't make me suffer through that. God, that would be worse than this video. At least I agree with a lot of the stuff they're saying.
We are agreeing. They're doing better.
They're doing fine. I mean, Mikey's still a gay sidekick. Keri's doing fine. I don't actually have that many complaints about Keri in this video. It's like,
Keri is doing
Jesus
really well.
Christ. If only Keri could not be psychotic towards me, we would like have nothing to talk about and it would be fine and we could all just do our own work.
Right. I love that she's doing those events. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. So there's improvement there for sure. And I do think Mike is being much more likable than he was a couple years ago. So I have to give him that. There is some movement there in this stream. I will give him that. Now he may let me down. I mean, we're only
we're only like halfway done.
Yeah.
Don't speak too soon. All right.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Hang on. Zavritz sent another super chat. I'm sorry, Zavritz. God is neither /or, so they're making that on Earth. Yeah, exactly. God does not have a gender, so they're making it on Earth.
Grateful that I didn't grow up.
We can argue about that later.
Right now, because I don't know how it would have affected me. I'm not really sure. I was a tomboy in some ways, but in other ways, I was very girly. It just depended.
You're not allowed to be that, though.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you must be a boy. Let's do something.
And that's the thing. All of these things come down what they're deciding gender on. It comes down to nothing except stereotypes and ignorance.
Yeah. True.
But it's worse than ignorance when you're altering the bodies of children. That's not ignorance. That's abuse. That's worse than abuse. I don't even know what to call it. It's just evil.
Yeah. When you said that when you were younger, you identified as an alien.
No, I didn't. There was no word. There was no such thing as that. I want to look like I'm from outer space. I just wanted to be Ziggy Stardust. That's all.
I see. I was about to get into Barbara Walter style. Let's talk more about when you identified as an alien. Actually, but you reminded me of this. Hold on one second.
I'm afraid to say.
Okay, somebody sent me this gift and they didn't put a note in it. I just got this. It's Matt Walsh's. Yeah, so if you sent me this, let me know, because
the book this is another fucking Matt Walsh grift right here. Ashley St. Clair wrote a children's book about not being trans, and then fucking couple months later, Matt Walsh writes the same fucking children's book, except that in his children's book, he is the star character.
Oh my gosh.
He totally stole Ashley St. Clair's idea. She was calling him out on it on Twitter. It's like, fuck you, Matt. I did this months ago, and now, oh, magically, you did literally exactly the same fucking thing. He is a grifter.
We're going to have to do one on him. Just prepare yourself.
God.
I want to give you a thank you. I want to say thank you. Awesome. Yeah, Johnny the Walrus by Matt Walsh. And
of course, she's spelling for him, though.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, of course, Carrie's going to be at Matt Walsh's show any day now.
The child says he's a walrus, like so his mom takes him to a woke doctor.
Probably.
Who tells him that he needs to start eating worms and put on gray makeup, and that he might even need surgery that will turn his feet into fins. And the mom starts going along with all this because she's afraid of what people are going to say, and they're going to call her a bigot, and has a very good resolution. Anyway, it's a children's book, and I had heard about it, but I had never read it. Anyway, thank you, whoever sent me that.
That's amazing. No, I think that's what I always say all the time is I think if you have kids, if you're a parent, you need to educate them about this. You need to warn them of this ideology the same way you would warn them about somebody pulling up with a van and saying, get in the car. That is how you need to warn them.
That's
about
a good
this.
point.
And
I like the way he phrased
that. This is something that they're going to face. This is the pressure that they're going to face, and they need to be able to stand strong and say no.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
It's horrible.
Tell them about it before.
I told you this. Do you want to hear something insane? I don't know if I told you this. So like, okay, I did the dumbest thing when I went to go see Keri for her wedding, that I went out with this guy and liked her. She was like 20. Big mistake.
Okay, let me just say this. He does this all the fucking time. So don't tell me that this was a random mistake that he didn't learn from. He used to do this at Alex, every fucking city we went to, Mikey would pick up a new guy, and all of a sudden, and they would go out and they would have a date, and they'd inevitably fuck at the end of the night, and then Mikey would be like crying that they're not talking all the time, and that like he doesn't want to be his boyfriend or something. Every goddamn city. Every city. And Mikey always thought he was starting some like long-term relationship when all the rest of us were like, dude, you hung out and you had sex, and then you expected him to call you and talk to you about your feelings. Like, I am a woman and I've had one night stands, and I know that the man is not going to call me and I'm not going to call him. That's not the purpose of what the one night stand in the foreign city is. But for real, there was a guy in Omaha, and he was a young kid, like 19 years old, that Mikey did this with. Mikey was like heartbroken for weeks after this, that didn't turn into a relationship. I swear to God.
Oh, no. That's unhinged girlfriend energy, unhinged ex-girlfriend energy. Mm-hmm. You don't ever want that. And I will say, gay dating advice, gay men have zero tolerance for that shit. They are very harsh if you act that way. They are very harsh. So do not have that energy at all. I've had unhinged girlfriend energy, but not unhinged ex-girlfriend energy. There is a distinction. But no. Keep the crazy in check for at least 3 to 4 months, Mikey.
I'm just saying, as Mikey's pretending that he never does this, and oh my God, goes on a random date in a city he doesn't live in with a younger guy. He does this all the fucking time.
Keep it in
All the
check
time.
for the first few months.
All the time. Sam says the Klingons are invading Uranus.
Oh
Photon torpedo. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but
It's a Star Trek thing. Sam, you're gonna have to explain to us what that means.
too straight to function.
He was like, he'd like taken time off, was like going to a new college or something in some liberal city. I must have said to him 20 times jokingly, don't let them turn you trans. And he was like, ha, that's so funny. I'm like, don't let them turn you trans. Want to guess what he is now?
Are you kidding?
It took what? 6 months?
Wow.
That is the level of pressure that there is, especially
Wow.
it's basically gay conversion therapy. If you're a gay man going
that.
to a liberal
I don't believe
arts
that story.
college,
I don't believe that
city,
story. I think
no.
he's lying.
Yeah.
Well,
in 6 months.
but
I
I mean,
wonder
I
if
could be
part of it
wrong.
is
I don't
also
believe the story
because
though.
as you were
but I
talking
agree
about with gay
this point
pride
there.
and
I
stuff,
do think it is
there's
conversion
really
therapy.
not any cultural
Yeah.
pushback against homosexuality anymore. That cultural pushback against that is gone. And so I wonder if for people who have that deep need to see themselves as a victim,
Sex joke in Star
their
Trek.
identity as a victim, I wonder if it's is
Sam.
attracted to them on some level, because then you get to be what is currently the ultimate victim. You're sort of, I'm not just gay, I've also realized that I'm trans. You know, now I have this other set of oppression, this other kind
Gay
of
isn't
oppression.
even on the
Oh,
oppression
wait,
pyramid.
wait.
Anymore.
We have psychoanalysis from Deborah in the chat. Deborah says Mikey once had an older man do the same thing to him as he is doing to these young randos, but he wanted the older guy to stay with him.
The tea.
I think that's right,
Gosh.
Deborah. I think that's a
That
really
could
good
be true. It
analysis.
could be like he's trying to recreate that situation.
Mhm.
I can understand that to a certain extent. But I don't know. I don't think I've ever been unhinged as unhinged as he is. And I have, like I said, I've had some serious unhinged girlfriend energy beyond any level, but never to this level. He's making me feel like I was sane. So thanks, Mike.
Good for something. And of course, Deborah says this is only hypothesis. We're not diagnosing someone with a we're not diagnosing someone with a serious personality disorder on this stream, unlike some people do on Twitter every fucking day.
Wow.
Just saying.
Yeah.
It's not at all. And trans is at the top. That's the thing. It's like, it's a very clever way of them being able to create radical leftist activists and victims, because you can't make a black person. You can't make, it's the only way. I mean, you can try to screw with someone's sexuality, but I don't think that would really, you get too far. But everyone has a gender. So it allows them access to so many different things. They have their hand in every jar. They're in every classroom, locker room, bathroom, sports. This obsession with gender, this is what's behind it. It allows them access to encroach on every single area in our lives.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
They will get around to doing that, though, to creating black people. They will, because
Rachel
Dolezal, yeah, that's going to take off eventually. It just hasn't yet. Oh, yeah, it hasn't yet, because there would be too much of an outcry within the ideology itself. But eventually they're going to get to that place.
Do you think black people would tolerate that, though?
Right now, they're not. But eventually, if this continues down the path it's on, yes, that will happen. I completely believe that. That's me. If I were a betting.
Well, then I don't necessarily agree with Keri on this. I don't think black people are going to tolerate that. I especially don't think that black women are going to tolerate that bullshit at all. I understand why Keri thinks that, though. I just disagree with her on the most logical outcome, because again, like what would prevent a black person at that point from identifying as white and taking advantage of all the benefits of whiteness and white privilege? I'm not ragging on Keri on this. I think that I understand why she's making this point. I just happen to disagree with her on what's going to happen.
I think I may sound too white-pilled, but I think a lot of this stuff is getting towards the end, and it's going to probably start being pushed back on.
Oh, no.
Well, you can disagree with me, but
I disagree with you.
So. I know. but I do. I think so.
I would love for you to be correct, though.
I know. We'll see who's right. But I mean, it's going to be a slow crawl back, but I don't think I think it's the worst it's going to be. That's my view on it, if that makes any sense. So, yeah.
And Sam says, Robin DiAngelo made him a person of color. Congratulations, Sam. You've ascended your whiteness.
White person of color. That is so crazy.
That's actually a thing, you know. They're calling Italian people right now white people of color. That's true. That's a real thing.
Gosh. So dumb.
Well,
I
have played black. If I were to play black, I got it. That's what I would say. Okay, let me read a couple of these super chats if you don't mind. I'll just Stephen Landau, thank you, sir. He says, coming in late, did you guys talk about the leaving the left talk the other day in Austin? Yes, sir. Thank you, Stephen, for $25 super chat. We did. We talked about it at the beginning, and it's called Women Leaving the Left. And you guys can go back and watch that. We're going to be putting up, we did get video footage of the panel, and I'm not sure how great the audio quality is going to be because we had to speak over the protesters who were pounding on the windows the whole time, but we did have mics. Hopefully it comes out great. We had a videographer there, and we'll let you guys know when that's up. So,
as Serial Mom would say, rewind.
Okay, Pirate Queen. Thank you, Pirate Queen. Gives a super chat and says, Buck Angel was asking for tomboy stories on Twitter today.
Mike is going to go, I love Buck
tomboys
Angel.
Are not allowed anymore. That's
I love
true.
him.
He doesn't care. They call
it's so funny because when I first knew him a little bit a year or two ago, he cared more. And now, so it's been wonderful to see him make his progression to giving no fucks.
Oh yeah, they call him all kinds of names, awful names. They call him trans scum for not going along with trans ideology, so the social justice.
Like I said,
ideology.
cults invent words.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to let it bother him. One more. This is from Margia Adamskia. I can't say it. I'm sorry. Look up Dr. Michael Weberly, UK tribunal found guilty. Reckless, dishonest, and harmed patients. Look at patient V, a 9-year-old who was diagnosed trans by Zoom and suicided.
Oh, I gotta look into. I haven't heard about that.
I have not heard about that.
It's in the UK.
Yeah.
Take a picture of the screen so I'll remember.
You remember, yeah. Thank you for that. I haven't heard about the story. I'll look it up. You know, it makes me think of just some of the stuff that I see in these parents groups. I've mentioned this before, but it is pervasive. This is if you think it's just isolated to the big cities, like sometimes I talk to people who still think it's just in places like New York and California. It's not. It's everywhere. It's here in Texas. And there are parents in there who oftentimes will say things like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong because, you know, I validated, I changed the pronouns, changed the name. My kid is on hormones. I've done everything right. Word in quotes because I think this is all wrong. They say I've done everything right and the hospital. And it's like, yeah, maybe what you're doing isn't working.
It's like sick. I was thinking about it. I think it's an extension in some ways, not all of this, but some of it. I think it's an extension of these narcissist women who it's like, you know, those types of narcissist straight women who try to have their like little gay accessory. The gay men that they use as like little subservient.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Mikey.
Hi. Some of them,
Hi.
instead of that, are creating that for themselves with their child.
Yes, with their child.
That they're building with the child, where they can just talk at them, talk about themselves, get fashion tips, make them their little Barbie doll. I think that's.
I haven't given you fashion tips, have I?
It is. It's no, they don't see them as a human being. They don't have any empathy. They see their own child as an extension of themselves, as an accessory is a great way of putting it. And
I want to share this with you. I meant to send it to you before, but there's a study out too. I got to look up. I'll post after like the source. But so you know how these people, another one of the ridiculous lines that they say blockers are totally reversible. Which is just insane if you think about it. I mean, yeah, mess with the hormones. It's something that's so naturally occurring.
Whatever.
And young people, oh, no, it's totally fine, totally reversible. Of course it's not. So this was a study that was done 24 out of 25 reported side effects during treatment. 80% reported side effects lasting longer than 6 months after stopping treatment. Almost half, 9 out of 20, reported side effects that they considered irreversible, including memory loss, insomnia, hot flashes, and more.
Yeah.
Totally reversible. And that probably ain't the tip of the iceberg.
If you go to the Reddit forums for people who are detransitioning, you'll see story after story from these women who are trying to detransition, who took the hormones, in some cases had mastectomies, and are now trying to live as women, and they have all kinds of medical complications, in some cases being sterilized. So it's an outright lie that they're asking us to believe.
And it's always vague, very, very vague emotional language. Like you saw in What is a Woman, when he was talking to that woman who, she's like the dean of some medical school or something. And you know that doctor's the pediatrician that he was talking to?
We haven't seen it yet. I've only seen clips.
It's really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he was saying about, isn't this drug being used as puberty blockers, Lupron, isn't that the same drug that they use to chemically castrate prisoners? And she just went to the vague emotional blackmail language. Is, oh, that's not respectful. That's harmful. That's hurtful. Answer his question.
Yeah.
And all of this entire thing is just, it's magical thinking. It is all based in nothing but emotional language. There is no standard. There's no objective reality for any of it.
That kind of refusing to answer the question by sidestepping and trying to do a sleight of hand. Yeah, that's like a.
No one else is hurtful. Cutting off a little girl's tits.
Yeah. But it makes me think of the Amber Heard testimony. There's a really great example when of doing that sleight of hand where you avoid answering a question directly. And that was when they were asking her if she had donated all of that money that she said she was going to donate to charity that she got from the divorce settlement. And she said, I pledged to donate.
It's not exactly
like, no,
the same thing, but I understand what she's
making.
making.
I asked, did you donate it? I pledged to. Yes, I did. No, did you donate it? And it's like, whoa, like that's, I just want to clip that and show anyone this is what a narcissist is like when you try and pin them down on the truth.
Okay, hang on. Amber Heard is absolutely a narcissist. However, like I actually kind of take, okay, I'm going to get in trouble for this. I take Amber Heard's side just the tiniest, slightest little bit, in that I have worked in fundraising and I've worked in major gift fundraising, and how you donate is you make the pledge and then you pay it over a period of time. So Amber Heard was actually technically telling the truth. Now the point remains that the prosecutor was making, though, she hadn't given any money, but it is actually true to say that how major gifts work and what Amber Heard is talking about in terms of like $3.5 million for 2 charities is a major gift. Like, it does actually work by you making the pledge to do it, and then you work out a payment system with whatever organization you're donating to, and you pay it over a period of time. That's not to say that I believe that Amber Heard would have paid the money.
Right.
I don't believe that she would have paid the money. I think it was all a fucking scam. But on this point, Amber Heard was actually correct when she was correcting the prosecutor, but the prosecutor was, I don't know, the lawyer was making a different point than what Amber Heard was doing. I just wanted to note that. I like being fair to people, even when I don't like them and think they're wrong.
It's sort of that little like slide of, I did, yes, I pledged. No.
So that's and my biggest point here is like that's not actually an indicator of a narcissist. Keri likes to create all sorts of definitions about what creates a narcissist and what doesn't. That is not an indicator of her being a narcissist. That's an indicator of her being evasive, but it's not an indicator of her being a narcissist. Those are two different things.
Do you think that Keri would agree with Doyle that a woman reading a book with no pictures would be a narcissist?
I tend to doubt that Keri would agree with that. I don't think so. I think Keri reads books with no pictures. I suspect she does. I mean, she only pulled out a children's book on this here stream, but she has books in the background there. So I have to assume that Keri does in fact read books with no pictures. So no, I'm going to say that's not a narcissist. No. God.
One thing they do, that's like something you become very hip to when you leave the left, is their sleight of hand tricks.
They have so many sleight of hand tricks. Yeah.
The ultimate sleight of hand trick is the one that they do with trans stuff.
This fucker,
You know, like
let me tell you about this guy. This fucker, Matt, made a whole video about me just for the Queen from England.
Really?
Yes, I didn't watch it, but I know that I know that it exists.
When?
Like this past week.
No way.
He's in. I swear to God, he made this whole video about me. He was stalking my channel. I eventually blocked him, and he made a video about me to cope with his feelings of being blocked by me. And he's like joined their little horde, and it's like sucking Kieran's dick.
Oh gosh.
If only Kieran just admitted he was gay, he could maybe finally have a girlfriend in that.
Oh, I wonder.
But then Mikey would totally lose interest in him, and they would just all go awry. And all right.
If, do you think things would be easier or harder for Kieran if he was gay?
I don't know. I think Kieran's big problem is that I think that he has a lot of self-esteem issues, and I think because he has self-esteem issues, he is not able to receive love from other people in any way, which is frankly why he was like, acting so fucking insane by this whole situation. But like I think that's what it is. I don't think whether or not he was gay or straight would really make a difference in this regard. I think it's his self-esteem issues that are the problem.
Okay.
And I hope that he rectifies them someday and finds a real girlfriend of his very own that he doesn't make up and invent.
I mean, if you look at what's happening with kids being indoctrinated, of course, the sexualizing of kids is a big issue.
Oh, dude,
but this
don't think I don't understand that Mikey, if Mikey and Kieran were ever actually in the same place, Mikey would try so fucking hard to sleep with him. I think he would.
Oh, gosh.
Except that if he saw Kieran in person, he wouldn't be his type. But, like, I think he would still try to sleep with him. He wouldn't be. Like, Kieran uses pictures that are, like, several years old of him. He looks very, very different now than he does in those pictures. And Mikey doesn't know that, probably because he has not spent any time with Kieran at all, actually, like, seeing him in person.
Oh, but he stood the stream with him, though. But...
Yeah, but Kieran had this whole setup for that stream where his face was at just the right angle and everything was covered up, and he is extremely conscious of his image, extremely conscious of it. Yeah, it's really bad. Dang. But maybe they're the match made in heaven. Who what do I know?
Maybe. I mean, I'd be happy for them. Maybe they both calm down.
I mean, if they find love with each other, like, who the hell am I to judge? Who am I to judge?
Gender ideology stuff, I feel like, is the issue. So it was yet another example of a sleight of hand trick, how the media labeled it the "Don't Say Gay" bill in Florida, because they know that there's a lot more consensus.
That wasn't the media; that was the activists.
Yeah, sleight of hands are
scheming and sleight of hand.
Yeah, and sleight of hands are, if you strip it down to what that is, it is a lie. It is dishonesty, and you can't respect that. Matt Deckard, hello, sir. He gives a $5 super chat and says, "If I transition and don't like it, can I crowdfund my manhood back?" It's actually really sad. It's a funny question, but it's sad because this is what's happening.
If you keep it in a jar.
If you go on any of these crowdfunding platforms, you will find detransitioners who are trying to crowdfund surgery to try and go back and live as themselves, and they don't get nearly the support they get when they're transitioning. So,
it's funny. I saw somebody, some like far left blue check mark, maybe a week ago, and he's like, as you know, alphabet person, trans mania as you can possibly be. So he wrote one tweet saying like, people who detransition are valid and deserve to have their voices heard, so we shouldn't discount them. Oh, the hatred that he got. Oh, those replies. I guarantee you,
maybe that was a wake-up call for him.
Apologized or deleted it by now.
Yeah. How dare you say something reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mikey, why don't you make a video about that? Because that would be really helpful for people to see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like when people do things like that, that's a time where we need to be positively reinforcing them and saying, like,
Right.
do you see what's happening? Do you understand now what's going on? That's a time where someone could have gone in and really worked to have a conversation with that guy to be like, let's talk about what's happening in your Twitter feed right now.
Well, the
You know?
thing is, that's like a leftist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's I think what a lot of people on the right don't understand is like you can't always get somebody to be a conservative, right? But
Right.
you can get a leftist to maybe go towards the center. That's very achievable, especially if they're having moments.
Or even just to not be crazy. Like, I have leftist
Mhm.
friends, like I used to stream with this guy on Twitch named Spectre, and he's like a legit communist, but he was a
Oh,
reasonable person, and we could have like reasonable conversations, and I actually really I've really enjoyed. I need to reach out to Spectre, maybe have him on
oh
the
God.
channel. Like, I like Spectre. I think that he's interesting.
Well, you can like somebody personally,
Yeah.
but not. Ooh, communism is a no, honey.
But
It's a
we've had, but
non-negotiable.
like, just because like you're on the left doesn't mean you have to be crazy. I mean, like, even like someone like Nico House. Nico House is a far left progressive. Like, he's very, very progressive, and I disagree with him on a lot of things. But he is a completely reasonable person. I've had many great conversations with him, and I even remember like he reached out to me after his grandfather sadly had a heart attack like a couple days after he got vaccinated, and this was a long time ago, and he said, I want to tell my grandfather's story about what happened, and no one will platform me. Will you have me on your channel? And I had him on my channel, and I ended up getting a strike off of that video, and I knew I was probably going to. But you know, I mean, like, there are moments when we've been able to, like, you know, come together and have like really great conversations. And you know, he's a leftist, but like, just because you're on the left doesn't mean you're crazy.
I don't agree, but I'm just kidding. I'm
Whatever.
so-
With Alex, when we make you a libertarian, you're going to learn to live and let live. You're going
No.
to learn that if leftists want to go and have their own little communist society, probably in Vermont, that they should be allowed to do that as long as they're not forcing us to participate in that society.
No, you don't live, you stay home. And what was it? Let live, you stay home and you don't let anybody do anything. That's what you should do.
Oh, man. Well, George says, in Ecuador, there is a saying that goes, God creates them and the devil gets them together. I think it would fit perfectly for this situation. Thank you, George, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I also want to say, so Grady, who's on the stream right now, this is an interesting character because so Brent, you know Brent from Community Zoom. He's a little fucking shit starter on Twitter.
I love Brent. I'm going to signal and show for Brent right now. I love Brent.
Brent is honestly the best person ever.
Brent is bae.
He's amazing. But like Brent has been trying to interact with these characters in the Twitter horde, and he's been really baiting them into telling, like, he wants to know why they all hate me, and no one has given him any evidence so far. But he put out this tweet basically saying, what the fuck does Mikey Harlow do, and why do people like him? And Grady is the only person who answered. The only person who gave substantive information about why he likes Mike Harlow. And the reason was that apparently Mikey helped Grady leave the left. And so he's had great conversations with him. And I can respect that. I actually can. I think it's a little sad that he was the only person that answered, but I can respect that.
I'm telling you, we come up with such good ideas. Like Keri writing a book, that'd be a great idea.
It's a great fucking idea. Keri, you should write a book.
Yes. And Mikey doing the political cooking videos, those would do so well. I feel like he would do so well. It's so sad to see people just not doing it.
Yep.
One more from Grady. Hello, Grady. Grady says another disturbing push of the ideologies is how teachers use technology to monitor every aspect of children in schools. Yes. A lot of people don't know this, but the Google Chromebook. So a lot of schools have these Chromebooks that they give for free, which sounds like a great thing, right? Like, oh, this company's doing something great. They're giving Chromebooks for kids to use in class. They are monitoring everything your kids are doing at school, and they're using it to learn how to advertise to kids better. That's just one of the things they're doing. I mean, who knows the possibilities?
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that point.
You're letting them collect that kind of data on your kids.
We're actually working on something with that to like show people what's happening.
Oh, you are?
Mm-hmm. Grady actually made me aware of a bunch of stuff that they're doing that I had no idea.
Good,
of, how
Mikey.
they're
Make a
spying on
video.
kids.
Make
Me
it several
too.
videos.
Really?
Do
Yeah.
fucking something.
I didn't know you guys were working on something.
Please.
Yeah.
Anything.
One more from Mandy.
Please.
Hi, Mandy. She's a Russian bot. She says I'm the Russian bot, but
Thank
I'm going to
you.
say it's her. Mandy says I pledge to donate 288 rubles to Russian bot Keri. You pledged it. You pledged it.
Hey, I've been a Russian bot since like 2018-ish.
Somebody accused me
somebody
of
here in
that one.
Texas. It was a.
Oh,
it
I
was
got
one
accused
of
of that
the
all the time.
leaders of
All
the
the
Democratic Party here in
time.
I was
Texas.
like, what?
Communication check or
Oh
something.
God.
He called
That
me.
was the weirdest thing that happened to me after my article went viral. And remember, I knew nothing of this world when my article went viral. I was like, I was so ignorant about everything. And then all of a sudden I had all these leftists in my feed. She's a Russian bot. She's a Russian. I was like, no, I'm a real person. This really happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about. It was so
It
confusing.
was so weird. Like I was debating with a leftist on Twitter in 2018, back when I had a different account. Well, it was the same name, but it was just I deleted everything. And so I was debating with him, and he posted videos, and I posted a video back, and we were debating about feminism of all things. And he was like, oh my gosh, I thought you were a Russian bot. I'm so surprised that you had a video of yourself. And I was like, okay, that's really weird. What the fuck? So
Russian
that
bots
was,
are not real, kids. They're not real. Well, no, they are real, but they're just not us.
no.
Like 2 years ago, he called me a Russian bot on Twitter, which is the funniest thing.
Just one? Oh my God. I got called that for like a year straight.
And then another one from Margia, Silent J. Ah, damn it. Maria. Maria. Silent J says Graham Linehan Substack, great resource on UK litigation. Voting today on quote conversion therapy bill to criminalize non-affirmative care. Thank you. Yeah, this is the same person Mikey was saying. We have to look up that case of that 9-year-old who was diagnosed on Zoom.
Well, that's the thing. That's what they've been doing this in Canada a lot and a lot of other countries where they are rebranding any sort of thing that would approach, children transing with any sort of skepticism. They're rebranding that as conversion therapy because, most people, it's widely accepted that conversion therapy is not really possible when it comes to someone's sexual orientation. So most people are against it. So now they're trying to bring that so that you just have to automatically transition kids and then outlaw conversion therapy. So that means that these kids will automatically be affirmed. I feel like I'm way overusing these, but it's warranted here. I really go out of my way to not overuse them.
We're reaching a point where it's almost impossible not to use those because the
reality is in these.
Yes, because speech has become so Orwellian and everything that's up is down and down is up that you almost can't get away without
full conversations.
Conversion therapy, gender affirming. Yeah.
Oh, it's so sick.
Yeah. They've also.
Do you think they're really friends? Like really friends?
I feel like they might be now. I feel like in the past, no. Does that make any sense? Like watching the stream 2 years ago versus this one, I do think, I don't know that they're like best friends, but I feel like they're probably like colleagues, like like friendly colleagues, like kind of like a coworker friend, right? So like if you're working at the office and you have your office friend, but if you were to quit your job, you probably wouldn't talk to them anymore. It's that kind of thing.
I agree with that. I think that's a really good descriptor. I don't think they dislike each other in any way. It's just like there's not the chemistry is just weird. It's like a little a little off. Off.
I think it's because I think with Keri, you have to walk on eggshells. And I think that he's very people pleasy. And so I feel like he tries to please her. And that's the pattern that I see in them, is he is very much not trying not to step on her toes, and she's a little bit, she's the only one that's blocked me. I'll put it to you. And I have never really said anything bad about her at all.
You know what's funny is, oh god, Joshua's gonna kill me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So Joshua and I did a reading on, like, we were looking at like whether or not Keri would actually take us up on our extremely generous and obviously deeply saint-like offer for her to come on my channel and have a reasonable conversation with me. And so we were doing some readings on it, and one of the things that Joshua said to me is like Keri's pastor is very well aware that if they engaged in this conversation, then he would be obligated to tell Keri information that she doesn't want to hear about her behavior, and he is very aware that she would inflict some punishment on him for telling information that she doesn't want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that completely resonates with how I think Keri would operate.
Well, because with me, like, I would never, ever, ever be friends with someone like Keri, because she's very controlling. And I do not mix well with controlling. I don't care if you're a man, woman, gay, straight, anything. If you're controlling, I have a resistance to that very strongly. And so I wouldn't even try with her, because she would want me to always say the right thing and all this crap. And I would never, that would never be me, ever. You know me. That would never happen.
I think it's too bad. I would actually really love to have that conversation with Keri. I think it could do a lot of good. I'm actually serious about the offer to do it. I don't think she'll ever take me up on it, though, because it's too far out of control.
I think so. I think she's very controlling. And I think that she, she's talented in these different ways. And if she wants to be in her own space and control her own space, that's fine. But she's not going to control me. She's not going to control you. But Mike tries to be in her space. And so he's having to walk on those eggshells. And I think that might be it, because he seems, like I said, to me, he's very people pleaser. He's very like, he wants to be liked and, all these different things very badly. And he's insecure and all this stuff. So it's like he wants to be liked by her. I think he looks up to her a lot. I think he likes her a lot. Yeah. He likes her probably more than she likes him.
I could buy that. Tom J says, Alex, any thoughts on Milo going through conversion therapy? He started 12 to 18 months ago, I think. Have you seen any updates on it?
So Milo, I do not like him at all. I have not liked Milo since 2017, ever since his weird take on, preachers doing things with minors. I did not like that he said that. And it wasn't because he joked about it or whatever. I just find that Milo has the right-wing cringe thing of always acting as if he's never a victim. And I just felt that he was acting as if what happened with him and that preacher, he was not victimized in that situation, and he was. And I think that there's a dishonesty there, and it really broke my trust in him as a speaker. I felt like he was a liar after that, because when you are taken advantage of as a child, that is a situation where you are victimized. Absolutely, you are victimized, and it's okay to acknowledge that. It doesn't have to define your life. You should heal, right? All the things. I, of course, believe in healing and moving on and letting go, and all the different things, right? But I do think denying that happened to him, it was just very dishonest, and it made me question a lot of things. And he's very nasty. I don't really like him. He was the person that said fat people shouldn't go to the gym. That's very unhealthy to say that. It's just very woke leftisty. He was probably like one of the first ones on the right that started acting that way, because to not allow fat people to go to the gym, that's something a leftist would have said. You know what I mean? And it's, in fact, a lot of leftists do say that. They say it's fat phobic to go to the gym.
They do.
But, I just felt like he was so nasty as a person. And I think he is a grifter. And I think he's upset because his grift failed and he lost all his money because he spent it on drugs. And I think he doesn't understand that you can be gay without being a drug addict. I think they're the same in his mind.
I will say this about Milo. I've only seen him in person once, and he was high off of his, like, I don't even know what the fuck. Like, I mean, he was like very, very obviously on drugs. Very obviously on drugs. And like, I just think the whole thing is sad. For Milo to pretend that he's straight for one red second is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. He is not straight, and he needs to he's a little bit like Mikey in this regard. He needs to accept who he is. He needs to learn he needs to go to therapy, work out his demons, learn to love who he is, and just like go on with life.
He's very I don't know. I was really disappointed, but I just realized after a while that he really is just a troll. And some people are just trolls, and they are just doing things just to get a rise. Like, I realized he wasn't actually for the movement. He was for him. And so I was very let down by him, and I was quite frankly disgusted by him. And I haven't liked him in many years. Like I said, I stopped following him. I didn't like him at all since 2017. So it's been 5 years, right? Like, I dropped off of that train really
And
fast.
how unfair to the guy he married.
Right.
How ridiculous. Oh my God, that poor guy.
But he should have known marrying him. He knew he was on drugs.
Yeah.
We all know.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
all
come
know.
on. And druggies are not stable, so you shouldn't get too involved with that. I would not suggest that.
Like, Milo was so high on whatever the fuck he was on when I saw him that he could barely stand up. That's how, I don't know what the hell it was, but
yeah. I agree.
Who was it that just, I think it was the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, recently changed a bunch of the gender affirming language around gender dysphoria. Did you see that?
Oh God, they're so woke. Incognito says, I've started a book collection of my favorite authors. Excellent, Incognito. Share some of your books in the chat, and one of them better be mine.
And one of them
I know it is.
should be mine too.
Yes, make sure. Guys, did you know that Alex is an author? He has written more books than I have. Make sure you get, where can people get your books, Alex?
I don't know. I feel embarrassed because they're not edited very well. So I'm very reticent to promote it because I'm like, ugh.
No, be proud of your, like, listen, everyone hates their work after it's public. There's so many things I would go back and change about mine, especially having read the audiobook. I was like, oh God, you could have changed this and that. And like, there are times in audio I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I should have read the audiobook before I turned this into the publisher. That's what I'm going to do next time. Next time I write a book, I'm going to read the audiobook before I turn the manuscript into the publisher, just for like to double check.
I need to write tonight. I'm going to try to write tonight. Yeah, I've written 3 books. So they're kind of like, they're self-inspired. Here's one right here. So here's one the gays might recognize. So I'm very into pop. I'm very gay. I mean, I still have some gay stereotypes, and it's so funny because conservatives are always like, what? Oh my gosh. Like when I like Lady Gaga or something, it's like, I'm gay. Hello. Like it's still, you know, it doesn't matter if I'm conservative. Like I still like Lady Gaga. Right. Mm-hmm. But anyways, so this one is Lana, which Lana is Queen of the Gays. So I write books based on albums of pop stars that I like. Aww. So this is my second one. It's called Summertime Sadness, and it's based on Lana's Born to Die album. And this one is really crazy. It has erotica in it. It has a lot of crazy shit in it. So there's both hetero and
my God
erotica in this. So, this one's
what was that like for you to write straight porn?
I don't know. It was fine because I don't literally think I'm a woman. Like I'm not that, but I really do identify with that role in society, if that makes any sense. So to just put myself in that position, it was not hard. And I'll just get sassy. It's Sassy Saturday. One of the stories, I'm not going to read it, but it's about...
Don't demonetize this stream, Alex.
It's about a young woman who works at McDonald's, or she works at a fast food restaurant, and she hates that her parents made her get a job. So she goes on an app that is basically a prostitution app, and she goes and screws a guy for his money. She screws a Vietnam veteran, and he has like a fetish for America. So she screws him and sings the national anthem to him as she does it. And it's all written down. And that's supposed to be a commentary, which if you recognize the Lana Del Rey song, it's called National Anthem. But that song is a commentary on how in America, everything is about money and you have to sell yourself constantly. And literally she sells her body because the idea was the 4th of July is her favorite holiday and she had to spend it at McDonald's. So she's like, if I had to sell my favorite holiday, what difference does it make if I sell my body? It's like a lot of the people are crazy in this book, but the point is, it
sounds very like Bret Easton Ellis, like sort of thing.
I don't know who that is.
He wrote American Psycho, and and that fucking Robert Downey Jr. movie. What is the name of that movie? I forget. Anyway.
Yeah, well, this book, like I said, it's the style of the book because it's Lana inspired, and she's very into like death, and she's crazy. She's a fucking crazy woman.
Gotcha.
But I've also done Taylor Swift. That was my first book. It's called New Romantics, and that one was all about romance. So all the characters, they go through an identity shift. Like I came out, for example, during that time, and my most recent one was Ellie Goulding, which that one was my bitch book. That's where I learned how to be a total bitch. So every character in that book is a total see you next Tuesday.
I love it. I want to read that book. You need to read Bret Easton Ellis. Like, I think you would like Bret Easton. Like, I don't read many fiction authors, but I've read a lot of Bret Easton Ellis.
Well, that one's called Love Me Like You Do, and that one's all about love, and it's about different kinds of love. So like romantic, friendship, between mother and child, like different kinds, and within yourself. But it's about fairy tales. So the third one has like a fairy tale theme. So I've written my own take on Cinderella, my own take on The Little Mermaid, my own take on a Hallmark movie.
I'm really impressed. I'm so impressed with people who write fiction. I don't know how you do it. Like nonfiction, like I don't need a story arc. I don't need character development. I'm just like, here are all the things that I know.
Well, the writers group, they're pushing me to write a nonfiction book. So I may have to ask you for help because I've never done it, but that would be about my thyroid journey and that kind of stuff. So I might need your help in the future because I know I have to have studies and all that crap.
I definitely will do that. Guys, did you know we have a writers group in my locals community? It's in in my supporter only Discord, which you can only access by becoming a supporter. Bing! In my locals.
Yes, and one last thing on that. I wrote a story. I did my take on Snow White, and I wrote it from the evil queen's point of view because I like her better.
I bet that's fun. I need to come to writers group. I need to start. I'm getting back into writing. I'm starting to write more consistently. I need to come to writers group.
I know. It's fun. I need to write because I'm trying to write one about COVID, and it's hard. It's really hard, you guys. So it's really horrible to write about. I had to write 2 weeks to slow the spread, and I almost had a panic attack just writing that out.
When I was working on my book, like I started listening to a lot of Ludovico I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He's a classical musician, and I started just like trying to, and it's like when you listen to music without words, I think you can get a lot more into it and use it to like infuse your writing. And so I started treating the book kind of like an art project. Like I was trying to create a piece of art for people who were just really into like this anti-woke scene where they could relate to it and they would have fun reading it and it would inspire them and all that stuff. And I got one of the best comments on I think someone left me a comment on Instagram where they said about my book, "Thank you for this piece of art." And I was like, oh. Like that's like the nicest thing anyone's ever said.
You're gonna hate me. I haven't gotten your book yet, but I'm going to because I'm gonna listen to it on the plane, ma'am. So but I will definitely be listening to it in July.
That's all right. I know you'll get to it eventually, Alex. It's fine. I haven't bought your books yet either. It'll be fine.
You should.
I will.
Yeah, they're easy to read. They're very easy. They're short stories, so they're anthologies. So they're all short stories.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Thank you for letting me show that. I haven't talked about it really, but
Of course.
No.
So yeah, they made it all much more Orwellian. So instead of saying your preferred sex, you have to now say they want the practitioners, the psychiatrists, instead of saying preferred sex, to say experienced sex.
Oh,
My experienced sex is male, which gives credence to it, which is automatically affirming and validating that it's real because I've experienced it rather than preferring it.
God, I'll never forget when I went to a doctor's office. This was like a couple years ago. And the woman at the desk, she was a black woman, and you could tell that she was probably required to ask me this. So she says to me, "What race do you identify as?" And I just looked at her like, "Really?" And we both laughed. Like you could tell she's probably required to ask that. But I so regretted not saying African American.
Yeah, just put it down.
Yeah.
Don't ask me any questions.
Yeah. I identify as it.
Yeah.
It's just the term is so weird. Like, I don't identify as being gay. I just am. And it's like everything is about how you feel. Like there's no barometer for any sort of objectivity.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if you and I have talked about this. I have talked about it on the show before, but this whole idea of affirming everyone's identity and validating it no matter what it is, it's now spread, as I mentioned, into the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. And there's are you familiar with Jake Wiskershin? He's a therapist, marriage and family therapist. He's amazing. Well, I've gotten to speak to him a couple of times, and one of those times he told me that the whole affirmative care thing has now moved. They've taken that model and it's sort of moved beyond the transgender issue into other things. So therapists are now being encouraged to affirm whatever it is their patients are saying. So for example, if someone were to come in and you as the psychiatrist are like, hey, you're writing it up, you're like, I think this person shows all those traits of...
Well, okay, to be fair, like, and I'm not a counselor, I'm not a clinician, but this is my understanding of this. You're not supposed to give any positive or negative feedback to it. That's not the point of therapy. You're not supposed to tell people what they are or are not. You're not supposed to affirm or deny. You're just supposed to, facilitate people talking and then ask them probing questions to help them come to their own conclusions.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, but I fear it's becoming a method to evangelize wokeness.
Oh, no, it totally is. Like I said, like psychology and psychiatry is completely woke. Keri is right. And what a great pause I did on that video. Let's just say that. No, I mean, Keri's right about this, but I just like, it's not as though like, they're not supposed to do either. They're not and I suspect where Keri's going down is she's going to try to make it seem like therapists should be questioning everything their clients telling them. No, they shouldn't be doing either. Right. They shouldn't be affirming or denying. They're supposed to be completely neutral in that regard. Right. Now they can think in their heads like, you're full of shit, or they can do what like Amber Heard's therapist did, which is like administer an assessment that has checks to like basically discover if the person is lying in the assessment. They can do those sorts of things. I'm not suggesting that therapists should be buying into like the right. bullshit if their clients are spewing bullshit, but if they're actually being a clinician, they're not supposed to affirm like or deny, I think.
Right.
Borderline personality disorder, let's pick for example, and if you're not allowed to tell them that if they don't accept the diagnosis, like you're not allowed to give your opinion. So if they say, no, I have depression, that's why I'm here, I want to be treated for depression, that you as the therapist are now being told to affirm their self-diagnosis and treat them for their self-diagnosis.
That's not exactly correct.
Unless they diagnose themselves as not wanting
Yeah, not that.
Then it's like, oh, you're not a doctor, except when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. But otherwise, you can self-diagnose your own mental health issues, or we're very close to that happening.
Oh, and that's becoming, you know, we've talked about it before, but that's becoming people's entire identity.
Keri, is that like you diagnosing someone that you don't know and don't talk to on Twitter as having severe mental health problems, and that person's not allowed to say, I don't actually have narcissistic personality disorder, I don't have borderline personality disorder, I'm not a sociopath, I'm not a psychopath, I actually have gone to therapy. I have done, Alex, did you know I have done whole therapy checks as a result of Keri's bullshit to say, am I a narcissist? Do I have something wrong with me? And like more than one therapist has been like, no, you have nothing wrong with you at all. This is all ridiculous. You need to stop listening to that batshit crazy woman.
Well, I think that I understand that. I know it's weird to show my book again, but this book, it was about when all my and, you know, especially right-wing people in my life read on me, and they said I was crazy and that I was nuts all the time. And I believed I was too. Like, if you're told that enough, you start to doubt your own sanity. And especially because with my first love, he lied to me really bad. And so when the truth came out, or, you know, I felt like the rug was pulled out from underneath me and I couldn't cope with it. So I really felt like I was crazy. And I did actually go crazy. I was delusional during that time, which is really nice. So then I actually did go crazy at the same time. But when you're constantly gaslighted and told that you're insane by multiple people at once, it does make you actually question it. That's why when you say those things, people always wonder, why are you defending Carla? I swear, people give me so much shit because I supported you in those videos. They love it when I disagree with you. But if I ever agree with you, oh my God, heaven forbid I ever agreed with you. But, but anyway, that's a side note. But no, I understand that type of stuff because I've been through it before, you know, and it's like, so when you say like, I went and got a check, I know what you mean. I really thought I was nuts, and it scared me because when people say it to you enough, the only thing is that eventually if you get out of that, then you're unable to be gaslit.
Right.
Know?
Right.
And that's good, because then that's what led me to be a huge bitch in the next book because I just didn't listen to fucking anyone anymore.
Right.
But, you know, like you said, and you believe this too, we go through things and we learn and grow spiritually as a result of what we've been through. So you know, everything happens for a reason. But yeah, no, I believe that 100% that you did that.
Oh, I did it with multiple therapists just to check, because I do actually engage with therapists when I need to. And it's like it like the whole thing is just so, to see her say like in this that, you know, you mean they're not just supposed to like, you know, just, you know, go willy-nilly with psychological diagnoses. This bitch has been diagnosing me on the internet for over a year and a half. For over a year and a half, willy-nilly, like it means nothing.
And she doesn't know what narcissism is. Like I got a bachelor's in psychology, which obviously I can't treat anybody or anything, but I know a little bit more about what the disorders is and how they're diagnosed. And she wouldn't be saying that if she knew anything about what she was talking about. No, because it's not.
The fact that I even went to a therapist to ask, do I have this problem, is basically proof that I don't have the problem. Because people who really have narcissistic personality disorder would never do that. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. I mean, there is more to it than that, but that's basically the gist of it.
So one more from Mandy. Thank you, Mandy. She says, on a serious note, Keri, all of my favorite streamers have been getting swatted lately. Please be careful and aware. There are loons present. Yeah, for anyone who's not aware, Tim Pool, it keeps happening to him. It's been over 7 times now, I think.
Jeremy now.
The Quartering, Jeremy from the Quartering, and I believe Nick Rekieta just got swatted.
No, I didn't know that.
I think he did. Yeah, he did. Because I saw him talking about warrants, and he would be the person who knows how to get to the bottom of it. I think, if anyone, you know,
I don't understand how they're allowing it to keep happening. Like with Tim Pool, I don't get it.
It's, one of my friends in law enforcement has told me, in their opinion, it's someone very powerful who's preventing them from finding those who are culpable, because it should be easy to do.
You would think by the 5th or 6th time they would like set a trap for that person.
Yeah. So
Oh.
what I saw, if what I read was true, that Rakeda was saying that warrants have been, that's the path that you need to go. You need to get warrants to make the cops show everything that they have, so you yourself can get to the bottom of it, or force them to. That's what I think needs to happen. I don't know. That's just based on enough friends. Yeah.
I totally believe it, though, because, you know, we've seen in many instances how it's basically like there are just no laws anymore.
Mm-hmm. One more from Matthew Hammond. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew says, are they trying to transition all gay males and females so that everyone is in a straight relationship?
That's right.
No, that's not what they're
Basically.
doing. No.
The weirdest ones that I've seen.
No. That's not what they're doing, because there are a lot of non-binary people, and I think they're trying to just basically like destabilize the system by confusing everyone about gender. I don't think it's to put everyone in a straight relationship.
What I believe they're trying to do with this crap is they want to poison the waters even more so than they did with Gen X and millennials, where they use feminism to destroy relationships.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to use this now to completely destroy any shot of a relationship working by confusing every Gen Z and Gen Alpha about what gender even is, you know, what is a woman and all this weird stuff. Because they don't want people to get married. They don't want people to have a stable relationship. Because if you have a marriage, that is a support system. That isn't the government.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with families. And that's why they try to tear people apart in any way that they can. Because if you're alone and you're just a cog in the corporate machine at your stay-at-home, work-from-home office in your pod, then you depend entirely on the government, which is what they want. Their biggest fear is for us to work together and rely on each other. That would be their biggest nightmare.
I agree with you. I think anyone who thinks that they want people in like relationships of any sort is deluding themselves.
Right.
They want people to be single and childless and looking for someone to support them. That's what they want.
They want the state to raise your children. So they want to separate parents from their children, and it goes to like a center. You know, they want to do Brave New World shit, literally. Like they want it to be Brave New World. Because they are pushing now to abolish parenthood. And you're seeing that. So they've already tried to destroy marriage, and they want to destroy it even further. But now they want to destroy the relationship between parent and child, because then a society is completely automatized and there's nothing. We need to take that and go the exact opposite direction, have tight, close-knit families, and then even communities. And then you can go even bigger with community as well. So then you can have the whole nation together as well. That would be their biggest fear, is if all of us work together and we were close and we relied on each other, because then we don't need them.
I agree.
Gay isn't on the oppression hierarchy anymore.
The weirdest ones I've seen, though, are not gay people. It's straight people. It's where a man has transitioned to become a trans woman, and a woman has transitioned to become a trans man, and they're like married and have kids that they're raising as babies. I've seen a few of these.
Oh, God. Oh, Christ. No, I've got one better for you, is when it's a straight, not transgender man and a straight, not transgender woman, or, you know, some straight, but some sort of like, oh, I'm bi, or not even bi isn't cool enough for them, even I'm pansexual, something, but like, you know, none of that. But like, it's a man and a woman, and they're non-binary. So did you see the cover of formerly some gay magazine? And it had this like big buff guy. He played Trevor in Scream 4, and his wife, who's a woman. And they were like, the headline, "This is a queer relationship."
No, it's
no,
not.
I haven't.
Nothing.
I haven't seen that. No, but I have
It
seen.
makes me happy for what happened to him in Scream 4.
I have seen, though, in one of these parents groups I'm talking about, this mother who's she posted for support. I need some support and affirmation or whatever, because she said, my son. Now, when she says son in these groups, they're all talking about kids who are trans. So she means biological daughter. So she's like, my son who just transitioned, you know, to being a boy. My son's boyfriend just broke up with him. do you think it's because my son's boyfriend's mom found out that her son was gay? And I'm like, her son is not gay. Your child is a girl. Like, what are you talking about? It's yeah. She's like, I didn't realize homophobia was still around. It's like, oh gosh. Yeah.
And it's like, and also like, I was thinking about how, you know, like when I was a teenager, like I had a pretty good idea I was probably gay, but like I didn't know any gay people my age because that's how it was back then. So like I didn't come out until after I had relationships and stuff when I was like 18 because I wanted to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I mean, imagine if that were something that were not reversible, like changing a child's gender. It's so sick.
So, Mikey, was there anything that you wanted to touch on today before I turn to this rather serious post of Lydia's?
What's the serious post?
Well, the one I mentioned earlier that kind of might make you cry.
Yes, now I need to know that.
Fucking Lydia.
Lydia, like Lydia?
Fucking Lydia.
Yeah, oh yeah, Lydia from Tim Pool. Hold on.
Oh, I fucking hate Lydia. And I'm just tell you. Okay, so now, like, okay, and I swear to God, I'm not about. I had no idea Lydia was involved in this either. But like, so do you remember a couple weeks ago when I challenged Lydia to a charity boxing match, and then someone fucking super chatted that in? So now the charity boxing match has actually become a real thing with the libertarians. And like they're always talking about like, I would challenge Nick Sarwark to a charity boxing match. I would challenge this guy to a charity boxing match. It is going to become a real thing. I swear to God. Like they're talking about it like it's going to become an epic event.
It probably will.
I'm gonna end up in a
think
charity
it's a good
boxing.
idea.
I need to go back to the gym. I think it's a great idea. Like consensual violence to beat the shit out of your mortal enemy, but you both consented to it.
And people like to watch that. They
For
always have.
charity?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see you get in the ring. I'm telling you. I'd want to be there in person. I would want to see it.
We would make so much money for charity if Lydia accepted my offer for. Actually, I'm not even that interested in Lydia. Honestly, I just wanted to debate Lydia about the abortion issue because I think that she really doesn't understand the left on the abortion issue. That was my big concern with her. I want to challenge Keri to a charity boxing match.
Oh my God, that would be crazy.
Keri is who I really want for the charity boxing match. I would take Mike Harlow as a backup. I would challenge Mike Harlow to a charity boxing match as well.
Gosh, that would be so crazy if you actually got in a boxing match with
charity boxing match.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we need that. No, I'm just kidding.
Charity is important.
I wonder what would happen. Like, I feel like she has so much inner rage, you know she does. I know she does. I can
that's a fair point. Maybe I'm underestimating Keri in regards to the charity boxing match.
Yeah, don't underestimate, because I feel like she has a lot of rage inside.
Also because Keri seems to think I'm her mother, and so Keri in her head might get into that ring and legitimately think she's beating the shit out of her abusive mother.
That's true.
So that's actually that's a fair point. I had not actually considered that, Alex. It might not be the best.
Yeah, she might snap or something. So you definitely have to be prepared.
God, I'm gonna have to go to the gym and train, aren't I? I'm gonna have to start running again.
I want you to. I've been telling you.
I know. After Pork Fest, I'm going back to the gym. After
no
Pork
excuses
Fest.
After that, because you said after Reno, and that
I know. I already made excuses for the last one.
No more.
All right, I'm going back to the. I'm gonna start training in boxing because inevitably this whole joke is gonna come back and bite me in the ass.
Need to.
Oh God.
And I apologize in advance because this is a disturbing image. So if you don't like sad, disturbing images, oh. So she shared this on Instagram, and I just it's a picture of a guy and his family. He's very skeletal looking. Like actually on my phone from far away, I didn't think this was real at first. I thought it was a skeleton. And it says a man guards his family from the cannibals during the Madras famine of 1877 at the time of British Raj, India. And the man is sitting there over a woman who's clearly starving to death. They're all starving to death. And anyway, here's what she said about it. I thought it was just so real, like so true. She says, "This is not said enough. This world we live in is a cotton candy dream. And we're staring down the barrel of this fancy luxury designer world falling apart. It can get bad. It can get worse than we can imagine. Humans have always fought the elements, each other, and right now we're fighting ourselves. But being our own worst enemies is a luxury. We have too much free time, too much money, too much access to ideas that poison us against our own physical bodies and atomizes us, alienating us from everyone around us. When it falls apart, we are going to need one another. Now is the time to build strong relationships, strong families, strong communities. Like the father in this searing picture, we are going to need people who care enough about us that they are willing to use their last ounce of energy to help us survive a few minutes longer than we would without them." Anyway.
Okay, this is horrifying and sad and awful, and I'm actually like I feel a little bit bad about making fun of them with the charity boxing match comment now that I see the actual content of this. I will say that I agree with almost everything Lydia wrote. I think that most people in our world are deeply, deeply ungrateful for every single thing that they have, especially in this country where we have so much more than other people. Where I take slight disagreement with what she wrote is she said that people have access to too many poisonous ideas. I don't think access to too many ideas is ever a problem. I think that we need to be teaching people how to distinguish from the poisonous ideas from the non-poisonous ideas. But I don't think that access to too much information or too many ideas or too many perspectives is necessarily a bad thing. I don't think there is such a thing as too many ideas or too much information. But the rest of this, I think that this is, she's making a very searing point.
I would say yes, that, and also that not everybody has too much money. Like, I think about survival on a daily basis. So especially in this economy. So I think it is a bit privileged of her to say that at this time. How bad things have gotten and so fast. And anybody that's poorer than I am, I can't even imagine. And I'm not even that poor, and I am struggling every day to survive. So I think for her, probably, I guess she can just sit on her ass all day. But I can't do that. I worked before I did this stream, and I'll be working every day. I work every single day because I have to struggle. I have to survive. So it's like, speak for yourself, Lydia. That's how I feel about that. And not at this time. No, we are not in a time of plenty right now in America. It's bad, and it's likely to get worse too. And especially for the very poor, I cannot even imagine the fresh hell that is going on. And I'm so thankful that I'm not where I've been in the past, because I have been much more poor than I am now, and I still am struggling. So it's very real. The struggle is definitely real in this economy. And again, to any left winger that voted for Biden because they're so compassionate, you're not. You don't care about poor people. Don't ever say that to me, ever. But anyways, that's my comments on what she said.
Sorry for bringing everybody down.
No, it's necessary. That was spot on.
It's really just one of those images that just shakes you out of whatever you're in and arrests you and grabs you and is like, get over your BS, like whatever it is you think that's so awful in your life. Like what she said about, like, we are living in a cotton candy dream. Like, this world, all those people out there protesting our event, they have nothing to be upset about. They don't know what adversity is. None of us do, truly. I'm not saying we don't have our own adversity in each of our lives. We do, but we don't live like that. We have never known that. And we have so much freedom to just
it is a blessing
over
to be
these,
here.
what she said, these evil ideologies
Hang on.
allow them to take control of
Hang on, let me pause. Go ahead.
It is a blessing to be here, but a lot of people do struggle with food insecurity in this country. So a lot of people do know this, and they do know this kind of adversity. So I don't agree with Keri saying that, but I would say, yes, we do have freedom. Absolutely. And that is very, very important because we have the power to change things for the better. And we did not have that power in other times in history. And that's really the dream. That's the America dream, is that we have an influence, a very strong influence on our power structures, especially at grassroots levels. That was not seen in any other country prior to this one. It was not seen on that scale ever. So we need to be grateful that we're here because we can change things. Things are shitty now, but we can make them better. And I think it can happen fast. But we got to stop the bickering and the bullshit. We have to. It's so far beyond the pale. And I agree that bickering and fighting about dumb shit is something that you can only do when you're spoiled.
That's very true. Yes,
yeah.
that is very true.
So we got to do better. Everybody has to do better. Every side.
All those people banging on the walls at our event, it's like they want some kind of meaning in their life, even if they have to go out and find it and make it in this really awful, rancid way, because they have too much of everything. They don't have adversity, so they want to create it, this fantasy adversity. And I think she's right. I think we might hit it. We might actually get it. We might actually hit something awful, very awful in this country.
I mean, I think the last 2 years was kind of the test run for it, and to see how compliant everyone was, how everyone was just all too willing to sell people out.
Yeah.
Like if they had enacted concentration camps here this last year, how many millions of people would have been pushing their neighbors into them? A lot of them, tens of millions of people. And I think that's what's been the scariest thing, especially as somebody who was in New York and segregated this whole time, is seeing how all too willing people were to do that, to just accept this framework 100%. And knowing the people who would sell you out. It is a fair point. Yeah, fair point. As long as it doesn't affect them.
Yeah. They did a very good test run in a way, whether it was intended to be that or not. They know what to do now to get everyone, not everyone. I realize I'm not speaking for each and every person, but they know what to do to get society to go along with authoritarianism now, to get this very privileged, wealthy, blessed society to give up freedoms. And to
let's see, we got a super chat from Tom J. Access to too many ideas or choices is one of the points of the conservative perspective. No, Alex, I get what you're saying, but I get mad at people, especially Black in the West, that complain.
Well, no, and I'm saying we are blessed to be here. America is a blessing, definitely, because even if you have adversity here, you can do something about it. That's the difference. In that situation where they're all starving, you can't do anything about it. But here, if you're starving, you can get up and you can find something. You can find help. You can try to get a job or whatever. You know what I mean? You can do stuff to get out of that situation. But it is very hard right now. And that's also true. And many things can be true at once. That's
And it's okay. You can say that it is hard right now for a lot of people. And you got to also remember, this snuck up on a lot of people. People were not prepared for this because they had been lied to by the media saying, oh, there's not going to be any inflation. Oh, we're only going to see gas go up $1, maybe. And, probably not even that. They were being lied to by people. And so all of a sudden, when things started disappearing off the shelves and there was no food stock and everything got more expensive, everyone was just completely unprepared for it. But that doesn't negate the fact that we do live in a place where there is help available, and there are there's so many opportunities. I understand, you're working so hard at your job, but the thing of it is there are so many jobs available right now. So people who want to get a job, they can go and find a job. we have an abundance of jobs. Now, they might not be perfect jobs, they might not be the best paying jobs, but if the choice is between no work and some work, then that option is available to them. And it's like, things are definitely hard. I mean, it's definitely something like, even like I've had to tighten my belt to say like, dude, like this is crazy. Like this is so much. It's double the price to fill up my tank of gas than it was, 6 months ago or so. But we also live in a place where, if you work hard and you show up, you can not only survive, but you can thrive. Maybe not right away, but
Yeah, I'm not taking that away, but I am saying
I don't think you are.
It is much harder to survive today than it was in 2019.
Yeah,
without a doubt. In this country, we were blessed, very much so, with prior administrations, and you have to point it out, because I have to make that political point too. People had a choice for something different, and they chose something disgusting. But this is the result. Did you get what you wanted? That's my question to these people. Was this what you wanted? Because I warned you. We all warned you. We all said it. We tried. So think about it in the future and now.
I mean, things were so good. Like Trump's economy was fucking awesome.
Great.
It was so amazing. And it's like, and things were so good that people didn't think it was ever going to go south. Well, it always does eventually when you make bad choices.
Yes. And I do think that our government does have too much power. So I will agree with libertarians there. They shouldn't have this much power to completely destroy our economy. That should never be okay. It should never be allowed, or there should never even be a method for this to happen. So that's a reality check too, because this is bad.
To turn each other in and to turn on one another. The remember in Los Angeles, Mayor.
But I do think Keri is absolutely coming from a very privileged perspective in this. 100%.
And I think that I understand the point she's trying to make, and I don't think that it's a bad take at all. I just think a little bit of nuance in there, not everybody has the same life that she has at this time. And she could also lose it too. She could go broke at any point. I mean, money can come and go like nothing. And you got to be aware of that. Money is not like your gender or your race, right? It's not necessarily going to stay with you forever. So be aware of that too.
Garcetti went on television, and when he was trying to get people to turn in their neighbors for going to work and operating their business, and he said, "You've heard that snitches get stitches. I'm here to tell you stitches get rewards." That is disgusting.
And you would think that some of these people would realize it or think about the words they're here, but no, it's like, it's like talking to a road cone.
Yeah.
But I think, and I don't know, I thought
Mikey is never going to wake people up. He's never going to wake people up. And the thing is like, I have no doubt that he is a very, look at that pause on that image of him. Like, I have no doubt that he's like very good at speaking to people once they've already red pilled, once like he can explain to them, like, you really did come from a side that was crazy. But like, he has this air of superiority against people that have been lied to their whole lives, have been like, trust the people who are lying to them, where he's like, you're just stupid. You have the smarts of a road cone. It's like, no, a lot of these people are very smart people that have trusted the people that they have been told to trust, and it's not always easy to come out of that. It just isn't. And if you're insulting them, well, you're going to make it even more impossible.
That's true. Yeah, it's better for me, I can't always be nice, so I try to not say anything if I can help it. But I do, at the same time, I do want to make people accountable for their voting decisions. You voted for this. If you voted for Biden, you voted for this. That's a fact. And you have to answer to that. You absolutely do. And I hope you change, because this is horrible,
It's true.
A lot of times over the last couple of years, it's not only leftists, it's people in general who are sort of that personality type. Why do they hate me so much? Why do they hate other people I know who are great? And I think to people like that, there's something very threatening about people who make genuine relationships, Because like if you look at leftists, for example,
Mikey doesn't make
they
genuine
don't like each other.
relationships.
Look at like, you know,
I don't think he does.
LGBTQ, whatever. They talk about social constructs, but there is no greater social construct than the idea of LGBTQI blah blah.
I think
like none of these people actually
on,
like each other. They're just grouped together.
There you go.
Mikey wants to keep everybody else at a distance. I think that's very much a vibe I get from him. He doesn't want anyone close to him. So I think the most terrifying thing to him would be like if he did date one of those guys or whatever and they fell for him and they wanted to be with him. I think that would terrify him.
Yes. For people with low self-worth, being loved by someone is one of the most terrifying things in the world, especially if that love was just like genuine and pure and wasn't predicated on anything. That is the most terrifying thing in the world. He would turn on a person in a second if they fell in love with him.
Yeah, he'd probably hate their guts even. I mean, it'd probably get vicious if the person didn't stop. But I think it's sad, and I really hope that he gets over this, you know, because he could do very well. And you know, I'm not for identity politics, but if we can have more gay people that are good representations, it would be great. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'd love for him to do well. I just don't see that. And it's just like, gosh, you know, he's just not it.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't take responsibility for his own life, and he doesn't take responsibility for his own situation. And do I think that he could do it? Yes, but it's going to necessitate him taking responsibility for his actions and his behaviors and showing up and actually doing content and doing work and doing it consistently every single day. And until he does that, it's going to go nowhere.
And I think he needs to work on developing close relationships with people because it's hard. This shit is hard to do, and you can't do things alone. It's not natural for us as human beings. We need other people. We are social. And even if it's just, you know, Carlin coming on Zoom and crying and reading and we support her on there, that's still something. And, you know, it's your family. It's your relationship. Like, you have to lean on people. And you also have to support them as well when they need you. So it's like you can accomplish a lot more if you don't try to do everything by yourself. And I feel like that's where Mikey is. I think he's trying to be doing things mostly by himself, but he's not doing anything because he's just holding everybody at a distance. And especially if you're trying to be waking people up or on social media or any of these things, people have to be able to connect to you. They have to be able to see you as a person, identify with you, or just connect and understand you. And he's just not willing to allow that because he doesn't like who he is.
Right.
And it's sad, but you know, certain qualities, if he doesn't like them, he can change them. But his sexuality, I don't believe, is one of them.
No, he is not going to ever be straight ever. So I just want to say, I see people in the chat saying they're going to bed. I understand the stream. We're coming up on 5 hours, so it's a little bit.
I know.
It's happy Saturday. It is what it is. No shame on tapping out. But I will say we have about 15 minutes left of this video, so we're almost there. We're going to make it.
We're gonna make it. Yeah,
we're gonna make it.
By resentments and conformity, and that's about it. So I think there is something very threatening to people like that, by people who make genuine connections and have strong relationships that are based in choice, really. We choose to be around each other. They call me a pick-me, and it's like, yeah, you're right. I pick the people I choose to be around, and they pick me. Yeah. I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
Out of distance.
I think the most important thing people can do right now is to build relationships with build community, build fellowship, as Gary on Neurotic calls it. He doesn't call it community, he calls it fellowship. But build that fellowship because as Lydia's talking about, like that's what it all comes down to in the end. I had somebody during the Q&A of that Women Leaving the Left event ask us about what did we hope to accomplish politically by leaving the left? And I had to think about it, but it's sort of my walking away from the left it wasn't. It didn't originate in politics. I mean, it had political consequences. I did switch my voter registration from Democrat to Green, and then became an independent after that. And I did vote for my first ever Republican in 2018.
Keri has decided she's not a libertarian because she has been unsuccessful at turning the Mises Caucus against me. That's real. That's real. Keri tried. They've all been trying their level best, but because I got nominated for governor and like they cannot get the Mises Caucus to denounce me, Keri made this dramatic. She's like, I guess the Mises Caucus. I was looking into the Mises Caucus. This was after the Reno reset. I was looking into the Mises Caucus, but I just don't think they have the morals.
Oh gosh.
Like that's fine, Keri.
I mean, whatever. I agree. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm happy for Mises. I told you, I'm Mises sympathetic, so or Mises adjacent, or whatever you want to call it.
You're gonna join eventually. It'll be fine.
No, Carlin. But
and we respect your right to live as a conservative. There are many conservatives involved, Alex. You're gonna see the platform. You're gonna be like, I agree with this more than I disagree with it, and we're gonna be like, even if you only agree with a couple things, Alex, come over, come on,
okay,
come join our team.
This is the truth. Do you want the actual truth?
Yes.
And nothing but the truth.
Yes. It's almost midnight. It's time.
If you get to a point where you're gonna start winning elections, I probably would join.
Yeah.
I want to win more than anything. I'm a clout whore.
Well, we'll work on that. We'll work on that very diligently.
Wow.
Hey, do you know who's going to be on Tim Pool on Monday?
Who?
The new chair of the Libertarian Party that they emailed to try to turn against me. So everyone watch Tim Pool. It's like the only time you're ever going to hear me say this. Everyone watch Tim Pool on Monday, and you'll get to meet Angela McArdle. She's awesome.
Oh my gosh. But I do have to say, though, I am very much conservative, and I do want Republicans to win. You get what I'm saying? So... But I would definitely consider things, you know, it wouldn't be like Democrat versus Republican where I would never, ever vote Democrat, right? It'd be like, maybe I will vote Libertarian if it's a good candidate and whatever, right? Like that kind of thing. I'd be more open to that type of thing. If it could actually win.
We'll work on it. We need to improve. We know that. Tom J says, leaving now, but I'll leave with a white pill. Black men are going to significantly increase their vote for Republicans, and a few libertarians, 22 to 24, Hispanics are already going there. I agree with you, Tom J. Thank you for spending some time with us, and we appreciate the super chats. Have a great rest of your night.
So good.
Yes. And we're wrapping up, folks, so sit tight.
You know, I did vote for Trump in 2020. I did finally start considering other parties, but it had political consequences, but it wasn't a political. I don't put a lot of faith in politics. I care more about culture and spirituality. It's like, I see this war as a culture war, and I see it as a spiritual war as well. And I think those are the places where you fight back, because politics, you know, it's that famous Breitbart quote, politics is downstream from culture, and that'll change if you change the culture. And so the most important thing you can do if you're watching this and the path where we're heading scares you or you disagree with it is to do what Jordan Peterson says, is to fix the sphere that you can control, fix the world around you and your relationships and the people that you interact with in your life, and build a life that is for good, not good because it's what politics it's associated with, not that fake good, you know, but build a life that's good. Anyway, just kind of rambling.
No, you're not. They always say things so perfectly.
You're so perfect, Keri, and stunning,
so
and
Beth
brave,
says,
and beautiful,
yes.
Keri.
Okay, good. So someone says yes.
Yes.
No, I think what she said was good. I was mocking Mikey,
guys,
not Keri.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I
appreciate what Keri said. I agree with her, but
shared
yeah,
didn't make them feel down. It made them feel fired
you
up.
can tell he's
but
ready
it
to
made me feel down.
He's
so
ready to
I'm
go.
gonna end
Go.
on something positive.
He's ready to go.
So I'm trying to get there.
What's positive?
Well, let's see.
I was talking about that the
In
other
my
day with my friends who are on my locals. We were having a Zoom hangout and we are talking about all these different subjects. And I'm like, Is there anything not depressing? And then what we finally landed on was let's talk about food. That's the one thing that'll never let you down.
By the way, I was the first person on all of Locals to do Zoom calls on Locals, and then fucking everyone copied me because Locals started suggesting to people that they use my strategy because they knew what I was doing because I was talking to them, and then so the only reason that Mike Harlow even has Zoom calls on his Locals, me.
And you know he talks about you there.
Oh, you know he does. And that's okay because we talk about him and all of that in my Zoom calls. But like we don't actually have, you know what's funny though, Alex? We don't have a problem talking about positive things in our Zoom calls, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't. We talk about positive things all the time.
Yeah, we do.
Not exclusively. Like we bitch and rant too and talk about we talk about the full diaspora of topics.
True. Definitely true.
Until I thought about grocery prices.
Yeah, then you go there. Well, I've got a couple of good news things. Just off the top of my head, I heard if we're talking about culture and entertainment, I heard that the new Top Gun movie is pretty good and it's not woke. So I intend to go see that. I couldn't see it the day I wanted to because something came up, but I want to go see that movie. That sounds fun. Haven't seen a movie since Joker.
What's that?
I haven't seen a movie in the theater since Joker.
I think Scream was the last one I saw. Don't talk about depressing things. Nev Campbell not being in Scream 6 because they didn't want to pay. Oh, don't even the disrespect. I can't. So we're not going to talk about that because I will get emotional. Top Gun though, I have such split feelings about Tom Cruise. Obviously, he's a Scientologist nut job.
Look who's in Keri's chat. It's Lime Lady.
That, I would really like.
Fucking Lime Lady is in Keri's chat. That fucking traitor. Lime Lady has been a holy fucking terror on Twitter. She's like, Carlin, you're so mean to people. You bully people. And then she like fucking became a massive bully on Twitter. It's like, dude, you belong with them. You found your people. Congrats.
Yeah, she's definitely loving them a lot.
Oh my God.
But I told you, if we ever split, Carlin, if we ever had a moment and it was like cancellation and, you know, you had your video and I had mine and whatever, I can tell you who I'm not going to talk to.
I appreciate that, Alex.
I actually don't personally like them unless that they were like drastically different at that point. But that's fantasy world at this point.
There are many people who hate me that don't go join a horde on Twitter. Like,
no, like if I liked Mikey, I would be following him anyways, even if you didn't like, you know, it wouldn't matter to me because I understand some people don't get along, but I don't like him, you know, and it's bad for me to be like, I'll like you if you change. Like that's kind of cold, but you know, I mean, if they were different, if they weren't acting like SJWs, like I like that Keri is doing things. Like that's really good.
Yeah, it's great.
So when I see her doing this stuff and she's active and she's doing things, it makes me much less likely to criticize her in the future. So I'm happy that she's getting active and she's helping people and stuff.
I agree.
Again, might not be my cup of tea because I do feel like she's controlling, but I like that she is doing good things.
Keri is going to be able to reach a very different audience than I can reach.
Yes.
Like we just have different audiences. We have different perspectives. We have different attitudes. And so I love that she's out there doing something and talking to people and doing events and filming videos and going on shows.
Yes.
It's all really good
Really
because like I can't appeal to everyone. Like this, I've never believed in the idea of competition because it's like I have my audience, you have your audience, Keri has her audience, Mike Harlow has 3 people that occasionally watch him and, you know, whatever. But like, you know, everyone has different audiences and there's nothing wrong with that. And, you know, just like, I think that if people are just themselves, they're going to naturally attract people that are going to be inclined to their messaging. And I'm going to attract very different people to my audience than Keri will attract to hers. And it's all good because we all, in theory, are working towards the same effing thing.
Mm-hmm. And I do just want to say one thing too, because Lime Lady posted on her Twitter and she basically said that the whole community was like hating on her for her disease or whatever.
That's such bullshit. That is not true at all. We didn't even know she had it.
like, I think she had told people, but like Brent made a joke, but Brent is a troll.
Brent is a troll. Brent rags on everyone.
Yeah. Or I think she knew that anyway. So it's like, I don't like that.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Nat D says Lime Lady was probably a Fed. Probably true.
No, I don't think she's a Fed. I just think she has very different values, and that's fine. I understand that. You know what I mean? I understand having different values. And I think that what happened between you and her, there could have been miscommunications on either side. It could have been any number of things, right? But she definitely joined the horde. And so it's like, it says a lot about it. Like, it says a lot to do that.
Like, listen, there are people in my community who have far more serious problems than Lime Lady has. I'm sorry. Sin is one of those people. She's in the chat right now. Like, we have never made fun of Sin for any medical issues, nor will we make fun of anyone in our community. And anyone who says that we do are flat liars.
Right. I mean, I like I said, and I just don't, I'm going to always... For some reason, I'm going to defend Brent because I just love the troll of Brent. So, but
probably fucking Brent's fault. All this is Brent's fault.
He was joking, Lime Lady. So it was a joke. He always jokes about everything all the time.
If Lime Lady can't take a joke from a troll, then she doesn't belong in our community. I'm sorry. And Sin is delivering good news. She says she is a cyborg. Excellent.
Oh my God.
I love Sin. Sin is the best. All right.
I like him because he's kind of the only person who's keeping like real filmmaking alive that isn't just like some green screen CGI fuckfest. He's like the only one keeping that alive. So like I respect that and him.
Yeah.
Except for all the other stuff.
It's hard for me to forget that he's Tom Cruise, but I don't think he's a main character in this one, is he?
Really?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I kind of just because it's like a real movie that, it's not just CGI and green screens, but I kind of have no interest. I never saw the first one.
Okay, what else is on my list? I'll tell you. So as I mentioned, we're making progress on the house, which is exciting. And also, I'm finally there's been some delays, but we've downgraded our vehicles, and I got a bigger, older truck, and I'm very excited, and I go pick it up as soon as I get off this stream. So that's exciting to me.
I have something really exciting to pick up on my door after the stream. Hopefully, this is going to sound ridiculous. Maybe like 6-7 years ago, I found this amazing like tank top kind of thing of the Clash at some thrift store, and I didn't get it, and it has been bothering me for like 7 years since then. I could not find it anywhere, not online, nowhere. I finally found it, and it's coming today, and I'm so excited. And it probably it's just a tank top that says the Clash, so it's probably stupid to most people. But
see, let that be a lesson to you. If you see the perfect thing in a thrift shop, and it's not even that much, all things considered, because it's a thrift shop, and it really speaks to you. I'm the firm believer. You don't want to be thinking about it after you leave there. So
it's because it's the same logo that I had on my backpack when I was a kid.
Well, I'm very happy for it. It's the small things. There was a guy, I had a thread the other day. I was like, we should do a gratitude thread, because man, that day I was like, I know I need one.
That's a good idea, Keri. You should do gratitude threads.
It was so sad. There was everybody sharing all these really fun, joyful things, but this one guy was saying nothing in my life, and I've been in this depression for a while, and this is something. Well, I told him this, but anyone who struggles with depression, the neuroscientists have shown that if you sit down and write out a gratitude list, it actually changes your brain.
Correct.
It helps you get out of depression, especially if you do it over long periods of time. So even if you
just do it for a week,
you get a little notebook and write down, even if you can just write down one thing, like my t-shirt with the Clash on it is coming today. You write that down. The next day you write down something
bad
else.
One, though. It'd be great.
No, it's not. Nothing is bad. No.
Yeah, but for someone who's in that dark pit, right? There might be that's the only thing they can think of. That's okay. Write down one thing a day, and you do it over a period, and then it elevates your mood slowly each day. And then if you do it long enough, you'll get to that place where you're sort of like, it's not so hard.
Keri is 100% correct about this. This is a mindfulness strategy. I've written extensively about it. And it doesn't even take that long. I mean, literally a week, it can change your entire mood. And it's all about how you're focusing. I know Keri doesn't like the woo-woo stuff, but she is talking actually about mindfulness right now, which is like a precursor to woo. It's about Keri, you're woo-woo after all. Congratulations. But it's about focusing your energy and attention on the right things that are going to enhance your life, that are going to make you feel good, that are going to make you feel better, and taking your attention away from things that are going wrong. And so it's just an exercise in perspective. And I strongly recommend that if you do not have a gratitude practice, start a gratitude practice. Even if it's just like before you go to bed at night, I'm grateful I have a nice bed to sleep in. I'm grateful I had a great dinner tonight. I'm grateful I got that stupid fucking Clash tank top that he wanted. Like, because I mean, that's important to him. That's not like he's making light of it, but that's actually, you know, something you can put on your list. I'm grateful I got to have a couple beers, hang out with Alex for 5 hours. Like, anything can go on these lists. So I definitely recommend that people give it a try.
Yeah, I'm definitely grateful to do the Sassy Saturdays. I love it. So I love it.
They're fun. They get a little much towards the end, but we always make it.
To come up with lists, you know, and you've got more things that you're putting in there, and you're not even having to try. So
hi, Line Lady. She said The Craft. I love The Craft.
It's calling out her specifically because of this.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Did we I feel like we talked about the sequel years ago, but I never actually saw it. It was supposed to be like very, very, very woke. And it was, I don't think it's a sequel. It's some like crappy requel thing.
Yeah, those
not even a requel.
They're not usually worth it. I do like the original.
I kind of wanted to hate watch it because I heard it's like super trans and racial and they have all the stuff in it.
When are you going to have me back on your channel to do a horror movie night? I'm down. Okay.
Look who you're talking to.
I'm down.
I'm so there. I'm so there.
And it's funny because when I do some of these other shows, I was on Josiah Rises and Epic Mike had me on their show on Saturday night. And whenever people are talking about, you know, new shows like Rings of Power's coming out or movies, and then I'm trying to think about what I've been watching lately, and it's always off subject. It's like, personally, it's either horror or but lately for me it's not horror, it's true crime shows, but you know, it's not.
Oh, we're talking about that. No, we got to come back to that in one sec. But I'm always doing that I'm like, God, I got to work on projects and videos and stuff that somebody other than me would want to watch. And then I ended up writing this long essay about the Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie and how it's basically a metaphor for the downfall of society. And I never put it out because it was just so insane and nobody would ever want to read that.
No, you know who would love that? Mystery Chris.
Really?
Yes. He wanted to talk about that movie the other night. Yeah. You should put it out.
Everything wrong with the world. Okay, maybe I will put it out. But I will say one thing I'm like kind of happy about is I'm finally like getting serious about YouTube. So this week I'm
he's relaunching his YouTube. He's relaunching his YouTube.
Series, Dark Side of the Rainbow. I'm going to be exposing different aspects.
Hang on. Mikey relaunches everything. So earlier this year, Mikey relaunched his Red brand, never did anything with it. Then he relaunched his locals and it posted a couple times in there. And now he's relaunching his YouTube. And then we're going to start the cycle all over again because he did this a couple years ago too.
If he actually does relaunch and actually does something, I'm secretly going to take credit for it with my video about him. If I got to him.
Here's what I think is going to happen. I do legitimately think he is going to work on a series of videos. I do legitimately think he's going to post something. Do I think he will be at all consistent after he posts that series of videos? No, we will never hear from him again until a year and a half later when he's like, guys, I'm relaunching my YouTube.
But you know what he will be doing every day?
Tweeting about me.
Yes.
Tweeting about me. Thinking about me, seeing what I'm up to, following an account stalking me. He will be doing that every day instead of
watching every
content,
second of content on your channel.
Mike Harlow is going to watch every single second of this 5-hour stream. And he's going to go on Twitter and be like, did you believe that they streamed about me for 5 hours? Oh my God.
It's so bad because that's why I never tag him on anything on Twitter, because I know he'll look at it because
Yeah.
he's so extra.
Obsessive.
Yeah.
But cult. So that's the first one, is showing how it's a cult. And I spoke to cult experts. I went through all the literature, the warning signs and symptoms, everything of a cult and how it applies to this cult. And it sounds like it was just written exactly for them.
Mike, I'm so excited for that.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so that'll be out this week.
Tell people where to find you, just in case they don't know.
Find me my YouTube channel. It's my name, my card. We did a true crime stream.
I
on
tagged
there
him today
recently,
in the
but,
post I did about that
yeah, it's
video.
been a little bit barren, but this week I'm like picking it.
I tagged both
here,
of
so
them.
it's just my name, Mike Harlow.
Mike
Or
Harlow.
I do a bunch of like stupid little short videos on Instagram. So that's Sleepy Harlow _. I had to add that horrible underscore to get myself out of the perpetual state of banning.
Yeah.
Or Twitter, not Mike Harlow.
You guys go check out Mike, and then we're going to take off in a second. I'm just going to read a couple more of these. Mandy, thank you, Mandy. She says, when you mentioned picking up something, I literally just stood up and checked my door for an expected package of clothes. I bought nothing. Aw, sad ending.
Oh,
I thought she was going to say,
that was
that's
such
my
a
gratitude.
letdown at the end. I was excited for you for the clothes.
Yeah. And then Mark, thank you, Mark, says RE Fellowship. That's why the continued breakdown and breakup of family is so nefarious. Yes, it's the first foundation of community and fellowship. It is. And you're right. You destroy the family, and then what kind of community bonds does the leftist cult want you to form? They're not I would argue they're not healthy community bonds. Yeah, it's this sort of allyship. Allyship is not fellowship.
Not friendship, it's not relationships, it's
Yeah.
nothing. Let me tell you exactly what they are doing, because for decades now they have built the perfect model for a toxic self-destructive culture in the gay culture. What they are trying to do is to export all of the most toxic elements of the gay culture into mainstream society.
We did that to the
And
black
they'll need to reject it at every turn, because
They're
it makes
also
people miserable and lonely and unhappy, and now they're trying to make everyone that way.
they prey on people who have been isolated from their families from one reason or another, or if they haven't been isolated, they encourage kids to cut their family off. They encourage that, like cults do.
Like cults always do.
Yeah.
Another thing I think I've learned the last year especially is that I think, I mean, there's no esteem or anything for any sort of God or anything anymore in this culture. So I really feel like when a culture or society loses any sense
Mikey
of
is not
religion,
spiritual at
it
all.
Gets replaced with something
Not at
worse.
all.
And
I think he might be an
exactly what's
atheist.
happening.
Yeah.
Worship of self, worship of government, worship of identity.
That's not an original idea.
Chuck Davis.
It's not. It came
for $10.
from
Thank you, sir.
Jordan
He says
Peterson.
y'all should do a fashion break when you get together and discuss hats, shirts,
and
stuff.
Elijah. It was Elijah.
Mikey's
yeah.
fashion sense appeals to straight white male,
Really?
identified non-cisgender
like straight
other
white
dudes
male.
too.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Can we please do that? I can't compete with you on hats, but
I would love. Look, I
Maybe.
get to do as much frivolity as I want, so we could just do it. We could do.
He's like, she's like, I left unsafe
we
space,
want it.
and now I get all the frivolity.
well, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and you guys.
Oh my god.
Thank everybody. Give Mikey a round of applause.
oh, I love you.
I feel like there was a moment in this that I don't. Did they talk about how we should have a humility month? Did I just miss this
They
completely?
did. You
Okay.
missed it.
Okay, I just missed it completely. That was the moment that I tuned in on, and I was like, they're talking about like not being prideful and having a humility month. Do you guys have any self-awareness at all? That was literally, I saw that moment. It was like the only 30 seconds I watched, and I was like, we have to react to this video. Like we have to.
You
And then I
must be
totally
perfect.
fucking missed
Because
it.
you literally said that whole point and everything, so you must have just blinked out.
God, I must have been like focusing on knitting or something. Jesus, I totally dropped the ball. That was like the one reason I wanted to watch this video.
Well, you did touch on that, so
Man, well, they seem to be wrapping up, so I guess we can wrap up as well. Alex, do you have any thoughts about this? About the epic video that we just watched?
in line with the graduation ceremony, Keri has definitely improved as far as her activism. Oh my God, you have it?
I have my TAM. I have my TAM.
Oh my God, that's so
I should have worn it the whole thing.
Yeah, so as far as graduating, I think Keri has definitely improved. She is actually doing things. She's actually getting out there. She actually had some original thoughts. She usually has a couple, but she had quite a few in this stream. They actually made good points. I will say that Mike definitely watched my video.
Oh, he absolutely watched your video. He 100% watched your video. No doubt.
Times. And I hope that he does do better. I think that he was definitely less unhinged in this stream. It was still touch and go at times, but he was less unhinged. And he did make some good points. But at the end of the day, Mike, you need to be consistent. Consistency is key. And you need to post at least a couple times a week, like we talked about. We did give you some good advice as far as being a branding an influencer and stuff. We even gave you video ideas. Like, there are things that you can do that would definitely help. I do agree with Carlin. He does need to be less pompous, I guess is the word. He does talk down to people that are on the woke left. And if you're going to wake people up, that's not necessarily going to work. So I would suggest listening to Carlin in that regard. And other than that, just stop acting crazy on Twitter and put that energy into work. And that's what I would suggest. But I was actually not impressed with Mikey, but I was surprised that he was better than I expected. And I will say that, so that's what I'll say about them.
He was not better than I expected, but I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe because I know more of like who he is in real life. So I see very different things than maybe you do. I will say, I think Keri was fine in this. Like, this is so frustrating to me. Every single thing we have watched from Keri, and God willing, this will be the last thing, Keri has been fine. Like, I don't disagree with any of I disagreed with the nuances of some of her points, but like it wasn't even like a big disagreement. It was like a technicality. And so I don't think I don't really have any feedback for Keri in this other than, like, I'm not your abusive mother. Stop acting like a psychopath on Twitter. Like, I don't know why you can't go to therapy and get over whatever issue you have with me, because I've literally never done anything to you and you've tried your level best to destroy my career. And it's like, I just don't understand it. It is a completely different person who she is towards me than like anything else she does. So I understand fully why people see like what's going on Twitter and they're like, why is Carlin acting like a crazy person? Like, Keri's really nice. I totally understand why they have that perspective. But then I'm like, do you see how Keri acts towards me? Because it is unhinged fucking lunacy. And I just wish that Keri would focus on what she's doing. I think that I like that she's doing events. I like that she's getting profile places. I don't mind. I have no anger towards any of this stuff. I have always wanted Keri to be more proactive in telling her story. That was why I put her on my channel in the first place back in 2020. And if she just focused on that and kept the bullshit out of it, she would hear literally nothing from me. We could both be in this space and do our own separate things and not bother each other. So that would be my advice there. In regards to Mikey, I pretty much agree with what you said. Like, if Mikey wants to be a content creator, he needs to create fucking content. And let's stop pretending that he has been, because Mikey just keeps relaunching the same things over and over and over again that he doesn't do anything with. And I have absolutely no faith that he's going to start. I have absolutely no faith that he's going to be consistent about it. I think that Mikey needs to go to therapy. If I'm honest, he needs to find an Unwoke therapist. He needs to work on himself, because and the thing of it is too, is his ideas are not original. He's cribbing everyone else. And I really think that like, if he could find something that he wanted to focus, like Keri has a very specific niche. Her niche is all about leaving the left. I have a niche. It's about the anti-woke stuff. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have an issue that he's passionate about, I don't think, in any sort of way. What he is passionate about is becoming famous. That is what he wants. And, you know, he has tried every which way from Sunday to be famous. It hasn't been successful. He's tried to get on every reality TV show. It hasn't been successful. And now he's finally got something going with this politics stuff, but he doesn't really know what to do with it. And he doesn't really study it. And he doesn't even have original ideas.
Yeah.
So if he wants to be
Good.
successful in this space, I think he needs to figure out a niche for himself. And I think he needs to find something. I mean, the most important thing is find out what he's passionate about. What does he really want to do? Because, like, I think about the woke stuff nonstop. It's fucking unhealthy the amount that I think about this, but that's because I'm genuinely interested in it, and I'm genuinely, like, it's a genuine obsession. Like, it's a little unhealthy, I will admit that, but, like, it is a genuine thing. I think that Keri is genuine about, like, helping people to leave the left and to understand this ideology. There's nothing genuine about Mike Harlow to me. There is absolutely nothing. The only thing he's genuine about is being famous.
I can see that, which if that's what it's about, do a cooking channel, you know, just
Do a cooking channel.
I think that would do really well. Just, you know, take the personality pointers that we talked about in here. I think at the end of the day, I'm kind of more like you, Carlin, where I just want people to be happy. And if that would make him happy to have some internet fame or whatever, then I'm all for it. You know what I mean? But I just don't think you have to bash other people or, you know, do this stuff in order to get famous. Like, if he has any talent or anything, he can utilize that to be more famous, you know? So I will say that on my end, I'm happy that I did sort of weirdly find a niche.
You did. You're like internet drama and shit starter and
No, I think my niche is vlogging. So vlogging, and because I used to stream about these things, but it wasn't packaged correctly. And now that I do daily vlogs, I will talk about the political topic of the day and put that as the vlog. And so it's packaged differently, and now it's growing and it's doing well. And of course you've helped. But when I made a video about Elijah and Sydney splitting,
that video did really well.
Yes, it did. And I didn't expect it to do well, and it did. And I got a lot of subscribers from that. So, and I have from the John Doyle one as well. And, you know, different ones that I've done, also some of the gay stuff that I've talked about. So it is growing on its own as well. But of course, I appreciate your support, you know. But I'm happy I found a niche. I couldn't forever, but I think it's just the vlogging with the politics and with the astrology and different things, because I needed that freedom to be able to do whatever I wanted, because that's what makes me want to do it. I don't like having to be set on one thing, but I think it works because it's more so just the vlog. It's like when I go to California, I'm going to be vlogging it. You know, I'm going to vlog with all my friends and everything, and I can have that fun time on there, and then I can go back to politics at any moment, you know? So it's like, I appreciate everybody that's followed, and I'm really glad it's working out. And I think maybe I have better takes than I used to. So,
and you know what? Just by sheer virtue of you doing this all the time, it's going to get better and better and better, and you're going to learn a lot from it. And I think your channel is great. I think you're interesting. I think you're like, and people are going to identify with you, the person, and then they're going to say, I wonder what Alex wants to say about this. And it's going to be the person first and the topic second. And guys, I want to encourage everyone to go subscribe to Alex's channel if you have not already. If you haven't already, I don't know why you're still here. Like, I mean, you might as well. It's like, come on. But no, I mean, I think what you're doing is great. And it's just like, I like that you're keeping the door open for yourself too, in terms of like talking about a variety of subject and not getting bored. And I think that that's definitely been very key for me, is in terms of like just exploring a lot of topics and, you know, kind of going where my excitement takes me on any given day. And I think that's the only way to really, for me anyway, to keep interested in it. And I think that'll help you too.
Yeah. And I can promote a little bit. So tomorrow I have a video going up where I reacted to one of my old crying videos in Carlin breakdowns.
Oh God.
So I reacted to it because I just wanted to help explain what happened with Carlin a little bit more, because I've been through it. And so I reacted to it, and it was really interesting. And a lot of you guys like the hormonal thyroid content, and I do talk about that in there because my thyroid was really bad when I had that breakdown, and I think my voice was even a little higher. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, wow.
So, but I will say that yeah, I'm trying to show that what Carlin did with her crying stream, it comes from somewhere and it happens, and it is a part of being authentic, because it was the day you streamed with the British guy. That's why I talked about it. So you do influence it because I watch you. So, but yeah, that'll be interesting to have that go up, because it was a trip to look at 2020 Alex, and I was very toxic that year, and that was right before I started watching you.
I bet you were. Like, I bet it was a different time, right?
Yeah, and there's one line that I said in it, and I said, I want to be more reasonable. And it's so interesting how when you do express things, I ended up finding your channel later, and you taught me how to be more of a reasonable conservative, even though you're a little crazy.
Yay.
But you still said things that I could use and then be more reasonable with. So it works. Everybody has a teacher that will work for them. And for me, I need the fiery, but mostly peaceful. And nobody should feel shame for liking Carlin or identifying with her content or learning from her content. Everybody has a different teacher, and just don't let anybody, like, if Mike Harlow, tweets about you or whatever bullshit, don't let that affect you, because it's just not for them, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with what you like. There's nothing wrong with whoever you like to watch. Like, who the hell cares what other people think? And I would say that too of people who don't like me and think my content is garbage, but they really like Keri. It's like, okay, you have a preference. I'm not your person, and like, I'm totally cool with that. It's fine.
Yeah. So yeah. Fun.
All right, guys. Well, John Morgan says, correction, the sexy. Yes.
Yeah, as I said on my stream, I like guys with a little bit more of an edge or a little douchier. I like that type of thing. Not too bad, but
I like my new dark-haired British journalist.
No, he was great. That stream was great, but
I like him a lot.
No, he's just not my type, but that's okay. He's John Morgan's type.
No,
so.
Not everyone has to be everyone's type. It's like people can like different things. Who would have thunk it? Well, guys, I guess that's all we have for Sassy Saturday this time round. As a reminder, I will be very sporadic over the next week with me, because I will be in the middle of the woods with the libertarians. I will do my very best to try to bring you content. I'm working on a bunch of clips from videos I've done previously. Alex, I'm finally clipping the original stream that we did.
Oh my God, really?
I said I was going to clip like months ago, and I never did, but I will be doing clips now, and I will be linking to your channel when I do. So even better. It was like there was purpose for waiting. So that's going to be next week. I'm going to try to do effed up news tomorrow at 5 p.m. because I love effed up news, and I don't want to give effed up news up. Like, that was just like, it was just a little break from effed up news and everything else.
I'm gonna watch it when I work.
It's fun. Effed Up News is like a great stream. And like next week is gonna be Pork Fest, so lots of stuff going on with the libertarians. I can't wait to try to bring you guys some content from the middle of the woods. I'm speaking 3 times, and there's a knitting event with me. And there's gonna be like, and so if you're in the greater New Hampshire area, there are still tickets available for Pork Fest. You can come get high with me in the middle of the woods.
Oh my God.
Alex won't approve, but it'll be fine. But we'll have a good time, and he won't be there to look down his nose at us and like judge us.
Fair enough. Unless you vlog it, then I do.
Unless I vlog it, then you'll judge me conspicuously. All right, guys, that's all we have for right now. If you haven't mounted that like button yet, please do so on your way out the door. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I will see you when I see you. Take care and have a great rest of your night.